welcome to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. I am so excited because today and tomorrow we are going to be finding out the remaining teams headed to the Challengers Finals later this month. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and I will be here all day long as well as all day tomorrow, but I cannot do it alone. Joined by me are two of my closest friends in the world. We've got Spaceman and iHoleShift, aka Sean Rogers and Alan D'Onofrio. Alan, I'm going to start with you. Why are you excited to watch the Last Chance Qualifiers today?
Oh, first I'm excited because you think I'm one of your best friends. That's just a huge boost to my ego. I'm definitely pumped about that. No, I think I'm most excited as someone who loves to follow the scene, to see new faces, to see new teams, new players that we haven't had a chance to cover a lot recently. Again, with just a couple of teams to make it through these processes, through each of the individual regions, we're definitely going to be getting a fresh look at some players that we have not had a chance to watch all year long.
Definitely a lot of awesome up-and-coming talent that we're going to be looking out for we haven't seen before. So, Sean, same question. What are you excited to see here today?
Yeah, I gotta agree, man. I'm really excited to see not only the teams that are new to this scene, right? But there's a couple of teams that made some roster changes, so you're leveraging their entire stake into a championship run on this weekend when they already had a secured spot. So I'm looking to see if that bet pays off. It's gonna be a good weekend.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of bold decisions that we will get into a little bit later on. But first, let's take a look at the schedules so you folks know what time you can expect to see each of the regions play. Starting at 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll kick things off with the European Winners Round 3. Later on at 3:30 is when the APAC Winners Round 2, will begin. And then at 5 p.m., we'll be playing through the North American Winners Rounds 2 and 3. So let's talk about the format just a little bit. So for both the North American and European regions, these teams have been playing through a single elimination bracket until they reach the top 16, when it will switch to a double elimination bracket. So the matches we're going to see here today for both of these regions as well as APAC will be single elimination still. So even though today we're not going to be finding out who will actually be making it to the finals, we still have a little bit of drama there in the form of teams will be eliminated, of course. Let's look at the APAC format. Very, very similar. These guys have been playing through double elimination. We will see the one final single elimination round here today. We've already determined, of course, many teams going straight to the finals, but tomorrow we will determine the final top 8 teams, the top 4 teams that will head off to the finals as well after this last chance. So, speaking of teams that have already qualified, let's look at the North American teams that are headed straight to the finals that we are not going to see playing here today. So there are actually 24 teams listed here today, but as Sean and Alan were saying earlier, we have some interesting scenarios. Sean, can you tell me a little bit more about these scenarios?
Yeah, absolutely. So right off the gate, you're noticing that Atlanta FaZe Academy and Six Gear are not in your top 8, let alone your top 6. They're not there. And that's because they made a roster change last weekend after the event had closed for Toronto. So they have to play through the LCQ now. And some of these roster changes intertwine with one another. And I know Alan can speak to that as well. It's going to be a really interesting weekend to see if these teams can pull it out.
Yeah, Alan, do you have anything to add there? Any comments to make regarding Six Gear and Atlanta FaZe Academy?
I mean, the North American scene is no stranger to making changes when it comes to rosters. Very regularly this happens, but it's one of those things that you're seeing for Atlanta FaZe Academy and for Six Gear. They're sitting there saying that this is not the best team that we could possibly build. We want our best chance possible to win this entire thing, even if that means going through the Last Chance Qualifier here this weekend.
Definitely. So let's move on and look at the European teams that have already qualified. Once again, 24 teams. We're not going to see any of these teams here today, and you'll notice sitting in 8th place there, team ... Yes, that is not a production mistake. That is actually the name of a team. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I don't know if it's ... ellipses, whatever you want to say. But if you look at these teams that have already qualified, you see Team War, you see Team Singularity, Trainhard Esports. A lot of teams that we have, of course, seen placing very, very well in previous Challengers Cup. So it's not really a big surprise that any of the teams are making it to the finals. But Sean, Alan, do you have anything noteworthy that sticks out here?
I think Team Singularity sitting at 2nd place. I think they're probably the best team that has a chance to dethrone War, but War's been basically king of Europe the entire season. I mean, they've bounced back and forth with Connects and Trainhard, and finally Trainhard and Connects will move their way down the bracket. So it's honestly just going to come down to who shows up, because I think War has the #1 spot locked down.
Yeah, I'm right there
sure.
with you. I think War is probably not just the best team in Europe, but for my money, they're probably the best team in Challengers right now.
Yeah.
So not really an easy feat to take them down. But I think you're absolutely right. Singularity, Connect 5, Trainhard, probably the 3 best chances at taking down that Team War squad if they get a chance when we get to that finals eventually.
All right, and then let's move on and look at the 12 APAC teams that have already qualified. So once again, these teams are already in the finals. We're not going to see them playing here today. We've got Renegades, Chiefs, a lot of familiar names that we've seen at these previous Challengers Cups. So then, Sean Allen, what does this mean for what are we expecting to see out of these teams that are playing here today in the Last Chance Qualifier that we haven't really seen before?
Well, I think they have a bit of a unique chance. When you're given North America and Europe, there are so many teams, and a lot of the times you have like homogenous characteristics that tend to come out, and you find yourself sitting in a rut as a team playing the same way over and over again. But if you're an APAC, there is room for improvement. And we know that Renegades and Chiefs are the number 1-2 spot, respectively. Renegades are the best team in APAC. But because there's not as many teams and there's not as many competing ideas, maybe they have some chances to find some wiggle room. And if you're a new team coming into this LCQ, you bring something different to the table that we have not seen before.
All right, well, let's look at the teams that won last week's Challengers event, the Toronto home series that was not broadcast. The North American winner was 5 Star Creations, European winner Team War, and Asia Pacific winner Team Renegades. Alan, talk to me about 5 Star Creations, because I know there's some familiar faces on that squad.
Parasite number 1, I think, is we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about. He's been kind of dancing up really in the top 8 all year long with a couple of different variations on rosters. This one in specific was actually a first-time formation for these 5 guys, and obviously it seemed to be going pretty well for them. And I think we can also kind of tip our hats over to Parasite for being one of the leading members of trying to make the Ram 7 possible in this Challenger scene. So maybe there's a little bit of extra favor of him maybe changing up the meta a little bit of why they win that event last week.
Well, I mean, either way, I always love to see what Parasite is up to and what he's doing. So that'll definitely be interesting to see what he does here in this event. So let's talk about the previous Challengers Cup number 5. That this one was broadcast. Hopefully, you folks watching at home didn't miss it, but in case you did, that's what we're here for. We have a little bit of a recap from the EU finals there, where Team War took the victory. So, Sean, to you, what stands out about this victory for Team War?
Again, I think it's the cohesion that War has been able to maintain throughout the course of this year. I mean, Trainhard, Singularity, Connect, they're usually the top 3 teams that'll battle them, but War has found ways to kind of steamroll the competition. Their hardpoint has gotten a lot better as the year has gone. They've made a couple of team changes. Afro comes in. His chemistry with Stevo and Denta has been phenomenal. They really found a gem in the rough there. And now that Team War's finding rhythm at the late part of the year with champs coming up, I mean, this team looks absolutely phenomenal all across the board. It's going to be exciting to watch.
Well, and then for the North American region winners, that was 6th Gear. Again, this was from Challengers Cup number 5. So once again, we have a little bit of a recap. And then again, 6th Gear, there are just so many interesting storylines going on there, but with the roster changes and the qualifying for the finals, and then deciding to change after the change rosters after the Toronto series. So Alan, talk to me a little bit about all that.
The only player that's still on this roster from Challengers Cup number 5 is Fame. So there's been a handful of changes since Challengers Cup number 5, and maybe you can credit some of the meta changes for why these roster impacts have kind of come through so late in the season. But Fame is a player that really broke out this year, and no matter who he plays with, I think he's going to be the guy to kind of watch out for as potentially being the big X factor for this team. And even though they finished 16th, and then 6th in the last home series events, I still consider these guys not just to be a favorite here for the LCQ, but I think they'll definitely make more waves when they eventually get to the amateur finals, which I expect them to do.
All right, well, thanks, Alan. Let's take a look at the season schedule, and as you'll see in just a moment, we're here kind of at the end of the Challengers season. I'm oh, you're happy? I'm sad. I'm
sad
so
too.
devastated.
I mean, it's been a good run. Okay, guys.
We did have a good run. All right. You know, I do like the attitude of celebrating all the things that have happened. It's kind of like when people choose to have a party instead of a funeral when they die. It's just like that. We're happy about the things to come. We're not sad that so much has already gone by. Well, as you can see, we are here at the Last Chance Qualifiers today and tomorrow, August 1st and 2nd. And then, August 15th and 16th is the Challengers Finals. And I am so excited because this is the first time we are announcing those dates to you folks. Before this, we had been teasing you guys and we had been dropping little hints and saying it is TBD, but now the T has been D. It has been determined. We know when Challengers Finals are. So Very, very exciting news. And now, even more exciting news. Let's reel back the excitement a little bit and focus on the present. Live like the Buddhists and live in the moment. Because it looks like it is time for our very first match of the day, a single elimination format. This is the European Winners Bracket Round 3. We are going to see Stiff Scandinavians versus the Killer Bees. You gotta love those amateur team names. Now, Sean, even though these are teams that we haven't really seen a lot of already, otherwise they probably would have already qualified for the finals, what are you expecting to see?
You know, I think it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. I mean, you have to represent the Wu-Tang Clan at this point with that kind of name, but I think it's going to be a bloodbath. These European teams are usually known for being S&D gods, but in recent years, it's completely flipped, right? The respawn's gotten a lot better. Now it's a triple threat, and I think at this point, if you're going to make your way through the LCQ, you're going to try to make your way to the championship bracket later in August. You have to have the complete package going up against Train Hard, War, Singularity. So I'm expecting a close 6. Alan, let's get into it, baby.
I'm so ready, Sean. It's been a year since we had a chance to share a mic together. It feels like it's been too long. Well, I'll say this much. The Stiff Scandinavians have found themselves a good, significant amount of time here on the first hardpoint, but having a bit of trouble making their way through cards, trying to influence the second hardpoint spawns, which will be in the bottom right-hand side of your mini-map. Of course, Adrian Monk able to kind of reiterate that same point home by finding a couple of kills over towards the left-hand side of the map. And as soon as our first hardpoint will expire, it's going to be our munitions depot opening up, and the Killer Bees will start themselves off with their first bit of time.
It was a good chunk of time for Scandinavians, but of course spawns there for Killers. They're going to be able to sit themselves in the point for now. No one contested on the top side of your mini-map. I believe that is Gamer, who's pushed out and hold down that back spawn. We'll see who's able to pick up a couple of kills as the trades do come in, but no one making their way inside just yet. Finally, the reinforcements are there, but none of it too hard. Killer will take him down, and they'll hold on to the majority of this time. But a flip comes in, the break there, this lead back in favor of Scandinavians. It was a good chunk of time, but towards the top side of the minimap, it's Bees with the late rotation over in the early spawn. They're going to try to make their way towards B3.
That's a lot of time to just give up voluntarily for the Killer Bees. 30 seconds is where you get the flip. You're happy about this if you're Stiff Scandinavians, and beyond that, you're going to read a little bit of information as Hayes will fall outside by the woods that, okay, Killer Bees is already rotated. So what's going to be the approach here? How are you going to try to get from 2 to 3? Because once again, even though the third hardpoint isn't really nomenclatured as a money hill, it's definitely one that you can find a significant amount of time on if you're finding a significant zone in the middle of the map, which so far Killer Bees is doing a pretty good job of.
Yeah, it's Char and Hazy who actually went all the way around and rotated behind to get those back spawns so they can get set up for P4. And they're going to get stuck in boxes, and the opening kills do favor Killer Bees. That's 2 in the feed. Trade it back in 4th. Stiff with 2. Make it 3. They'll get hill time as well. And this is one of the power positions in this money hill. It's so hard to be able to flood players out, but the opening utility does take care of some of the work.
Looking like it's going to be just this one maybe good hit from Killer Bees to try to break through what was that spawn flip from the Stiff Scandinavians. 50-50 kills coming in, including Matthews, who unfortunately takes himself down. 1v1 potentially for the hill to break through. CR's got Gamer right in front, but it's the nades that come through off the reinforcements, which build a little bit of extra time for Killer Bees to contest, but it's not enough for a full break. So 12 seconds of scrap time will go the way of the Stiff Scandinavians, who now are going to be tasked with trying to make their way from 3 to 4, of which the Killer Bees again are set up technically first, but they've had a hard time holding on to these setups so far.
And Hayes has a couple of big gunfights to win in rotation. Of course, starting off a little bit too slow. 4 and 11 does get dropped. We'll see come back on respawn and meet the reinforcements as they work their way through that forest. But for right now, the hold from Killer Bees very, very strong. The reinforcements are there. The trades, they clear the hill out, and they have time to make it work. Sam on your screen, see what he's able to pick up. And off the start, I mean, just back and forth, both teams really vying for position, and they've been able to hold down a majority of each of these hills, but it's come down to the breaks a couple of times, and Sam was able to pick up one, the trade there. So again, a good hold from Killer Bees as they find their way inside the hill before getting traded out.
Well, it's going to be a 2v2 to see who runs the scrap time coming forward. Chris T able to find one. Matthews to get the trade through, but Chris is again going to still be able to exist, pinch up the hill a little bit, but he's not able to find the kill as Papa Fieldsy come through, and he'll find 2, plus unfortunately a teammate, but it should be enough to again keep the contest alive for a little while longer. And even though you don't get the scrap time, you're enjoying a 30-point lead, and you're set up for our next big money hill, which is the backside of this warehouse for P5. And with members already in the middle of the map, Watch out for Matthews to possibly pop off here. He'll find one, and there's number 2. Has a third one just outside the woods, but looks like that one will elude him for the time, as Stiff Scandinavians will do a really nice job holding for this additional 15 seconds.
He plays through the smoke to cut off that line of sight, but it was Sar who's sitting back minecart to not only control the spawn, but watch the pinch. He gets taken down. Now you have to wonder, how long is that rotation going to come for Stiff Scandinavians? Well, you have to play your life in the back, able to pick up one. The trade not going to happen. Dipping and diving somehow stays out of dodge, not close enough, but Box's control goes back to Killabees. They're going to retain that hard point possession, and that little bit of maneuver costs them about 10 seconds, but now is no time for caution. Wondering about that rotation, spawns out for Killa, and they should be able to come back towards mid-map, control green, and have it locked down for P1 as we hit that second set of rotations.
Good first rotation of Hills, though, overall for Stiff Scandinavians. They're going to exit this with right around a 50-point lead. Now you're also in a position where you can actually 50-50, maybe to get around the back to turn the 5th hard point spawns into maybe the 2nd. But as I say that, Killabees, they will all spawn up right in front of Cargo. So they'll be able to lock things down, at least initially. And remember, they did find a pretty significant amount of time moving through this first hard point last time around for the Stiff Scandinavians. So if they can find a way to repeat that, they'll be sitting pretty. But so far, maybe easier said than done. Numbers will finally allow them to get here and contest, but the Killabees doing a really nice job here in our first part of this second rotation.
Good spawns for Killa, but it's hill time for Stiff. They're going to hold on to the majority of that. 30 seconds still to fight over. A big gunfight, but Sire wins it. Drops it in the back. They will lose that spawn as well. And you can see one player actually overextending in the back. I think that's Drunks, who has a bit of position, needs to win the gunfight, but the reinforcements are there. They shut down that push early. Matthias will not give up any of that time. Not only that, but the positioning. So they'll maintain spawns as we go into new. And a great flip to get the majority of the time on P1. And we move into Depot with a great setup from Stiff.
A little bit of a sloppy hold there from Killabees. They just unfortunately allow a couple members to get through, and that was enough for them to fully be influenced on the spawn up. So now it's just down to how do you correct this mistake. This is a big 60 seconds coming up. It's the difference of either a blowout for Stiff Scandinavian going into the 3rd hard point, or potentially an even game. Drunks for 2 kills. He's not done yet. Looking for number 3. He's going to get a little bit of help as him and Christie, they'll double up on the double kills. And now it's just down to finding the last member in the hill itself. Reinforcements will be good from the north side of the hard point. 30 seconds to fight for, still in the contest, and the Stiff Scandinavians off their respawn are not letting this fight go without really going quietly into the night.
Stiff is still spawning showers. They got that close spawn, and that allowed them to flood into the hill. They get the break, 2 kills to follow in, a flurry of more, but they get shut down in the side door. It does just enough, so 150 should be our scoreline before we move to next. A gunfight for Sam, he loses it, so early scrap time again. We'll go back to Killa, but the rotation's there. They win the next rotational battle, but back in the back line, it's Baba who wins a big one. Trying to lock down Boxes, makes it 2. He's going to work his way inside, and they've been able to break this rotation. Stiff Scandinavians doing a phenomenal job of absolutely running through Killabees in our next hill.
This is obviously a pinned up strategy for Stiff Scandinavians. They want those back boxes spawn. They did it the first time around in our first rotation. They do it again here in the second, and both times it comes out successful for them. Now if you're Stiff Scandinavians, you're looking at this final 40 seconds saying, we can put this one out of reach. But Adrian Monk trying to work his way in, has 2 with him. CR's only able to find 1, and we're only going to have 1 more member left alive. It's Hayes in a 1v question mark situation as he's not able to read through the smoke how many players are here. And with that, Killabees will once again put themselves on the hill to keep contesting.
It's shots on the back, but numbers in the front. You have 1 player sitting atop minecart. He's going to move in, does pick up 1. Trying to find 2. Boxes control. Killabees will lock it down. You have players now spawning out towards mid-map. It's Drunks on the rotation. He knows he has to lock down that green side and keep players from pushing through forest. And Christ does bite the bullet, but his job is done. Essentially, completely wrapped. Drunks does not win the gunfight, but hopefully they do get the close spawn. Monk in the hard point. They're going to lock down the opening time. Trophies out. They should be able to lock down at least about 10-15 seconds before the first wave of players from Stiff will come in. And this green control from Calaru is basically everything at this point, just locking down players in the back and make sure no one gets too far pushed up.
This is big. Killabees has done everything they needed to do to keep this game close, and now they're in a position to where not only can they tie the game, they could actually lead swap this over to their favor with 30 seconds still to play for. And the Stiff Scandinavians, again, you can see they want to put themselves in position to just hold on to P5. No matter how many numbers they set forward, they're giving themselves maybe a risky look, because if they don't win these gunfights, all of a sudden Killabees could very well be far forward pushing up to P5. The gunfights are won. The lead swap will be here. Killabees enjoying their first lead since we started off this hard point.
And Papa, number 7 on the top of your mini-map, was waiting towards back minecarts to control that spawn, so they can immediately not only work for P1, or excuse me, P5, but when they do get there, then you start working towards middle map and pushing those players out. So they get it locked down. Thank you, number 7. They'll have early time here as well. Sam drops. Now looking for a couple more players to follow in that feed. It's blue for now, and Gamer will split it up. Papa does fall, Sam Baldy as well, and Drunks makes his way in, will get cut down. The nades in front, but it's all blue in your kill feed as they continue to rally on up. They'll hit 200 first, up by about 20 points once they cross that 8-second mark. And again, they've done a great job of keeping these kills out in front green. No one's been able to touch the point for killing.
This is flawless for Stiff Scandinavians, and now you put yourself in a position to where you're going to be under threat of winning the game on the first hard point once it comes up in the next 20 seconds. Killer Bees looking a little bit distraught here. They're getting split spawns, some to the north, some to the south, and they're not really coordinating their hit. And with the 11 seconds left, they're committing 3 players to trying to hit the old time. This is extremely risky. CR will actually find one more with the knife. If anything, it delays extra time, and it allows really some extra space for Stiff Scandinavians to flip the spawns around. So now they're actually in position to win the game, not just on P1, but if it looks a little bit too dicey, they can essentially give up these 50 seconds, not be under threat of losing the game, and just win off the second hard point. So keep this first hard point scrappy, and you've got the luxurious decision making in your back pocket of do we go for the win on P1, or we just wait to win the game on P2.
Yeah, you're playing off reserve at this point. It's just about flooding in and trying to get maybe 2, 3, 4 seconds at a time. You got plenty to work with. It was Monk trying to work his way in towards the top side of the map, but he got cut down. They want to hold the spawns and Haze on your screen to work his way through showers. And again, they're willing to give up this last 10, 15 seconds if it means they contain and hold in Killer Bees from out getting in spawn. But still, at this point, it's all the pressure in the world on Killer Bees to be able to rotate through, find the opening kills, and fight for that scrap time going into new. But just a phenomenal job to have heads-up awareness for Stiff Scandinavians as they lock down the back of the tip.
Couple big kills through the cargo side of the map. This is going to be possible for Killer Bees to hit initially. Yeah, it's going to be 240 to 198, but here come the numbers of everybody from Killer Bees. Drunks finds the opening, goes to the pistol. He's able to help get a team shot in, as that's going to be enough for a clean break. Killer Bees, you thought they were down and out, but they get a couple of clean kills through the bottom of the map. Now you're on the hard point. You can still win the game here if you're perfect. Otherwise, you just want to delay for as long as possible, but maybe easier said than done. Stiff Scandinavians, they come through and clean kill feed of their own. And now it's just down to holding off the last couple of seconds, of which it looks like they will be able to do. Tight for a moment, but 250 to 213, Stiff Scandinavians will hold on.
Close game indeed. Gotta say though, you know, for the first time I'm watching both these teams, I'm pretty impressed. But I guess, Alan, I'm gonna start with you. What, because I imagine this is probably, you haven't seen too much out of Stiff Scandinavians. What did you like? What are your first impressions of them as a team after that map?
The thing that you're going to see a lot in hardpoints, especially with these teams that we have not seen yet before, and maybe they're still trying to, you know, their feet more wet competitively. You know, they're not in the deep end of the pool yet. They're still kind of waiting around in the kiddie area. But the thing about it is you're starting to see that there are set strategies coming through. The Stiff Scandinavians, they're doing a really nice job of saying, okay, when we're going from P2 to P3, we want these boxes spawns that are behind what will eventually be that P5 warehouse. They did that twice through. It was successful twice through. So there's obviously a strategy there. It's definitely showcasing they put a little bit of time and effort into what they want to do on these hard points. It just comes down to, at times, when you're going for those long rotations, the game comes to a little bit of a slower pace that I'm sure most people that are out there are watching are used to seeing. So how do you speed that up? Not only just to make sure that you can keep competing with a team like the Killer Bees, of which that was only a 37-point game, but beyond that, how are you going to be able to get to the speed and tempo that teams that are better than you and are seated higher than you like to play at?
And Sean, can you talk to me a little bit about Haze and his performance? Because I didn't note down exactly what his KD was at the very end, but at one point I had noted down he was 19-34, and he had fewer kills and more deaths than anyone else on the Stiff Scandinavians. So what do you think was going on there?
Yeah, you know, a lot of the times we chalk that up to just rust in early game semantics, but I think at this point, coming into this weekend, there's a lot on the line for these players. This is their first real showing, not only in front of us, who have seen thousands and thousands of amateurs, but to other teams that are hopefully prospects. So I don't put too much weight into his performance. moments. It was an early game one. His team did pick up the slack, and we even saw it in that last final second hill rotation, right? They got the parallel spawn, and they were able to work with that. Everyone planned accordingly, and the kills came where they needed to. So he was contributing. It's just that he wasn't able to kind of break the game open for the team. And when they needed him to get crucial kills, he struggled in that department. But when you have everyone else picking up the slack, it just comes down to teamwork. And I think they were able to execute perfectly.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about the Killabees. They lost, but at the end of the day, it was not a huge loss. They still had some really good moments. So I guess as we head into map 2 into this SND, I will leave you with this. Alan, what is what is your determination of them as a team?
I mean, they're obviously showcasing that there is a couple of mistakes that have cost them, you know, when it comes down to them having the initial setups on a lot of those hills from Hardpoint, but not able to hold them for a significant amount of time. I like to look at the Hardpoint as being, if you're going to get the initial setup, you should be trading at least a 40-20 at worst, especially on some of the hills that we saw them get broken on. But going into the search and destroy, I'm just interested to see what the opening strategies are going to be, as we're going to have Killabees on the defense first, 3-man stack over to A, but it's Skjar who's able to find first blood. And with that, he might actually find a second and maybe even a third. Will get cut down, but he's done his job. 2 kills, and then now a numbers advantage for Stiff Scandinavians on their attacking approach to A.
Oh, it was so hard trying to retake that top apartments area. The fact that he was able to find 2 before finally dropping is something you kind of want to tip your hat to at some points. But Hayes, who had a very slow game 1, we'll see what he's able to do. I'm surprised by the aggression off the gate, all the way under arches. They did smoke it out. Beautiful read from Papa. Shuts him down. Now just one alive. It's Gamer, a 1v3, and gave her in a 1v0. Stiff Scandinavians with a very quick round 1.
And it's one of those big early gambles for Killabees. There were, what, 2 members, top apartments there, Sean? We don't typically see something like that in that same window, or maybe one's playing a little bit more passively, but it looked like they got caught a little bit off guard by how aggressive the SMG presence from Stiff Scandinavians come out on their first attack. So as we swap the sides around, it's also important to note that we did get our first sniper rifle in the mix. Hayes was picking it up. We'll see if he's able to kind of pull the boomstick out once again. And, well, how about this? You can kind of see Drunks over to the left. He looks like he may have pulled out his sniper rifle as well to try to combat against that long line of sight. And, well, that was the gunfight. XTC number 6 on your minimap was Drunks. He falls initially as Hayes finds first blood.
Well, luckily for Kill, it doesn't give away too much position, but these smokes do. Utilities out, won't connect, but nonetheless, they're going to work their way through this back boxes area. We'll see what they're able to actually find. Trophies down. So, biggest question now is, can they retake top apartments? No, not going to happen. The angle from Papa too hard. Hayes makes it work as well. Numbers advantage to Stiff as they've essentially locked down this push.
Yeah, DLT, he's seen this. He's going to maybe take the gunfight up top, but Adrian able to take him off the window heady. That'll do nicely to try to keep the numbers a bit more even. But the problem here is 40 seconds left. You know that the A bomb site is going to be completely covered with defensive members, and you have to commit to one side or the other, and with the time, it's going to have to be here. Here comes the challenge through. Sam, nice job watching a teammate's back as Lero will fall. And Adrian, I'm pretty sure everybody and their mom knows that he's hiding behind these boxes at the moment. He's only got a trophy system to play with. Would have loved to, I'm sure, have dead silence, try to make a play, but not going to come through here. Stiff Scandinavians, a nice 2-0 start.
And a lot of times we see this, Alan. I mean, you and I have seen our fair share of strats for not only just amateur Call of Duty players, but in general, right? And so many times, especially in rounds like this, where you're stacking apartments and you're looking for an opening, you won't see that usually in Pro League. You maybe see 1 or 2 players go up there and they'll get info. If you're a BZ, you'll win that fight and back off to bottom arches. Not so much in the amateur circuit. A lot of times teams try to fight a team fight, and if it doesn't work out, you go back to the basics. The trade, perfect. Both players drop, make it a 4v4, a bit of flashback to older Call of Duty times.
For a moment there, I thought Hayes was going to get a collateral because Gamer was the one that he found just kind of crossing from right to left. So the only sniper on the board right now is currently Drunks, unless someone from Stiff Scandinavians wants to go back and pick up this rifle to try to recontest it. But we'll have a 4v4. Calero's been stunned in the small room. It's a lot of information. Yep, that's what I was about to say. Here comes the ego Chell. Sam able to take him down. Now a numbers advantage for Stiff Scandinavians, and they're breaking into the A site. Matthews has got his dead silence to play with, is able to challenge the stairs of the apartments. There's another follow-up elimination. CR with 1 more. It is just down to Chris T for a 1v4 situation, and well, he's on the wrong side of the map.
I think he took down 1 top blue, so he will have some pool control. But the biggest question, again, a lot of ground to cover, not a whole lot of time to do it. 35 seconds. Let's jump to his POV. Yep, knows one's back boxes, expecting the challenge, not going to happen. At this point, you're just looking to either burn time or let this one go down to the wire. But Shift, what this is telling me, and what it's kind of hard to show in hard points and especially dominations with how chaotic they can get, is just in general, positioning, gunfight, it's all been Stiff Scandinavians. They've won both categories both times, and we don't see a lot of that in Respawn, but in S&D, that's where that shines.
And the other thing to kind of keep in mind is the overall tempo that both of these teams are playing at so far. Stiff Scandinavians, when they've got the dead silence in hand, they are not afraid to use it. They will get aggressive with their SMG line, especially on the attack we've seen so far. But beyond that, you're also seeing a very good use of patience out of the Stiff Scandinavians by way of their utility. They're looking for an opening pick, and how about this? Trucks through the smoke. He'll find some favorable timing. That'll be nice for a 5v4 start. But where do you go from here, Killabees? What are you going to do next? So either break into this A site or potentially give our first offensive look towards B. At the moment, not really a full committal. The bomb is leaning towards A, but it's actually the SMG line of Killabees that are trying to clear out the bottom side of White Vans.
Well, keep an eye on your minimap in the middle. It's Gamer, who's around 1 in Matthias. So if Matthias locks down that kill, they can flood on in, but that opening 2, Christ takes 2 down with him. So they're going to have an easy plan on this site. The bomb will go down 45 seconds. Matthias rotates around 1. Gamer does drop in that. So now a 2v3. Make it a 2v3, excuse me. Because they're going to have top control on top of apartments. This is going to be a really hard retake, especially with not knowing where Monk might be.
Yeah, if Calero's got a stun or a nade, he might be able to check this, but Mattias, he's out of the corner. He's able to find the hip fire. It's going to be good for 1. Gets the information on the second. He takes that one too. Are you kidding? Now he's got himself an MP5. It just comes down to hunting down the last player. Can't YY in time. 1v1 pistol for Hayes. He's going to take the challenge. He's going to move right up and close and personal, but it's Chris T who's able to win the gunfight. Tense moments here, round number 4, but a big one. Killabees able to put themselves on the board for the first time.
Yeah, it's rounds like that you got to be able to execute on, especially with losing a man early. The fact that they're able to win it, I think buying time at mid-map and not allowing Matthias to get information where he could push into bottom pole and you're pinched on site was huge for Killabees. So they make that work. Let's see if they get first blooded again to open up the round. Hopefully to their respective sides, they won't.
It's really been fun, though. I'm not going to lie. Kind of the game inside the game here. Everyone's kind of starting to slide cancel and dodge as best as they possibly can, doing their best Neo impersonation, maybe getting prepared for Halloween in the near future. But regardless, we have Hayes still watching a different angle this time, and he's seen one. Not going to be able to connect. Mattias otherwise has seen a player outside the white van. Calera will actually win an impressive gunfight with the MP5. And once again, it's Killabees with a numbers advantage. So now a 5-on-3 started to develop. Sam Baldy's been figured out, and he's going to be in a really weird position to get away. And for Stiff Scandinavians, it just comes down to, can you use your utility and try to open up some space here to probably hit this A site? And, well, Hayes will find one with the scope. Sam Baldy tops things up 3-3. CR a little shaky, but able to find one win, but the trade is instantly there.
It's a 2v2. I was going to say that kill in the back actually opens up river spawn, but there was really no one calling out a rotation, so now they're just going to have to play off site. If they do rotate, they will be spotted. It's Christ in mid-map. He's by blue. Hayes is up top. Now you're wondering, what's the play going to be? It's up to Hayes, essentially, to get a pick, but he has no idea that Christ is underneath. Oh, he's right behind him. He has to know he's going to pick up the kill. He will. So now they have mid-map unlocked, but you're running out of time. Bomb should go down. They have to rotate towards top apartments. We'll see if Monk can get it off in time.
He's not able to, and all you have to do is stay alive, Adrian, and he just barely gets away. The timing, it came down to the skin of his teeth, and he's able to just get the kill in time. This bomb was fractions of a second away from being planted, and beyond that, Adrian's health was also similarly so, fractions away from death. But a big second round, going down 4-1 compared to 3-2. Not the biggest swing round in the world, but definitely an important one to keep the differential close here early.
Yeah, I mean, well, B started off the round with first blood as well in the retake, and just the challenges that were done by Stiff opened things up at mid. They were able to make it work. 3-2. Snipes are out. We'll see if Dunk can connect on any. Doesn't look like it's going to be hit for the time being, but then again, we haven't seen a B hit just yet. Maybe things will actually change in the near future. It looks like one's wrapping around behind. Hayes does get all the way on the outside of Hazmat.
It's going to be relying on Drunks to watch this rotation. Misses a shot but gets the intel. So as you see one exit from A to B, I would not be surprised to see Killabees say, okay, we might have some numbers if we decide to fully commit to the A site. Also got Gamer in a position to watch the deeper sense of the same cross that Drunks was at. And a little beat down here as Matthias wanted to challenge Top Restaurant. So now that you've got numbers, it's another member that's defensively down in the middle of the map. It's going to make this decision a bit interesting for Killabees, who are continuing to lean towards A. And it looks like with 35 seconds left, they're going to stack up and try to hit.
Look how far pushed up Kiara is. As soon as this comes through, he's going to try to challenge. There's two there. Oh no, the collapse comes in. He's not able to win the fight. 23 seconds, and now that bomb should move up towards the A side, but you still have players inside apartments. It's Papa at the bottom door. They know he's there. The peak perfect, but Gamer punishes. They're going to take control, and they'll get that bomb down.
Hayes has found one pick, but the problem is he's getting pitched up. Yeah, I was about to say, this is really not a successful retake situation, considering that the flank was through the B site. Killabees 3 rounds in a row, responding nicely. And okay, Adrian, I see you. Little Snap City over here for the last double. Nice stuff coming in. And Killabees now with a lot of momentum building forward, and big impact has been the non-impact over these last 3 rounds from Hayes on his sniper rifle for Stiff Scandinavians. Let's see if he continues to pull it out here as they look for their next attacking approach.
I love the confidence we've been seeing from both sides, right? Being able to collapse on a site, the predictions of where these players might be. Bye-bye! 2 headshots will light up your kill feed. It's a minute 20, still plenty of time, but what a hell of a way to open up that round. It's Kiara going to try to run through the smoke. 2 players towards back boxes, 1 in apartments. He's going all the way inside. Should be able to lock it down. Shaky shots gets taken down with the knife. Unfortunate, but still the trade's there. Killabees looking to close out this round.
What an impressive recollection. All you got to deal with is the sniper holding on to the sidearm. No problem. Plenty of members there to surround. And well, this is the easy wordplay number 1 of the day here, Spaceman. The Killabees, they are swarming all of a sudden here with 4 in a row. Yep, I did that. We're going there that early. I know it's early in the day, but hey, you got to get your wordplay in when you can. And now for Killabees, again, the whole situation has been you have done well in these last 4 rounds to either get the first blood or immediately trade the first blood when it comes against you. Mostly in the backhand of the sniper rifle. If they can continue to make that happen, you're going to be in a good spot because the one player who's top frag for Stiff Scandinavians is the sniper of Hayes. So if you can continue to make his impact relatively low, you should feel pretty good about your chances as things have gone well for you in the last 4 rounds.
We'll keep an eye on Matthias. He's all the way out in the island. Gamer falls, so they know that one's at least there, but map control, especially at mid to Stiff Scandinavians. The rotate from Monk will at least take him out of a play for now as they vie for position. And again, it's a hard hold on defense for Stiff as Christ is going to try to move his way towards boxes. He does, waiting for Papa to challenge. He should be able to win this fight unless we see a miraculous flick of attention. But that bomb's slow to creep up to the A site. No one moving just yet. You can tell it's just about finding a pick. Absolute dead movement on the map.
You've got a Semtex to use if you're Chris T, if you want to shrug this player out and maybe open up some space for one of your own to get in. But how about this? That's first blood on this attempt. That was actually top window on Papa Fieldsy. CR's down low on the apartment door, and the timing of this peak could just be the round. A couple of nades will come through, and yep, there it is. How you doing? Good to see you there, neighbor. But Drunks finds the instant trade. Okay, still time for this bomb to go down. The problem is you've got Matthias on the flank. He's in a little bit of a kerfuffle with Adrian Monk on the backside, but good help up front. Numbers now in very, very strong form for Killabees. A 3-on-1 and potentially, and what I would say is likely going to be 5 rounds in a row. 5-3 Killabees have made the adjustments. They've done well to avoid line of sight for the most part onto Hayes, and their takes at the A side have been much more complete.
Match point for game number 2. Killabees with a phenomenal rebound, starting off 0-3, and some of the things we had asked of them in terms of positioning, gunfights, timing, they've been able to fix. And they've started off a couple of rounds a man down, but they've been able to make it work, so resilience has never been a question. It's just been about execution. We'll see what Hayes is able to do as he works his way into blue, and that bomb's going to be making his way right up mid. I love the call. There's only one player standing in their way. I think it's Chris on the other side. And everyone from Killabees is waiting at A. Absolutely unexpected push. Papa with the opening kill, and they'll get that bomb down, no problem.
This is too slow of a rotation from Killabees. You still have 2 members in the A site. There was some significant lack of intel gathering from Killabees defensively over towards the B site. You still have Calero, who's still in the A site, and Gamer somehow finds 2 kills, but isn't able to keep his life. So now a 2v3 for Killabees, as the bomb will likely start to make its way to being planted on the B site. That is indeed the case. CR is going to be the one trusted to plant it down. 1v1 in the middle of the map. Calero able to even up the numbers. Adrian Monk, another! He's able to once again double and a little bit of extra energy at the end of the kill. Easy defuse to come through, and Killabees will tie us up 1 map apiece with the 6-3 win on Petra.
Oh shit, this one's gonna be going the distance. I already know. We're already feeling it. It's gonna be one of those days. Yeah, it is, and the just absolutely phenomenal response to come back with 6 straight rounds, going down man advantage at a time, finding ways to pull yourself back in it. Resilience, tip of the hat to you. Killabees tied up 1 piece.
Goodness, that was almost a little anticlimactic at end, because Killabees just took that 6 rounds in a row so seemingly handily. So what just happened? Alan, how were they able to take that successful map just in a row? What adjustments did they make to do that?
Avoid the sniper. Simply put, either trade him or just avoid him in total. Hayes still had a great game. Last I had a chance to check, he was still almost at that 10 kill threshold, which was by and far the best on his squad. And he did most of it just by simple way of the HDR. The sniper rifle gameplay early was great from the side of the stiff Scandinavians. The better news, though, for Killabees is your SMGs said, okay, if they're going to be sniping, let's either find a way to get into his face or just avoid him completely and overwhelm a bomb site with numbers. Adrian had a great game, a couple of nice double kills to come through, most of it on the entry, and that was all Killabees apparently needed to find their way into that A site. Good adjustments for 6 in a row for sure.
Sean, after now seeing how these teams play on a hardpoint and then on an SND, where's your head at for this domination that we're going to head into soon?
I mean, if we know anything about this year and how dominations can go, I don't think I can really give a good prediction. The confidence from Killabees was something that was lacking in game 1. They brought it out. The response was great. But again, the difference between, S&D and Respawn is so wide this year that teams can skate by on 3 respawns or skate by in just 2 S&Ds and stealing one. So I honestly don't know. I think, again, it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. We'll have to wait and see what the map is, and then me and Alan can kind of break down what we think will happen. But at this point, I think it's just going to be too close to call.
Yeah, and we know that we will at least be seeing a second hardpoint at the very least during this series, so I'm super excited for that. But before we get into the domination, it's time for us to head to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we will head into map 3 of Killabees versus the stiff Scandinavians, tied up 1-1. We'll break that tie right after this. welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohart. I'm so excited to be here. And if you are just joining us, we are right in the middle of our first matchup of the day, which is Killer Bees versus the Stiff Scandinavians. As it stands now, they are all tied up 1-1 after a very exciting Hardpoint and SND. We are headed into the third map, the Domination, very shortly. So first up, Sean, I know we chatted about this a little bit, but after those first two maps, what are you realistically expecting to see out of each of these two squads for the Domination?
I expect high KDs coming out of Stiff Scandinavians, and I expect pretty good response from Killer Bees. Look, this is one of the things about amateur Call of Duty that always happens to be the case. It's always a little too close to call. It can be bloodbaths and hardpoints, it can be blowouts and SNDs, but in game threes, that's where series tend to swing. So the team that usually comes out in game one hardpoint and smokes is usually the team that will end up taking the Domination, as that's what we've seen this year. And I'm expecting that to kind of be the same case. I think Stiff Scandinavians will come out and take this game three.
All right, and then Alan, I also want to ask a little bit about kind of the control that we've seen each of these teams exhibiting. On that first map one, on the Hardpoint, it felt as though the Stiff Scandinavians were pretty in control the whole time. They were kind of dictating the game, and then in the second map, that of course all fell apart. So what are you thinking?
Decision making, I think, has been pretty strong overall for both of these teams, and that's going to have to be a major impact going into whatever map we have for the Domination. Decision making is usually what leads to a lot of these amateurs teams' demise. When you're in these tough positions where everything seems to be going wrong and you're about to be spawn trapped, what do? It's in those clutch moments that rarely get talked about, I feel like, at the top amateur and CDL level, because those decisions, they happen so quickly, and you can just instantly commentate on the fact that this is what's being done to get them out of this bad decision, or this bad situation, rather, I should say. But for these amateur teams that might not have that kind of veteranship or experience, those are really the tight moments that I'm looking at to be the decider for who takes this Domination. We've seen good instances of decision making for both squads so far, but well, we know Domination can get real wild really quick.
We've also seen a little bit from these players, enough now to kind of form some opinions, I'll say. So, Sean, first of all, who are some players on each squad that are really standing out to you and really impressing you so far?
Yeah, I gotta look at Stiff Scandinavians, and I gotta look at Matthias. I mean, not only playing on an island in S&D, which is hard enough to do when you don't have a lot of info, but in Hardpoint, he was always the first guy out, especially when they won those close spawns. He was locking down time. He was the one on the outside locking down gunfights, making sure that no one was overextending. He was out on rotation. He was usually the first person out on the hedges, making sure that players weren't getting behind his team. So I think that in Domination, we kind of expect the same thing. His role is to be that anchor for his team. He has the AR, he's very comfortable with the N4 from what we've seen in Hardpoint, and I expect him to have that same presence on the map where you have to worry about him at all times. You don't know where he's actually going to be. I think that's going to be a key for them moving forward.
And Alan, do you agree with Sean, or do you have any other players that you would like to specifically highlight?
The AR role on Hackney Yard as we're loading in is a very, very important role. I 100% agree with Matthias. But on the opposite side, I'm looking to see if Adrian can continue to be a big force with the MP5 moving forward. This is a map that is very much so controlled by the pace and tempo when it comes to especially flipping the spawns around and getting influence from, say, you start on the C side, you want to get to A. It's your SMG players that are going to do that first. So if Adrian can continue to find these doubles like he did in the Search and Destroy, bringing to the A side on Petro, that could bode pretty well for the side of the Killer Bees.
And then once again, just kind of drawing from what we have seen from the first two maps, and then knowing that this is another respawn map, does that sort of influence your opinion at all, Alan?
I think it's maybe a touch too early to say. I mean, we've seen, again, when we came to the Hardpoint, especially if you want to take some, respawn to respawn, kind of comprehension, it did really feel like Killer Bees had a tough time holding down their setups. And, well, to quote a very friendly face of Visions, he likes to use the term hack-the-arted whenever you see a respawn played on this map, because things will happen that you just don't expect. You think you're in a great position, and then all of a sudden, when you think you're in control, a spawn will come up, and all of a sudden you have to respond to that instantly because the map is so small. So we'll see how things kind of come through. It will still be the Hackney Yard as we load in once more, and I'll tell you this much, Spaceman, I could not be more excited to see what these guys have to offer for us here early on in this EU Last Chance Qualifier.
Oh man, it's gonna be a bloodbath. You already know that Hackney Yard has had some of the more interesting turnouts this year, not only the CDL level, but we've seen it weeks prior. You and I have worked these Challengers events, and we've seen what Happy Yard has had in store for a bunch of these players. It can be demoralizing, it can be frustrating, but one thing you can never do is give up. This map can take you the distance, but you have to be able to overcome. I can't wait to see what we're actually going to see in store.
Well, Killabees will start on the favored side from the A point of view. And how about this? They've actually got a couple of members in the warehouse already on the B flag. So if they could just find a way to control this AB setup early, they'd be in a great position. But of course, I say that, and it doesn't come into existence as the Stiff Scandinavians will find a couple of kills to keep it neutral for a little while longer. It's actually double ARs that are up top of the hall. And that's really the big point of the contest, which Killabees have not been able to respond to yet.
And that 2-hole gets broken, of course. There's a player on B, so they'll be able to neutralize it. Papa, 2 players now pushing towards top AC. That's kill feed blue as Stiff Scandinavians get the opening break, and they will not be able to lock down B flag. 2, still just a flag apiece per team. In a tie game we go. It looks like the man advantage will be back in favor of Killabees, but the utility takes him off the flag. So all in all, out the window, B is not going to be grabbed by anyone. As the first opening couple of minutes, it just looks like, again, it's a bloodbath inside, and no one's been able to lock down control.
60 seconds of handshaking is what I call this. No, you take it. No, you take it. No, you can't take it. A little bit of back and forth coming out. Matty is able to find himself a double just as soon as the B flag turns up red. He will make sure it goes back to that neutral state and potentially with a stack. They're actually going to flip this. So for all intents and purposes, we're a minute and a half in. This is a dead even game.
And it's Gamer who actually spawns bottom green. And now again, the spawns are going to flood in for Killabees. So they have been map control, and you're wondering, where are they going to flip? It's going to come to Seer. They're going to try to put pressure towards top AC. On the other side, it looks like Matthias is at mid-map. He gets cut down, and a teammate will follow in. There's a 3 in the back, and Drunks locks it down, so they maintain their home flag for now. But again, they want to try to put pressure on this B flag. It's a 2-hold for Stiff Scandinavians as they will retake the lead and count by about 4 and counting. 5 to make it its suit, and they grab B flag as well.
Here's the thing, with all of those wins in the backside of the A side of the map, Killabees are still spawning top green, and that's going to allow for an opportunity for them to maybe start making a play over to C. Chris T was the one to try to make it come through, doesn't find any kills, but it's at least enough to keep the Stiff Scandinavians from reinforcing the B warehouse. So this will be a lead flip, most likely. It's going to be very difficult for our team in blue to work their way into this warehouse quick enough to stop that from happening, although they'll give it their best try. Drunks will find one down low by the red crate, a couple more members to deal with, and as he takes the second gunfight, he will lose it. But again, there's still enough numbers here for Killabees to hold on to this. So we're down to halfway through our first half, the first to second quarter, if you will, and Killabees will put themselves right back in the lead again as Calera will clean up the last 2 that were dealt with in the warehouse.
And this rotation out really just holds down the back line. They've had no problem taking out player after player. Stiff Scandinavians, who we've given credit to before for having great timing and positioning, but right now they are stifled by their own fronts as they try to push into, again, the B flag has been held down for about a minute and a half now as Killabees, again, will find kills, 3 in a row, trying to make it 4, but split up. It's Stiff Scandinavians working their way inside, locked down at B. Thank you very much, Monk. Top L control as well. On the outside, the spawns there for Killabees. They are going to continue to lock this one down, and CR trying to make his way forward. If he can get a couple of kills and work through the back, he could really break this one open.
And this timing of this hit is actually great for CR, especially if he can stay alive, because while this is going on, Drunks is actually on the C flag. He was making an overextension play. CR will find himself a second kill. 1 more left to deal with. 3 for CR. That'll be an A flip, plus the B flag going the way of the Stiff Scandinavians. And just when you thought Killabees were just going to be able to hold on to this AB setup for the last minute and a half or so, they get flipped out, and now all of a sudden, Stiff Scandinavians, from what was initially the C side of the map, are in a position to really about tie this game up, if not put themselves in a small lead if they can hold on to the AB setup for the rest of the time.
With only a minute left, I'm looking at the top of the minimap. It was Chris who was spawning out back in top green, and he tried to work his way towards A, so it looks like they might be trying to split both home flags, as they haven't put a lot of pressure on this B site. But again, just the pressure that they've been able to maintain as they spread throughout the map. It's 2 hitting the back at A. The only player there is Papa. He gets a spawn up with Matthias. Now 2 players inside. We'll see what Drunks is able to do. Can he win 1 gunfight? Yes. Can he win 1 more? No one's going to challenge for the moment. Hops off the flag just in time, and the reinforcements from Stiffs are there. They cut him down, but in the process, the neutral does come in. It slows down Stiffs for the moment, but that B flag, again, back in favor of Kill as they should get the cap. They do, just barely, and they have a 2 cap lead with 24 to play.
They'll probably exit this first half with a small lead, but you're not going to be all that happy about it if you're Killer Bees, considering you spawned from the favored side of the map and you're going to exit with right around a 12-point lead. It's not enough. Again, a 2-to-1 flag status is enough for every minute to gain 12 points. So if Stiff Scandinavians could come out with a stronger second half just barely, they'll be in a position to not only make up this 10-point deficit quickly, but they very well could put themselves in a potential that might be too much to overcome. So going into the second half, I'm just interested to see what Killer Bees are going to do to get that flip back over to the A flag. Yep. They struggled a little bit with that once they lost it, trying to regain. So that's the big question that I think is kind of floating in the air for Killer Bees going into the second half.
And Alan, I'm really wondering, how does this play, right? So Stiff, they lost that green hold essentially every time. I mean, Killer Bees had been spawning there for what, 3-4 minutes the entirety of the first side, and to only be up by 10 at this point, I'm feeling very good if I'm Stiff. I mean, you basically have to hold a 1-2 cap lead for the majority of this game, get a couple of breaks, and you're looking at a game 3 win. But it's going to take more for Killer Bees to come out of the gate hot. You have to find the opening kills, but everyone getting involved. It's absolute chaos on the B flag, but again, they'll hold it down, and Killer Bees should be able to get the cap.
I think that might be a touch of an over ego chow from Adrian Monk. He tries to push through the warehouse. They probably could have stacked this B flag a little bit sooner. And then on this hit that's come through, they could have zoned it maybe a touch better, but the kills are turning up nicely. So, okay, maybe I'll eat my words just a touch here as 4-for-2 trade that comes out. Hayes, the last player left alive, will be dealt with. And now all of a sudden you've got Chris T on the north side of your map. You're getting a spawn in the middle, and you can actually flip these spawns completely around just by pushing through completely. They'll do just that. Absolutely picture perfect play from Killer Bees. Maybe a touch overextending early, but hey, they've done their job and they'll get the A flip that they wanted.
Stiff gets the spawn as well, but right behind him, it comes Killer Bees again. So they'll get a couple of opportunities. That's 3 cut down. They're not going to be able to flood into A. Only 1 player will remain. It's CR inside. I believe he got the neutral, escapes with his life. Not able to dip out and dodge, but he does just enough to alleviate pressure on B. Teammates need to go huge for the moment. Top L control locked down, takes out Gamer. Again, they're gonna have some pressure on this B flag. Let's see if they can, they're actually able to cap it. This Calero does shut down 2, but when all is said and done, it's a hold again. The Stiff Scandinavians somehow hold strong throughout all of that.
Spawns are getting a little bit wild at the moment. You've had a couple of members for Killer Bees actually spawn behind C, so they're going to be able to kind of make a neutral play for C for free. This is one of those decision-making moments that I was talking about. If you're the Stiff Scandinavians, what are you going to do? Do you play for your home flag at C? Do you try to take the risky gamble by pushing across to A? Right now, it's a little bit of both, and unfortunately, they do win a couple of gunfights over towards the A side, but the spawns are still not convincingly on that side of the map. So looking at the total differential of about a 30-point lead for Killer Bees, you're fine with these chaotic spawns. You can just play for one flag and win the game. How about that? You're not just going to take one flag, you're going to take all 3, and this is starting to become a little bit out of hand for the Stiff Scandinavians. They have to recorrect these mistakes now.
Oh, I love the play. They've been winning each gunfight, and these chaotic spawns only favor that. They've been able to trip cap, and they've locked it down for about 10 seconds. Those points are going to come in so crucial at the end of this game. No one's been able to touch the B flag, as Hayes will be in first, but he's by himself. And if you're Killer Bees at this point, you're just playing gunfight to gunfight, all spawn top green. It's going to take at least 10 seconds to rotate to A, at least 6 or 7 to get to B. He's being chased down top L, but if teammates there, they're going to lock this down, and Gamer does shut him down, I believe. They get an extra kill at mid-map, able to dip and dive, won't lock it down, but shift, the lead growing exponentially. Killer Bees just running away with game 3.
They're spawn trapped. Stiff Scandinavians continue to spawn topside green. It's the worst place to be right now, considering that Killer Bees have members all over the map, especially towards the CB setup initially. It's been a triple cap for way too long. A minute 43 to play, and mathematically, it has become nearly impossible. As soon as we hit the 130 mark, it will become mathematically impossible for Stiff Scandinavians. And it came down to that one moment, that decision-making moment of, okay, they're all over the map on us. We're spawning all over the place. What are we going to do to get together and hit? And they never really fully coordinated what their approach was. And that was really the downfall here, as it will be mathematically impossible for Stiff Scandinavians to come back. Killer Bees will break our tie in the map count. They'll go up to 2-1 as soon as we expire these last minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, and I think to kind of expound on your point, Grabbing that C flag was probably the best play of this game, right? Like the minute they're able to get the trip cap, they're essentially forcing stiff Scandinavians to play off the back foot. You don't have a group spawn together. You're wondering where your next spawn will come from. So you're basically calling plays on the fly, and you're not winning the gunfights to follow through with those plays. It's chaotic. It works. Killabees, hard to take, easy to hold. They made it look easy in this game 3. And again, just hats off to them being able to rebound from a very rough hardpoint to kick off the day.
Not even the greatest start to this map either.
Yep.
I mean, the first half, they were only up by 10, which I would say like around the 20-point differential. If you're from the A side initially, you're looking at that 20 points saying, did we do enough? The good news was, as soon as they spawned on the second half, they found the instant break over to the A side of the map and never let it go from there. Yeah, really good stuff from Killabees. I think that there were some, I would say, reasonable concerns about how they looked for their hardpoint on Gunrunner, where their setups looked strong, but they weren't able to hold on and were continually getting broke on Money Hills from the stiff Scandinavians. But their recorrection after the first 3 rounds on Search and Destroy and their ability to adjust here in the second half of this domination has been impressive. I know that these are teams and players that I'm sure a lot of people haven't heard of before, but honestly speaking, that was a pretty impressive performance from Killabees through and through.
Yeah, I have to say, honestly, from my perspective, not only on that domination, but SND is where Killabees really started to impress me. And I think for me, that domination was just kind of a continuation of that. So they've obviously been playing just phenomenally so far, even though I know both of you kind of expressed maybe a few doubts based on their hardpoint performance, even though they did manage to close the gap a little bit. It wasn't a total stomp on the side of Scandinavians for that hard point either. So I guess my first question to each of you, Sean, we'll start with you, is what does it say about Killabees that they were able to make that amazing comeback, taking 6 rounds in the SND, and then just keep things so in control in that domination?
I think part of it spells confidence, right? Like in game 1, they look shaky, and they come out in the S&D, they take 6 straight rounds. They look a lot better. They were winning gunfights. They were challenging things appropriately. They weren't afraid to get comfortable at mid-map. And we're like, okay, they look good in S&D, but domination can be hectic, especially in Hackney Yard, which we all know is notoriously wonky spawns. Then we come in and Cavalry gets a couple of crucial 2-3 pieces on B flag. They look like they're rallying things together. And all of a sudden they make a quick in-minute decision that Shift has talked about time and time again, how crucial it is for amateur teams to be able to have decision-making in IGL. And they do it. They do it perfectly. They were able to lock down a 3 cap. It was a good showing of confidence from this team that is playing on a relatively big stage against relatively new faces. So I was just very impressed with what we saw.
And Alan, you had called out, I think, one specific instance where you said that the Scandinavians were just not playing as a team. They kind of saw their victory crumbling and kept saying, what are we going to do to get together and play as a team? And then they kind of didn't ever enact that plan. So what would be, I guess, your biggest criticism, or like what do the stiff Scandinavians need to do to get their act together?
We are sitting in the skybox watching the minimap. We can see how everything is unfolding in front of us. Players themselves, when you're down on the ground like that, will have a much more difficult time, I should say, to try to read those situations. And I think the problem was with the spawns being a little bit all over the place, they were forced into these weird positions where someone needs to step up and say, hey, forget about this, we're getting here. And I call it the reset button, especially when you're in that position where you're about to be triple capped and you're spawned by C. Yeah, I know we don't want the C flag. A is much more preferred, but you have to hit the reset button to make sure the game doesn't get out of hand. Say, okay, wherever you spawn, everybody regroup on the C flag. Let's put ourselves into a position where we know where we're spawning, we know where they're spawning, and then we can start to approach the map in thirds, where we're taking our third, the middle third, and then eventually their third on the A flag is the kind of way that I look at it. It's also important to note, I had to double check this. This would be a major upset based on pro point seedings alone. The stiff Scandinavians are the #1 seed here in this last chance qualifier bracket, where Killabees are the number 33. So it's like just kind of reiterating the point that you need to be more controlled in those disciplined situations where a decision has to be made. And I think that looking at the seeding, you would probably expect maybe a touch better out of the stiff Scandinavians because of those pro points totals that they've already earned.
And then one point I also have to bring up, now that you bring up the seeding and everything, is that this is still a single elimination. The double elimination bracket begins tomorrow. So this is a single elimination. So, I mean, how heartbreaking would it be for the stiff Scandinavians if after this is just like kaput, you know? They are finished. They're already home, so it's not like they're going home because they are playing from home. But still, I guess Sean, what does it do you think, to the Scandinavians' mentality, knowing that as we head into this second hard point, it's do or die? They have got to win this. They've got to extend it out to a map 5. Otherwise, they are out.
I think, again, this shows the personality of a team. A lot of times we talk about team personality and characteristics at the professional level. What do you fall back on? Are there set traits? Are there laurels that you can recount on? But at this point, I think that if you're struggling to find success in game and you're not really rallying as a team, which we haven't really seen Stiff Scandinavians do since the early rounds of that S&D, at this point, you're banking on someone to kind of step up. Maybe it needs to be an IGL. Maybe someone has to break the game open with a big couple of kills going into the hard point. But it's got to be a team effort. You know, you're going to make your way through a gauntlet this weekend if you want to survive, and you're going into a championship bracket where teams are not going to make mistakes. So you have to find a way to work together as a team and get everyone on the same page. I feel like that's kind of just the easiest way to break that one down.
Yeah, you can't really, when you get to this stage, you can't really cry about it. You can't really say, oh, well, it's this happened and that happened, and making excuses, and oh, if only it was double elimination, we'd have a better, we'd have a second chance kind of thing. So, Alan, though, how do you explain this? What is your kind of rational explanation for why in my mind, it feels like the Scandinavians are not performing as a top-seeded team should perform?
Well, I'm going to kind of take the other side here. I'll be the angel on their shoulder instead of the devil here. It really was that one big moment, right? It's that one big decision-making moment that kind of we look at as a major flaw, a major mistake. But it turns into the situation where you're being troll-capped for the better part of a minute. It becomes a little bit unachievable to recorrect the mistakes that are needed to make up that gap, considering that there were 3.5 minutes or so left. Those things happen, especially at this level. And I think that not only can we look at this, and I think a lot of people will say, oh, well, these players and these teams just aren't good yet. I think it's more of just how impressive the CDL teams are when it comes to when they find themselves in those moments, how fast they get to where they need to be. These things happen. It happens all the time, especially on Hackney Yard, because the map is so small, the spawns can be a little bit all over the place. So I think if you're looking at this from the Stiff Scandinavians, say, okay, maybe we didn't make the correct call. Maybe we didn't make any call at all. Let's forget about that Hackney Yard Dom. We still have a hard point to come back, in which we looked very good on the Gunrunner Dom, the Gunrunner hard point. And let's be fair, they had a great start to the Petro Search and Destroy. So just get through map 4, set it to map 5. Everything comes down to that Search and Destroy, where you should be feeling extra confident because you are that #1 seed.
All right, so Alan, it kind of sounds like you're saying, yeah, that's right, the Scandinavians can bring it back around. They're probably going to take map 4. All right, so, and then Sean, would you agree with that?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no question that anyone can turn up and that this team can bring it back into the series. That's what these kind of weekends are for. We're trying to see who has it in them to go the distance. And with how the competition has been this year and how much the amateur scene has improved from years prior, it's been drastic. So these teams have really stepped up to the challenge, and that's what this weekend's about. So yeah, there's no question they can bounce back. Again, Alan was pointing out, what they need to do, and I'm just pointing out, how we've read the terrain thus far and what we need to see from them. But yeah, it's a close series, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and I do remember you guys, one of you making the comment about this series is going to go the distance, meaning that it probably will come out to all 5 maps, which I would not be surprised at all. Alan, can we now pivot into talking about the players and maybe be critical and pick apart some of these players' performances, and which players do you think really need to step it up that have been underperforming so far?
Well, it's kind of hard to get a full read, right? And I don't want to put anyone under the bus, but I'll say this much. For the Stiff Scandinavians, right now you're getting beat in the SMG line. That's where I'm looking at first. Your ARs have done pretty well. You've been locking down some good angles. Again, in that domination, the first 8 minutes of it or so, we're being held on to pretty nice from both sides. There was a lot of that debate of who was going to take the B warehouse, me, you, and it ended up becoming a winning argument for the team that had the better SMG line. Depending on where we go next, if it's a Zero Cave, you expect that the Stiff Scandinavians will have a slight advantage because that's a more AR-centric map. But if you're going to somewhere like Hackney Yard, maybe, or St. Petro, you're really going to need to make sure that the Stiff Scandinavian SMG line is able to battle up against the pressure that the Killabees have put on so far, in my mind. The rotations that are going to come through, especially in the middle of the map as you go from the 2nd to the 3rd hard point, and then again from the 3rd to the 4th, are all about getting trades, winning gunfights, and seeing if your SMGs can pull your spawns closer to those hills, so that way you're not looking at a long extension trying to get from one site to the other. So we'll see what happens. I'm interested to see who starts on which side, and it will be the Stiff Scandinavians on the quote-unquote favored side, as they'll be spawning closer to what will eventually be our 2nd hard point, and they'll have a little bit of an advantage getting numbers to this 1st hard point sooner than their opponents.
We'll see if they can lock it down. Of course, the SMG is going to be an issue for this game 4, but there's a couple of money hills, Alan. I mean, we've talked about it in length. We know what they are. And at this point, that's where your SMGs have to come huge to get back in a game if you're unfortunately dropping down in the score early. But off the start, it's a good opening couple of kills as Calero. It's a bunch of amateur names. We're all trying to work through it, but he's able to lock down one. Will work his way inside towards the side door, and they've gained about 10, 15 seconds or so. So we'll see if they're able to hold on to the majority this time, and if they elect to start pushing through. Well, in the back on your mini map, it is CR. He's sitting in the back line. He'll have the AR in hand. They get the back spawn as well. They're set up for P2, but all of the early time for Killabees.
This is fine for Killabees. It's one of those negotiations of, okay, we'll take 35 points off this first hard point. Yeah, we'll be late to the initial time here at P2. It forces a decision for the Stiff Scandinavians. You can see that they're just going to completely concede this. So it's going to be right around 46-5. You have to hold solidly here if you're Stiff Scandinavians. If you give up this initial break, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And they've already lost one member in the blue square, setting up nicely out of the Killabees for an approach. It just comes down to, can you get kills over towards the billiards room? This is going to be a really difficult position to break through, and you really kind of need to if you want to have a good look, not just at the spawns, but also in the hill itself. And, well, the first hit does not come up successful for the Killabees. The first 20 seconds, good for the Scandinavians.
Credit where credit is due. They've been able to sit in and soak the time. It was hazy inside pools. You would like to see him win that gunfight and get the subs going, but nonetheless, it works out just enough. They do get broken in. A big push from the back as they're going to open this one up water side. The spawn still kind of in favor for Killabees for the moment, but they spawn back at P1. One player's all the way extended. That's CR in the back. He's got spawns for P3, setting up for Hazmat, lockdown mid-map, and the rotation now coming in. Keep an eye on your mini-map as one player's going to rotate in the back. That's Matthias, who wins a gunfight, trying to take down one more. Finds two, will end up dropping, but all of that happening, CR sitting comfortably in the back. Let's see if he can lock down those spawns.
Yeah, he's going to block them. I don't know if he will fully get his team to spawn on him because you've got Killabees that are still all over the middle of the map. This is a big kill, though. This is actually potential for them to flip these spawns out. One more member for Killabees will spawn to the back, and as they find the kill into CR, that will cement the contest of the backside of this third hard point. Couple of kills from the front, though, so Stiff Scandinavians, even though they're still looking at 34 seconds to fight for, you thought for a moment they might be able to try to contest some of this time, but again, another follow-up couple of kills coming through for the Killabees. This has been a trading of seconds. You know, you take 45 here, we'll take 45 there, and we've got ourselves just the same kind of a differential that we had off the first hard point. Killabees, they're going to break through the 100-point threshold here pretty early.
And it was a promising start for Stiff Scandinavians, but that break from Killabees really broke things open. Calero gets two, one with the car bomb. It works out, make it three in the back. Absolutely no one in a position to take him down. Finally, he will end up dropping. So they get some positioning, but the scoreline reflects difference. It's all about the lead that they have built. 108 to 58, 50 points and counting. A big win from Hayes inside of the pool hall. Gamer able to shut down one, looking for a second over the bar, not able to work. The utility cleans them up. And breaking on in is Stiff Scandinavians. They're able to lock it down, and two more will fall. And they've been able to hold down the majority of opening time. 36 seconds to fight over, but they're looking pretty good to kick this one off.
You're not really upset about this at the moment if you're Killabees. You've contested a significant amount of time here. The only thing that hasn't turned up to make a bad situation into a good one is that you haven't won the gunfights in the hill itself. So we have 20 seconds left. You're going to see Killabees spawning right over towards that third hard point. They're going to have to give up this scrap time most likely, unless Christie wants to make a 1v1 occur for that back 10 seconds, which he's flirting with. But he very well might get put into the friend zone. And yep, that's indeed the case. He will get put down. And now all of a sudden, the Stiff Scandinavians, not only are they within shouting distance of tying this game up, they also have a 50-50 battle for the fifth hard point. But unfortunately, they don't win the gunfights, as there will be three straight down. Killabees in a position to get the early time on our cafe.
Sam was on a 7 streak, CR was on 4, so they shut them down. Not only that, they took control of the hill, but back in full. Killabees able to maintain possession as they have mid-map control. It's absolute chaos inside. The retaining of the time will go Stiff. They're able to get their way in, find a couple of kills off the back of CRs. Looks like for the moment things will slow down just barely. Still 20 or so seconds until that rotation will come out. Another massive win. CR has been absolutely phenomenal. Kick this game off 10-8 on another spree, make it 3. We'll see if he can tally it in. They're going to rotate back P1, but up and early it's Killabees with their early hold. They're willing to give up those last 15 or so seconds as they look to hold off strong under arches.
Here's the big decider here. Last two hard points between our fourth and our fifth. The slaying has made a massive impact for the stiff Scandinavians. Killer Bees just not doing enough to find the trades or convincingly have numbers to influence these contest moments of these last two hard points. So now as we get to our second rotation, we've got the stiff Scandinavians with early time, plus they currently are mostly on the correct side of the map, setting themselves up for what eventually will be a second hard point spawn. And as a couple more kills come through, the same has bode true. That was fourth and fifth that was decided by the slaying. Well, so far the first and potential second might just leave that as well. The stiff Scandinavians growing a bit of a lead, up by 33.
Matthews being a bit of a distraction at top apartments, able to dip and dive, able to find one as well. He gets himself inside of the hill, so he'll lock down a couple of seconds. That blue pressure favoring Killabees, a team kill, but still they lock it down in the back. Drunks has to win the gunfight, not able to do so. And while they do spawn out, it's stiff Scandinavians who have that long rotation over. They weren't able to get an opening break, but you have to start wondering about those backside spawns. We're talking about the top of the map, most importantly, rip side. And it looks like Papa does get spawned out there. So they're going to have a couple of opportunities to break this, Alan. But the biggest question, again, is how long can they maintain this lead? This is a bit of a money hill if they can lock it down. But to Killabees' credit, they've been able to win a couple of fronts on the outside. But a break comes in, and that's 3 massive, massive kills that they're going to hold down 40 or so seconds.
Well, Calero does his job. He finds himself a double. It's going to be enough space to allow the reinforcements to come through. Gamer and Adrian with 2 more. So I was just about to say, this is feeling a bit like deja vu, where Killabees, they have the initial setup for a money hill. They don't fully convincingly hold it, but before I had a chance to say, they correct their mistakes. They get a nice double from Calero. They get enough space to get back in. And on the final 20 seconds, will go the way of Killabees. So we're dealing with about a 20-point lead when everything is going to be said and done, going from the second to the third hard point in favor of the stiff Scandinavians. They're holding on to the middle of the map. They've got the initial setup for the third hard point. And once again, it's going to be tapped with Killabees trying to find a way to break. They've done well to get through the middle of the map so far, but this is not going to be a concentrated hit. They've got to win a couple of individual gunfights.
And it was the spawns. It was the spawns at mid-map for stiff Scandinavians. They had 2 in the back. Sam has to go big. They actually lose it. And with that happening, well, they will survive for the moment, as it looked like they were going to get punished by being a little bit too over-aggressive and getting caught in transition. They get the close spawn in the back, so now they can funnel in 1 in the hard point, 3 red in the kill feed. Killabees trying to work their way in. We saw this last time as well. It was hazmat control for stiff Scandinavians. They eventually gave it up, and they lost the rotation on top of it. But the flurry of kills from Killabees has really opened this one up. Both teams vying for position in the point, still controlling the time. 2 will flood in. It's Ciara with a double. That's massive. 17 seconds still to fight over, but now you're wondering about rotation. They can't win it here. If you're Killabees, you have to worry about mid-map. They have to start finding kills.
They're doing well. They're zoning away for some exits from the third hard point. It's not a full spawn trap that you maybe necessarily want, but you're doing well to make sure that the rotation will be a little bit more delayed for the stiff Scandinavians. And now as a couple of gunfights come through from the AR line of Killabees, they will hold that off for a little while longer. So Adrian Monk is going to sit here. He's going to have a nice time, just kind of wait for, his teammates to give the calls as far as where are they hitting from, of which the stiff Scandinavians are actually taking a very long route, making their play through the river walk, 4 go down in the kill feed. So they're going to have an attempt to try to break this, but you have to be perfect still. This has to be a perfect hold from Killabees, and here comes the attempt, all of it flooding from the back. And Adrian doesn't know what to look at, the front, the back, the side. It's coming from every single angle, and stiff Scandinavians, they won't just contest, they will find a moment of break. This comes down to Killabees. Can you make sure you don't lose the game here and win the rotation to the 5th to extend this game a little while longer? But I say that in the AR line for the stiff Scandinavians wake up, they win kills. Now they're in a great spot to potentially win the game, not just here, but definitely on the opening time of the 5th hard point.
Well, they bullied their way in for about, 8 or so seconds. That's enough to be a nail in the coffin. Now we're looking at rotation. Who's going to be there? Well, it's all the stiff Scandinavians at mid-map. They're all flooding in. 3 kills will lock it down. Calero in the back. We'll see what he's able to do. As he's just trying to buy himself some time for reinforcements. 2 players will funnel in, and they'll hold down the opening seconds, but this is all on the shoulders of stiff Scandinavians. This is where the team push comes in. They've walked their way in, and they've bullied themselves into a couple of gunfights. That's 2 more. They'll light up the kill feed. An accidental team kill could have spelled disaster. They're able to stay alive for the moment. Reinforcements are in. But hold on a second. Killabees, they get a couple of kills. They're opening this one up. I don't think they can win it here, but oh, it's going to be close.
It's going to be risky to let it go. They feel like they need to contest maybe for an extra second. Watch on your minimap. Number 3 is Sam Baldi. He is popping off right now, 34 and 15. He's on the back. He's going to be a nuisance. It's going to allow the Scandinavians to free rotate into the first hard point and zone things away. Killabees cannot win here. There was just enough of a contest, so it's going to come down to who wins the initial gunfights. There just aren't enough numbers here for Killabees, you feel like, and Papa Yelzy, he'll watch everything down from the billiards alley. He'll take down 249. There's 250, and stiff Scandinavians too close for comfort, but they'll extend the series to a 5th map.
Wow, when their backs are against the wall, they know what they have to do. They knew, like I said, it is do or die, and so they decided, we're not gonna die just yet. You both said the series was going to go the distance, and gone the distance it has. I first want to ask about those strong predictions. I'm not saying you guys were wrong when you predicted that the Scandinavians would be able to take this second hard point. Obviously they did, but is it fair to say that that was a little bit more close of a scoreline than each of you was predicting? Alan, I'll start with you.
Hard to really say yes or no, because there was that moment really up until the 3rd to 4th hard point where it was, what, a 70-point game, and you thought stiff Scandinavians were just going to run away with it, and it really came down to what happened before that. All of the slaying power that came through for the stiff Scandinavians broke up that, again, handshake of you take 40, we'll take 40, you take 40. As soon as we got to that 4th and 5th hard point, the slaying gave them their lead. The problem was the rotations got a little bit sloppy on the back end, maybe taking their foot off the gas just a touch when it came down to making sure we're zoning across the middle of the map, and allowed an opportunity for Killabees to, once again, like they did in Gunrunner, do exactly what they needed to extend that map to the distance. They had that really good opportunity, just unfortunately they were a touch late to that first rotation, mostly because they had to fight for every last second on that 5th hard point, or they would have lost the game there. And well, that gap that we were talking about was just enough for the stiff Scandinavians to make that luxurious decision of saying, let's just win the game on P1.
That luxurious decision. Well,
Very
Sean,
luxurious.
what are your thoughts? Do you agree with Alan? Was that match closer than you were expecting?
Yeah, honestly, it kind of was. Like, Alan said it best, right? You'll take 40, I'll take 40. It bounces back and forth. And the question for me coming into this, and I think Alan shares the same sentiment, was when are the going to wake up for stiff Scandinavians? When are they actually going to show up on the map? They did it there. And to Killabees' credit, they were able to hang with them up until about the last 2 or 3 hills. But there was a couple of instances where Stiff was on the rotation early. They were able to lock down 10, 15 seconds of hill time, and they got it broke. And they lost the early hill time. They lost that late game, and then they lost rotation as well. So there was some questionable decisions and some questionable gunfights that they should have won. In that case, I guess, yes, it was a lot closer. But at the end of the day, again, we kind of expected the SMGs to wake up. And if that's the case, this team looks very, very good. So I'm not surprised at all that it's going to a game 5.
Well, the last time we headed to a break, we were also on a tie 1-1, and now that score has doubled. We're on a tie 2-2. So when we return, we will have the more important of the tiebreakers and find out who will take the next map. And with it, the whole series, will it be the Killabees or the stiff Scandinavians? Stay tuned. We'll find out after this. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers. This is the last chance to find out which teams will be present in the Challengers Finals coming up in a couple of weeks. If you're just joining us, we are right in the middle of the action. I know I said that last time we came back from the commercial break, but the action has actually stepped up since then, as we are now 2 versus 2 in terms of Killer Bees versus the Stiff Scandinavians, 2 maps apiece. So this next map is going to be the final tiebreaker. And one point that I want to kind of circle back around to and just really make sure we touch on once again that Alan, you brought up before, is that by Challenger points, the Killer Bees were ranked number 33 and the Stiff Scandinavians were ranked number 1. So I just feel like that needs to be talked about a little bit more. What does that mean heading into this final map? Like, what does it mean for the Stiff Scandinavians if they fall to a team that is not necessarily so much worse than them, but just has so many fewer challengers points, I'll say?
I think the big thing here is it's hard for us to fully track the history of some of these squads because, you know, the folks at COD Gamepedia do a great job at making sure they track the top 32 squads. But for the most part, these teams haven't necessarily finished in the top 32. So this is, again, not just the first look for us at these guys, but this could be a first look at each other playing once again against one another. As typically, if you're seed this low, you're likely going to be playing up against some of the big dogs at this part of the competition. So there's a lot to kind of be taken away from that when it comes to you're not really able to prepare, and who knows, it could be a couple of roster swaps that have come together. But the big thing on the line is, as the number 1 seed coming through, your mentality into the LCQ has to be very confident. Oh, we can absolutely finish top 8 and get right into the amateur final. And now all of a sudden you're being a bit surprised by the number 33 seed that no one probably expected to get to this point, going to a game 5 versus the quote-unquote favored squad. Yeah, you could be having some second guesses, and that turmoil could be the end of your run as we're from the single elimination portion of this bracket.
Yeah, sudden death. There's basically no room for mistakes. So, Sean, after looking at everything that's happened and heading into the final map, it's going to be another SND, and especially when we look back and compare it to how the first SND in this series went with the Scandinavians going up 3 rounds in a row. They had a pretty strong start, and then the Killer Bees just, you know, destroyed them. Took the 6 rounds in a row for the victory. Sean, are we going to see that same thing happen here?
Oh, Jess, I don't know why you do this to me. You love making me say horrible things, but it's Piccadilly. Here's the problem that I see now. Game 2, it was St. Petro, right? Like, the SMGs went big. There was a couple of key gunfights that allowed Killer Bees to kind of spread the game out. Piccadilly's not that case. The ARs for Killer Bees have to go huge. Like, they have to be able to step up and match the Scandinavians. And I think that's really where I see this series going. If they can't do that, oh, Alan, I'm worried, man. I think this could be a very, very quick S&D.
I was hoping we were going to get a Piccadilly because I want to see the snipe off continue between Drunks and Hayes, and we will get it off the bat. Drunks for first blood. A couple of counter nades will be tossed his direction, but he stays safe. Numbers advantage for Killer Bees' first attacking approach. Looks like it's going to be heading over to A. With a little bit of consideration of Gamer watching the flank, but it just comes down to the big problem. Like you mentioned, SMGs have a little bit more of a difficult time finding full value on this map. How are you going to open up to get this approach today? What's the execute call going to look like?
Cheeky little tag. So they're going to wait for a player to cross over, going to work his way towards the top buses. I believe Monk does find another. So Mathias will be taken out of the play. Sam picks up 1. You have to worry about his positioning as well. The collapse comes in. He gets sniped in the process, but now make it a 3v2. Papa and CR left last alive. Calero is your bomb carrier, and the biggest issue right now is getting that bomb down without getting spotted. He might have just done it, actually. Timing might work out in his favor, but I believe I heard a smoke. Yep, so the site's crossed off. We'll see if he's able to stay alive. He gets the smoke, but gets taken down. Monk, 1v1. CR, easy peasy, diffuse. Round 1.
3 kills for CR. I winced for a second there because you saw Sam top shoe shop. He was holding out of that Semtex. He's responsible for making sure the bomb doesn't get planted at A. But as soon as you give away your position, you find that first, so you can't double peek it because you will get sniped, and that was the case. Fortunately, CR was able to come over from what was the B site, rotate through the middle of the map, and get a couple of big picks to make sure the post plant setup never fully got established. I'm surprised he gets that kill in the smoke, to be completely candid with you. I thought for sure Calero was going to get away with his life, but not the case. And those 2 picks in the back end of the round were just enough to get Stiff Scandinavians the bounce back from what was the downfall of that opening snipe, which did tilt in favor of Drunks. It's the game inside the game, sniper v sniper. Imagine we're probably going to get that every single round, so I'm just excited to see who turns up in the kill feed first.
It's a dead halt across the board for Killa as they have spread the field, but no one moving up. The furthest player, of course, is Matthias. He is able to lock down 1 position called out, trades there, so back to 4s we go. Bomb has yet to move its way towards A. They know that Chris is somewhere up in that top position. The biggest question now is, will he peek and will they find him? 3 in the back, B controlled. It's basically all the pressure right now on Stiff Scandinavians to make a play. Drunks does take down Hayes, so there's your frontline SMG out of the equation.
This is tough. The sniper down. Chris is going to give away his position up top. CR has to once again pop off and find a couple of kills here. He's got a smoke to play with. Dead Silence is almost ready. Here goes the smoke. This is going to be the execute bomb. Moving forward, Sam's going to likely be able to get this down as there's no nade in hand for Chris. He'll stun check. He'll see 1, tries to spam. Not going to find a kill. So now a post plant setup 3v4. This is still very doable, but I was about to say, watch out for Drunks. He's scoping through the middle of the map. He's able to find Papa Fieldsy over towards the subway entrance, and now CR again with Dead Silence has to make a massive play. He'll find 1 for a trade, and he's able to elude the player trying to chase him down. This is still doable 2v2.
Oh my God. Gamer was at top scaffolding. He just got a bad timing. He wasn't able to spot CR on the other side. Sam wins 2 big gunfights, back to 1v1. CR down. Sam the last alive. Gamer can't escape. A massive, massive round. They were able to dip out of a dangerous situation. The timing was perfect on top scaffolding. He doesn't spot the player, and Sam staying alive for 3 major kills. Oh man, that is a round you want back if you are Killer Bees. Oh my goodness.
That's 2 rounds you want back. I mean, you've got numbers on the post plant essentially twice through. And you're getting a lot of value. Again, this has been the game inside the game. Sniper v Sniper. Drunks is currently 2-0 versus Hayes. Maybe looking for a third. The timing kind of threads the needle between 2 different members, but 4-2 for Killer Bees on the Sniper is good news for you, but you've got to be able to follow up. This time, Calero tries for a cheeky initial plant. That gets shut down for Matthias, and it's going to be really on Drunks to see if he can find a counter pick. He gets caught backside of the scaffold, and now Stiff Scandinavians looking at their most comfortable round thus far through our first 3 rounds.
Yeah, and that sniper's out of the equation now, so easiest play is just trade him out. You got numbers, no one's dropped yet. Spread the field, they've done it. Bomb down at A. It's shallow A as well. So you have an easy line of sight, no problem. They know Sam's up there. Just again, when's the peak to come in? Chris's position is now known. And another one will drop, make it 2. Last alive. There's so much to do, but none to work with.
Yeah.
Bombs down. Allen again. This looks like we're going up 3-0 to Scandinavians in the lead.
Yeah, no chance Chris is able to clutch this one up. There's too many power positions being held. And for a moment there, again, I'm just, Sam, brother, keep your head down. You don't need to peek, man. Every time he goes to that peak topside shoe, you think he might lose his life, but he's got good help this round through. I mean, the bigger thing was the fact that you were able to gun off the sniper with an AR at distance, which is not something you typically think would happen, considering that Drunks has been hitting almost everything he's been shooting at thus far. But a 3-0 start, I'm just going to sit here and say it, Sean. We've seen this story before. It was a 3-0 start from Petro from the Stiff Scandinavian. So we'll see what the bounce back this time around looks like for Killabees.
It's nice you can work your way back around, right? We've seen this before.
Full circle, brother.
The only thing that's different now, again, is just the lines of sight have changed, and the timing's been great. Opening trades again favor Scandinavians, but 4-4. One will fall, make that 2 in the feed. Sam is your bomb carrier. They put so much utility over this site, and they haven't been able to break on in, but the trades are there. The kills for Killabees working. 3v2. Bomb carrier Sam. One's in the back, spots him, gets gunned.
No way.
Gamer for 2. Papa, last alive. Not much room to work with either. They know his position. It looks like it'll be the first round. Killabees should be able to put themselves on the board.
Hayes, once again, starting to lose the sniper battle, puts the scope away, pulls out the SMG, tries to hit mid-buses. It doesn't work out. This is starting to feel way too familiar. We've seen this play once before. And well, sometimes the sequels are better than the initial iterations of some of these films. But well, I'll tell you, if we see another 6 straight rounds for Killer Bees, I don't know if I'll be going to finish off this trilogy if we have a chance to see a third matchup between these squads at a future date. Well, here we go. Stiff Scandinavians, what do you do to try to bounce back? Because so far, Drunks has dominated the sniper. How about this? A different look. Killer Bees, they're going to aggressively hit towards B. Drunks has put the scope away in favor of the MP5. Adrian will fall. CR mid-map has dealt with 2 members. And all of a sudden, the bomb's going to be surrounded. There's really no chance that Killer Bees work way out of this situation.
Oh, no. They invested so much just to get that far, and for it to collapse like this, you put the sniper away, and look, hindsight's 2020. It's easy for us to see the players on the screen, but you have to think the sniper's no longer out. You don't have a push off the start. You're not finding info, so what do? You push as a team. You're hoping for trades and site control. You don't get that, and it's so easy on defense to sit back and just watch players funnel in. They're able to pick them up one at a time. CR opens it up with 2 kills. They lock down middle map. I mean, it seemed like it would have worked had it been later in this game, game 5, if the sniper had been put away on both sides. But I think giving up that presence, at least in the backline, Alan, it maybe opened up just a can of worms they weren't ready for.
It was a one-dimensional hit. You smoke, you push. There weren't really enough nades to come through. That player that was sitting in the middle of the map is CR. He doesn't get naded out. He doesn't get stunned up. He's going to do essentially the exact same thing again, as this time he will at least be traded, but the overall kills do favor the Stiff Scandinavians. He's actually seen the glint of the sniper scope just outside the library, so he's not going to take that second peek very wisely as the bomb will be planted behind him successfully and safely. 4v3 situation in favor of the Stiff Scandinavians in the post plant, and more importantly, you've got Hayes who's lurking from the A side to kind of get behind any rotations, of which he'll find one. 4v2 situation looking good for Stiff Scandinavians to find their 5th round, pending a miracle for Killer Bees.
They have so much map presence, it's almost disgusting. Oh, a dangerous challenge. Sam letting him know. Tactical crouch. You'll love to see it at this level. 5-1. Stiff Scandinavians getting absolutely ruthless on the field. And one of the things that stood out in that round real quick was kind of the lockdown towards the lower side of the minimap. I believe it was Matthews who was out there on an island. He takes out 1 player, and the majority of Killer Bees were stuck on site. Couldn't rotate through mid without being spotted. When you give up that much presence at mid map, you're essentially trying to play a one-on-one fight in the bomb site. You have to win those gunfights. From the start of this game, they have not been able to do it. So Stiff Scandinavians, match point, series point, they're looking very, very good, and Drunks has the sniper back out.
Yeah, back to tried and true. Long-range AX-50. Hayes, he's given up the scope, been using the MP5. This time it's the M4. He'll find first blood. Calero's going to be gifted with the kill that literally walks right by him. Hayes, though, able to respond. So we're going to go for kill. 3v3. Information going to be gathered for Stiff Scandinavians that, hey, they're near, if not on the A site. So you're already seeing number 9 in Hayes has made his way back to the middle of the map. He's going to be responsible to make sure that no reinforcements come through, but the threat of the scope is still on the field, and you have to be very cautious as Drunks is still 6-5. He's found a lot of value with this scope. It just comes down to, can you find enough space for Killer Bees to actually get this bomb planted?
I thought with that peek from Hayes, Sam might actually poke his head out and see what's going on. They have to know he's up here. I believe they do. They might try to work right underneath the scaffolding. They're going to get up.
Oh, boy.
They're going to get up. Oh, he elects to jump off.
Angle.
Why? I think someone's on the back line and might be sitting out on an island, but little do they know, with this utility out, the smoke's out as well, they're going to have to start wondering about these lines of sights. One drops. Sam's still up there. Chris has no idea where they are. Bumped down. Spread out for Stiff. Now they have an idea that at least someone has to be up there. Yeah, you're running out. It looks like they should be able to get it down, but Papa's going to be there. That's going to be it. Series done. 6-1. Stiff Scandinavians burn the time. They burn the blaze. Series over. 3-2.
Wow.
What a win.
Yeah, that SND was feeling a little too familiar, as you were saying. What a sequel that was. I'm glad I read that. Different ending than the original, but still worth watching.
Yeah.
So for both of you, looking at those SNDs where the Stiff Scandinavians go up real quick 3-0, and then the Killer Bees take a round. Definitely a different ending, like I said, but what do you think of the way they adjusted, or what was the main difference? What did Scandinavians do differently to ensure that they weren't just writing the same story over again? Sean, I'll start with you.
I think the big thing was they played, and it's going to sound very cliche, but they played to their own beat, right? If you want to look at St. Petro, how that one played out, it was a lot of top apartment control, two, three players there at a time. It was very predictable, and you could tell that they weren't really sure how they wanted to approach the sub fights inside. They weren't sure where their AR should be. The island players weren't really contributing, but on this map, on Piccadilly, they looked comfortable. They looked much more in control of their own pace. They had a couple of opening kills to open up the rounds with first bloods, but they utilized utility. They had power position players like Sam sitting up in that office, and at the end of the day, that's what it's about, having good awareness as a team and being able to execute together. That's what changed between those two games.
And of course, we haven't seen much from these teams, so we can't really make too much of a call on, oh, well, maybe it's, they're just really good at Piccadilly versus really bad at, other maps or what have you. But Alan, what do you think are some kind of contributing factors to why we saw the Scandinavians seemingly adjust and kind of better over the series?
I think Sean hit it perfectly at the top of this map. This 100% based on what we've been able to gather in the immediate history that is this stiff Scandinavian roster plays to all of their strengths. Their sniper rifle gameplay was good in Petro. Their AR gameplay was better. You go to a map where you force your opponent to essentially have to pick up ARs and snipers against you. Unfortunately, Sniper didn't come through this time around, but Hayes makes the very diligent, responsible decision of saying, okay, I'll pick up an AR and SMG. I'll add to the contributing factor, which is our utility coming out. We'll just kind of search for information and we'll play off their setup, and they did so very, very well. I think that even though this went game 5, there were enough contributing factors here for the stiff Scandinavians to show me why they're the #1 seed. And even though there were a couple of tight moments in those hard points and the one bad decision in the domination, overall, I still feel pretty good about this stiff Scandinavian squad moving forward and their chances to potentially make that top 8.
Definitely. I think you said it right in a lot of ways there, and I'm so glad you brought up Hayes because we are going to be able to speak with him very shortly. But first, we are going to head to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Here at the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers, we have our European winners already. We'll be speaking to Hayes from the Stiff Scandinavians right after this. Welcome back. It's Instant Reaction brought to you by PlayStation. So we have just seen Stiff Scandinavians take down the Killbees in a 3-2 fashion. So here with me, I have Hayes from the Stiff Scandinavians to talk a little bit more about that match. So first up, Hayes, I wanted to ask you about those 2 search and destroy maps that we saw. And for you, what was the big difference? Why did we see such a dominant victory from you guys for the second S&D as compared to the first?
Piccadilly is 100% our best search and destroy, so when we got into it, I was definitely not super confident going into the last map, but in the first one, like, we went on, like, you know, they kind of figured us out a little bit, and then we didn't really adjust too well, so, like, as I said, we were super confident going into the Piccadilly, but, yeah, we just couldn't figure them out after they adjusted on the map too.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about not having seen a lot of these teams play before is you guys don't really know what to expect. We don't really know what to expect, so that is great to hear. So for you, what's your main takeaway from that entire series?
There's definitely a couple of things we need to brush up in respawn. It can be a little bit tough when the host in Denmark and the host in Spain. I definitely got carried through the respawns with my teammates. I appreciate them for that. But just like a little mistake on the Hackney Yard, giving up the OE kind of just out the map for us, you know what I mean? It's normally a domination really good at. So just a couple of things in the domination to clear up. I think our hardpoint was a lot better than it had been, even with the host. So I mean, yeah, just keep our S&D rolling and fix one the domination, and we'll be good to qualify.
So now you have made it past the single elimination portion of the bracket, so you have like maybe a little bit more breathing room, you have maybe a second chance. So where's your head at? How are you feeling? Where's your confidence at, really, as you head into tomorrow's matches?
Well, I definitely don't plan on going to the losers bracket, but it's nice to stay, you know what I mean? The day one, definitely, you just want to get that out of the way. We knew they were going to be good, so I expected a decent game out of them. Yeah, now we're into elimination. I'm very confident we're going to qualify.
I love the way you said that. We don't plan to go on the losers bracket, but it's nice to know that it's there. So Hayes, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck going forward. And those of you watching at home, we are going to head to another really quick break. And when we return, we'll see some APAC matches. But after this, don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. I'm your host, Gus Brohard, and what we've seen so far is the European winners round 3, where we saw the stiff Scandinavians take down the Killabees in a 3-2 fashion. And while we were on that quick commercial break, we put a little bit of a switcheroo, so you're not going to see the same casting talent alongside me. We are going to swap out Spaceman in favor of Mr. Rondez Fox. Rondez, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. We got a good start to the show so far. It's been exciting to watch the EU teams go at it, and I'm looking forward to hopping into APAC.
Yes, definitely. Speaking of APAC, as you said, that is the next region we're going to see. We're going to be jumping in shortly into the winners round 2, where it's going to be Libelant Vertex versus Bender Boys. And as we've touched on many times so far throughout this broadcast, since these are all amateur teams that we haven't seen too much of because they are not really top placing teams from the previous Challengers Cups, in a lot of ways we don't really know what to expect, so we can't really make too many predictions based on the actual teams. So Alan, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the APAC region in general and why we kind of see, it seems like, the same 6 top teams every time.
There, I think, are different tiers of what the gameplay looks like in APAC. I love the APAC region. I think that considering their circumstances, essentially being caught in their own little continent, well, I guess Australia is not exactly little, but when it comes down to mostly what is Australia and New Zealand, there's just not a wealth of teams to play. You just don't get that opportunity. We've seen that kind of come through multiple times in the past. But the cool thing about this matchup is we have Japan's best COD team coming to play out of Libelant Vertex. I'm not going to lie, Fox. I'm not a biased caster, but I might be a little bit. I am the biggest Libelant Vertex fan outside of Japan. I can guarantee you that right now.
Hey, look, it sounds like you're buying into the hype that they've built up for themselves. I mean, winning those seasonal events in Japan is nothing to ignore. It's awesome to see them come into the competition. I'm looking forward to see what they do this weekend.
Yeah, again, Sitmentio is the character that has all of the Japanese characters, and his names Aba, Gengar, and Axie have been the full 5-man squad for Libelant Vertex all the way through this year, and a good start. First 3 kills come through, and they're spawning on the favorite side for Hack the Yarn. So every single second they gain on this first hard point while holding onto those P2 spawns is going to be a colossal win for the Japanese.
Absolutely, and as you see all 4 or 5 blue arrows swarming into the hard point, they are surrounded by the likes of Bender Boys, but they've been able to maintain control. A 20-second lead, lots of uncontested time, submachine gun kills going in favor of Libelant Vertex, and the Japanese keep pouring it on. Now a triple kill, turning things right on their head from the likes of Maka. And honestly, that was just a really explosive play to turn things around. It was looking pretty grim for them off the start.
Yeah, you want a break, you get a break, and well, Maka, he's got a little bit of both weapons to play with, depending on what is the best tool for the job. And as his teammates will funnel in and get a couple of follow-up kills, they will do well to probably take the better part of this last 12 seconds. And how about this? Leisha is actually going to be pulling out the Grawa's second AR with Sitmiento, who's rocking the normal M4. So interesting decisions coming through as far as potential meta conversations, as Leisha will start off 8-2.
Yeah, I love to see the variation. You tend to see that a lot more the further we get away from North America. A lot of creativity. So take a look at the setup right now for Libelant Vertex as they're all set up around Tire Shop. If any of these players fall, you can expect to see them spawn in the very bottom right-hand corner or the top right-hand corner of the map, and that's what makes the job so difficult for Bender Boys. You see, they push in from the bottom, but again, they have another wave of enemies to fight off as they hop into the hard point here.
I will say this much, again, like I'm mentioning with Libelant Vertex, every second you find off P1 while holding the P2 spawns initially is a major success. The same is pretty true for Bender Boys. Every single second that you contest is going to feel like a major victory. Even better when you've got Maka on 6 straight. He'll triple up to take a significant amount of time off the second hard point. Libelant Vertex will kind of recollect themselves and take the scrap time, but we've got essentially a dead even game here. The 10-point gap as we head to our third hard point.
Yep, awesome showing from the side of Bender Boys in the hands of Maka, and on the side of Libelant Vertex, we see Leisha 10-4, just high kill games coming from these submachine gun players right off the rip, and several of those kills from Maka were multi-kills. So of course they're still trailing behind by about 10 seconds. Hardpoint in control of Libelant Vertex as we move over to P3. Smokestack control in favor of the Japanese squad, Libelant Vertex.
Looking good. They get the exit from 2. They've got some time to generate here on the third hard point at Smokestack. Malji will be figured out behind the yellow container. That'll be enough for the kill to come out, but The numbers are even better for Bender Boys. Sentimentio has a very big role to fulfill, as he not only needs to keep his luck, but even better if you can keep Bender Boys out of what will be this fourth hard point in the bottom side of the office. He's going to now make his way up top. He sees one more here, cuts off the rotation nicely, but as soon as he finds the pick, he also gets traded. So 50-50 gunfights happening, and that's been, well, so far, 50-50 scoreboard as well.
I like the patience coming out of the side of the players on Libel and Vertex. You saw player 2 right there was on a 2 streak, played it carefully, hopped up on the roof, and just waited for someone to expose themselves. I think that he played his life very well right there, and it set up the rest of his team to get a bit more hardpoint time, a bit of scrap time. And as we rotate to P4, that's going to be Office. Libel and Vertex finds themselves in the initial point of it again.
Lord trying to make his way around the back. A couple from the front. This would be a great pick if he can find the kill, and he does. So now numbers will start to flood into the hill. Sentimentio does a really nice job to find 2 kills to trade away his life, but it won't be enough to hold on as the full break will come through. Beyond that, take a look down at your mini-map. You've got Bender Boys spawning closer towards P5. So the task here for Libel and Vertex is to break through the home point and push over to the left side of your mini-map. They've done step 1 in this 2-step process, and now as they try to exit, they're trying to fulfill the rest of that manifest destiny.
Pouring into the hard point again, Libel and Vertex still able to maintain control. They're going to be the first team to break 100 points here as we set up for the rotation to the new hard point. Take a look at the left side of your screen, left side of your minimap. Bender Boys already in position and are looking to respond to the Libel and Vertex rotation.
Good hold so far. We'll be looking at about a 40-point lead for Little at Vertex, which very well could be made up very quickly for Bender Boys on this 5th hard point. Nice little zone from north to south, but the kills are not convincing yet. That's 3 in the feed for Libel and Vertex. Here comes the hit. The spawns will be here one more time for Bender Boys. Sentimentio unfortunately finds a team kill, leaving him essentially by himself. And Napa is trying to do what he can to stay alive, but the trades just aren't good enough. So another 50-50 breaks out for the back 30 seconds. Libel and Vertex get the favorable spawns, be able to reinforce more quickly, and it looks like they will be in a great position for a full break and potentially the better part of the scrap time at the back half of this hill.
Yeah, on that push, Libel and Vertex hit the ground running. Their first attempt, they're able to completely wipe Bender Boys, flip spawns, and it's been a lot of that so far this map. I mean, the initial time going to Vertex on almost every hard point except for P5. Top of the list, though, we're back to hard point number 1. A 50-second lead has been mounted by the side of Libel and Vertex. And Bender Boys, they seem to be a bit quiet. 2 players on the side over there approaching double negative for the team.
Yeah, not breaking through 10 kills from Algi and Lord is not great. Gengar also having a bit of a slow start, but it's Anaba who's really kind of taken over this map so far. He's done very well, 24 and 11 with the MP5. One more through the smoke. Why not give it to him? That's the double kill for him. He's got more in front. Shots not good enough for the full transfer, but he does at least trade out his life for one more, leading to an opportunity for Libel and Vertex to put across the middle of the map, still needing to not only take this first hard point, but also see what they can do to try to influence the second point spawns that are going to be coming through in the tire shop.
This hard point is where we've seen Bender Boys be the most competitive so far in this map. They've had a full 90 seconds playing on it at this point, and it's been the submachine guns really lighting things up. They're playing a bit of defense here. The smoke grenades come in, though, and you see just how disruptive it is. Again, Libel and Vertex comes through 4 and 5 kills, taking them out, and the scrap time goes to them, but it's all about P2 now. Look at where the Bender Boys are at. They got a great line of defense for their hard point player.
Fully stacked up. You have to get these couple of opening kills convincingly if you're Libel and Vertex. They do find a 2-for-1, make it a 3-for-1 trade. Here comes the flood. 4 members in blue making their way across the gate. Lord has to find a double, and he does. That will alleviate some of the pressure, and Naba tries to make a heroic play to keep the push alive, but unfortunately cut down touch too short, and as Bender Boys spawn up, they will not just find themselves a hold. They'll start to push back up to what looked to be their initial setup from before.
Sizzle, a little bit of a hot hand right now. 3 kills in a row as he stays alive to play around the objective for his team. Excellent angle right here. He's able to find 2 more kills to his name. He's unstoppable at the moment as his team is able to claw their way right back into this game. Only a few seconds separate us from a tied-up match here. It looked like it was all Libel and Vertex for quite some time, but Bender Boys, they used that P2 hardpoint and were able to put themselves right back into a good position.
The problem here for Libel and Vertex is not only do you not contest any time on P2, you actually don't zone away the exit kills. So Bender Boys have now been allowed to make their way up the middle of the map and over towards the warehouse a touch. So this is going to be a potential quick hit for Bender Boys off the exit, going from 2 to 3. but they need to still find a couple of kills to convincingly take away these positions from Libel and Vertex, and it just has not come true so far. So 175 to 175, Libel and Vertex lose their member on the OBJ, and as Malji comes through, he will make that continues to be the case, and this tie will extend just a touch longer.
Wow, so not only did Libel and Vertex lose their player on the hard point right there, they had no one to follow him up, and they lost the kills on the gunfights on middle map. You see the kills coming in for Bender Boys, the hard point lighting up red, the kill feed as well, that's 4 in a row. It all fell apart when that hard point player died.
Now it's up to Libel and Vertex. They will take care of the player existing on the old hill, but the big push is actually coming from the parking lot up north as they try to work their way in for the 4th hard point. A couple of good gunfight wins will allow them to set themselves up for the initial time here in office. 192 to 1 to the tally. Inaba continuing his hot streak, able to go to 34-21 before he's fallen. And actually the spawns for Libel and Vertex not in a great position, down by the warehouse. This is a tough rotation to get over to the 4th hard point. Bet Boys will have the numbers to break through, and if they can just win the gunfights, they should break the hill. And of course, as soon as I call out the potential possibility, they make it come into a reality. That's a full break. Now past the 200 point mark are the Bender Boys.
Max alive, they're in control of the hard point. That's been a pretty great recipe for success for them so far this map, but as 3 players fall, Libel and Vertex is able to break right through for close towards the for the final 30 seconds. We see Lord with a triple kill. That does not flip control of the hard point, though. You need to get in there for that objective as Libel and Vertex is about to tie it up.
Well, they're full focusing on the old time, so there will be a lead for the moment for Libel and Vertex, but they are left on the outside of this rotation looking in. They were able to break this on their first attempt before. Looks like the setup will be a little bit of a split hit. A couple members over from the top side of L, and where did that random teammate just come through? That was topside smokestack. You thought it might open up an opportunity, and maybe it has, but Lord finds one. The trade is there, and the spawns will be right back on top of this camper over towards the bottom side of the 5th hard point, and the Bender Boys have held on. They could still absolutely win it here.
Look at this angle that Miles is able to hold with the M4. Long lines of sight, and he's got so much cover to work with. He can play multiple lanes at once without revealing himself. And you see how hard it is for them to get through. He's able to pop some more shots off on them before they can even respond.
Malji is just such a big position for him to be in. 24 seconds, Libel and Vertex spawning all the way out. These are desperation hits that are coming from the north, and it's going to continue to be the case now from the warehouse side. You saw the red arrows are turning around to deal with it. 245 to 219. Maka finds a triple, 5 straight to shut down the push, and Bender Boys will take map 1 on Hackyard, 250 to 219.
Wow. So, Alan, unfortunately, your favorite team, the best team in Japan, not able to pull it off. But what do you think? What's your takeaway, Alan?
Look, Hackyard's a wild card, my friends. As much as it hurts me to say that Libel and Vertex got beat on that map pretty heavily, there are still some good moments, I think, for both teams. You know, I will sit on the middle of the fence here. We saw both ARs having a great time throughout this one. Malaysia finishes at an even 29 and 29. Aka finishes at 35 and 23. It was Inaba that really, though, for Libel and Vertex was trying to do it all. And unfortunately, he just didn't have the full help that he needed. Sit Mientio, the player that has the Japanese characters for all of you out there wondering who that is, he was at one point in time the main AR for this roster, and it's not atypical to assimilate strange strategies with the Japanese. He was actually running an AK for the majority of the years, or for the majority of the year, rather, I should say. Definitely not a weapon we typically see anywhere else, but looks like there has been a bit of a role swap as far as what role he's playing, and unfortunately this time around he doesn't find enough favor to really help Inaba get that SMG presence online. It was just the quickness, I think, overall that kind of dictated this map for me when it came down to the Bender Boys specifically, kind of getting an edge in that tempo.
And then Rondez, for you, kind of similar question. What was your takeaway, and especially taking into account Inaba's standout performance that just was not enough for Libel and Vertex? What kind of impact do you think that Inaba's performance had?
It definitely kept them in the game. We saw time and time again when they got that initial time, they were able to hold so much. But if Maka was alive, this team was taking over. We saw just how much damage you could do with not just the MP5, but also M4s. He pick up off of the ground, whole lot of damage done, and they were able to claw it back into that game.
Well, we are here heading into the second map of this series. Of course, Bender Boys are up 1. Libel and Vertex, Alan's favorite Japanese team. Maybe they can pull it back around. I'm not sure. Alan, predictions here?
Hey, these guys just won 2 million yen at the Summer Cup. Anything can happen. they're not just my favorite Japanese team. This is my favorite team, I think, period, in Call of Duty. I'll say it. I'll go out there. I love these guys, man. And it was one of the things that, like, the Japanese COD region just won me over when they had their final LAN last year. It was the most pop-off experience I was able to watch kind of online. It's definitely hard not to love these guys. We'll see what they're able to do, though. Again, facing a 1-0 map deficit, going to an Arklov Peak search and destroy. Little and Vertex will start off in the defense, but how about this? The Bender Boys, early smoke, looking to take control of the trench here off the go.
Yeah, and you take a look on the other side of this wall. This Liberal Vertex player here does not want to face 5 different Bender Boys players who are just waiting for him to expose even an inch of his body from beyond this rock. Shut down instantly. As you can see, they were ready and waiting for it. Jim's mowing with the M4 for the first blood.
Glacia sniping, we'll find one. How about this double sniper setup for Libel and Vertex? It actually was also going to be pulling out the AX-50, and that's barely all you need. You find 3 kills by one scope. It's Malji with the bomb in a really tough position. He's realizing that I really can't hit this from the side. How about the trade away from the back? It's Inaba. And well, it's down to Maka for what is a 1v3. He would need to get 4 kills in total to win the round. He's only got 23 seconds, and he's your trophy player, so no chance for the dead silence. But okay, hold your forces for a second. He finds one immediate trade underneath the sniper, but it's the 50 GS that comes out, able to be there for the trade as a little bit Vertex take the first round.
Double sniper setup. How about it? You hate to see 3/5 of your team fall just that quickly. You know, they don't really give you a whole lot of time to respond when you die in 1 bullet.
Not at all. It's just so strange, man. I mean, the only time I think I've ever seen a Challengers team or really a competitive COD team pull out 2 scopes was way back in the day when I believe it was Wester that used it, where they had one dedicated long-range scope and Glowfrosty pulled out an AX-50 with an ACOG on it. Is so weird to see, but it worked out for them for a time. So we'll see how long Little and Vertex trust the double sniper setup, or is it just a one-trick defensive break-off that they try to work with? Leisure with the bomb now making his way forward aggressively with the rest of the Little and Vertex members, and they've got to look at this bomb. Certainly Lord cannot respond to it. There is at least a trade. Leisure trying to force the red dot chase. A little shaky, but he's got some help, and now a numbers advantage for Little and Vertex as they try to plan it A.
Bomb looks like it's going to go down here. As Leisha should be able to... Oh, nope. Leisha is actually opting to move and hunt down Sizzle. They're able to do just that. This should open up the opportunity to drop that bomb down, as the last remaining player is going to be Mal. 0-1, not putting a kill up on the board just yet in this game. 3 players on just around the corner. There's not a whole lot that he can do here in this moment.
You got to smoke someone off the head that immediately respond to a second. Not going to get a chance to do one or either of those 2 things. So a good start for Little and Vertex. We saw a very passive defensive setup, double sniper, again, kind of strange. And then on their first attacking approach, it's just essentially a dead smoke hit through trench, and you just overwhelm the members that are directly on the A site. So good stuff here for Little and Vertex thus far. See how the Bender Boys decide to respond. And what other tricks does this Japanese squad have when it comes to their defensive setups? The double sniper.
I don't know, but I'm looking forward to it. Like, I love seeing creativity like that, especially when it pays off. I get like Maven levels of just belligerent excitement when it happens. You know what I mean? So here we go. Leisure again, looking down sight with the sniper rifle. Not going to see a whole lot of action. The rest of it is in the hand of Axie, who finds the opening kill, only to be traded by Sizzle.
Gengar up top, in a position to maybe read if this hit continues to come over to B. Understands there's someone down below. Good team nade coming out from Leisure, really from the opposite side, actually. This is the angle that he was holding right outside the A site. So good Semtex placement. Big numbers advantage 4v3. Nice shot from Leisure as well. Borderline on quickscope levels of PogChamp for sure, but as we've got ourselves a 2v4 coming through. Malji still has the bomb and has dealt with Gengar up top. So maybe an opportunity to still hit over towards this B site.
Deathless is Leisha on the side of Liberal and Vertex with the sniper in hand. A 2-kill streak with 2 teammates to support him in this 3 versus 2. The bomb carrier Maul on the side of Bender Boys has probably the toughest opponents alive on the battlefield at the moment. He's able to connect with 1 kill and tie things up, but the trade comes in as you can see the positioning. Stellar on the side of Liberal and Vertex as they close it out 3-0 so far.
Sniper rifle gameplay, massive for Leisha and Little and Vertex. He's flawless thus far. Another impressive shot, able to connect for the final kill as we see it from his POV to close out round number 3. A perfect start, 3-0 so far. Little and Vertex looking to make it a 4th. And I guess it's the big thing here is, do Bender Boys have a response at long range to these scopes? Because you really feel like you cannot allow Asia to continue to hit these shots. If he's got a hot hand like he currently does, 7 kills in 3 rounds, all of it by way of sniper plus 1 deagle kill, you have to face up to it, 1v1 him, take him down, or completely avoid the long line of sight. This time it's going to be Little and Vertex with an aggressive play over to B. Maka's in a position to put a trophy down and try to hold his life for as long as possible, but is actually unable to find first blood as the take towards the B house looks good.
Look at this Leisure, fearless. We see him put the sniper away and pick up a submachine gun to come in and plant the bomb at B. His team still in an advantageous situation as they find themselves up 3 versus 2. However, it is Maka and Sizzle alive, and they've been the most disruptive on the side of Bender Boys so far this SND. Doesn't matter. Shut it all down. 4-0 lead, Libelant Vertex.
This very well might go down as one of the fastest Arcloth peaks that I've had a chance to watch in some time. Nice double up here from actually reading the player in the side window. But, you know, it also is to consider that this is a Japanese team playing up against what I assume is a majority of Australian players. That's not exactly the closest distance to one another when it comes to connecting from host to host. So there is some consideration to throw out as far as, you know, who hosted which maps, if you want to really kind of look into it that deeply. But I'm not even going to use that as my main argument because, simply put, Little and Vertex has absolutely outplayed Bender Boys on this map through and through. Take away the host consideration, the fact that your sniper is 8-1 and you've got a follow-up player also at 8-1. I mean, 16 kills in 4 rounds between 2 players is impressive and definitely showing that this team is outplaying Bender Boys for the moment. How about this, though? Sizzle finds first blood and immediately tracks back. So Little and Vertex, be very cautious about what's coming through the trench side here.
Leisure, you see, you gotta love having a player like this on your team that can do so much damage with the sniper and still get his hands dirty with a submachine gun. In other rounds, I thought he was gonna connect with the triple, but no. They finally dropped some water on this man who was on fire for 4 rounds straight. And Libelant Vertex, they only have 2 opponents remaining. Can Maul get the bomb down this round?
And Abba finds 2, clearing out the trench. Aka for 1, the trade instantly there. And I mean, this is one of the most impressive sniper performances we've seen in Call of Duty this year. Leisure's just not missing. I mean, this has got shades of Simp from Arsenal last year. He's hitting everything that crosses in his line of sight. Quick scope, long range, hard scope, doesn't make a difference. Little and Vertex looking completely unmatched when it comes to this current search and destroy. Obviously showcasing that they're well prepared for it. And the Bender Boys, what do you do to try to extend this series? You've got Lord, unfortunately, at 0-5, but this has been Leisha's show.
It absolutely has, but let's take a look through the eyes of Maka, who in both Game 1 and Game 2 has been an excellent threat for the side of Bender Boys. He now finds himself at map point against Libelant Vertex, who looks to tie up the series. Let's see how they answer to it.
2 for 2. Okay, there's a question that we posed earlier answered. Jim Smoing wants to give the AX50 a go. He finds Sitmientio, but Gengar will instantly find the trade. So 2v2 we go. Bomb will get down, but keep an eye on the flank. You've got Makaflaka number 3 on your minimap, who's already cut off the A building. Unfortunately, he doesn't win his gunfight, so now another 2v1. I believe Gengar has some sort of an idea that Malji will be rotating from the B site. How about this? You'll see the weapon. You just spam with your teammates. You get the kills. And that leads to a clean 6-0 for Little and Vertex.
Goodness, you weren't kidding when you said this might be one of the fastest maps that we see, and that was a nice 6-0. Not the first time today we've seen a team take 6 rounds in a row, but this is the first time today we've seen a team take 6 rounds in a row with the other team not taking any. So I would say there was a heck of a comeback from Libelant Vertex to tie up the series. Rundez, we're going to start with you. What did you see out of Libelant Vertex that you really liked here?
Did you see that sniper play? That was ridiculous. These guys were just... They were just doing whatever they wanted, and it was to snipe the enemy team at every opportunity. I mean, Leisure went deathless for so long in that map, and you saw the enemy team started to fall apart after round 3.
And I know they had the double sniper setup, which was a little unorthodox. Alan, can you talk to us about that?
We don't see that ever. It just never happens. And for them to connect for 3/5 of the squad, like Fox was mentioning, off round number 1, if you're facing up against, you go, what in the world did we just play against? And you can see that they're trying different things to match up against that long-range pressure, but it wasn't until the 6th and final round that Jim decided to pull out the sniper of their own. So that was just completely uncounterable. I think it was just, again, ace up the sleeve, if you want to call it, but there were 51 other cards up that sleeve that it looked like Will and Vertex were ready to use.
Yeah, you said we don't see that ever, and yet here we saw it here, and it worked. And honestly, that's why I love these amateur competitions, especially from teams that we haven't seen anything out of before. So very exciting. We are going to head to a quick break. We always seem to head to a break right when we are in the middle of a tie. So of course the scoreline is 1-1, one map each team. We're gonna break that tie when we come back right after this. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and what a day of action it has been. If you are just tuning in, we are here in the APAC region winners round number 2, where we are seeing Libilant Vertex play versus the Bender Boys. Now, just as a little bit of an update, when we last spoke just before that break, the scoreline was tied 1 map each for each team. However, there was a little bit of a technical difficulty with some players DCing, and so basically, long story short, we know that the scoreline for the domination round was 207 to 91 in favor of the Bender Boys. So now Bender Boys are up 2-1 versus Libilant Vertex, and we're going to hop into map 4 very shortly. I am joined by your wonderful casters, I Hold Shift and Rondez Fox. So let's talk a little bit about things moving forward. So we've already seen a hard point out of these guys, and we're about to see another hard point. So taking all that into consideration, first up, Rondez, what are your predictions for this hard point?
I think we're going to see a whole lot of Maka. He's shown that in every map so far in this series, he's going to remain a nuisance, remain a threat, do a lot of damage, and give us a good show. They brought us a very competitive hardpoint, even in the moments where his roster, you know, they were trailing behind Libel and Vertex quite a bit. He was still being disruptive, breaking the hardpoint, and they were able to claw their way back in at the last moment.
And Alan, what are you looking forward to seeing out of each of these teams?
Yeah, Hackney Yard is a tough one to get a full gauge on, right? I mean, it's just a map that can really swing depending on who was able to get that second hard point under lock. And well, I mean, at the end of the day, it was the Bender boys who did a better job on P2 for Hackney Yard throughout that map. So the response coming forward is we're going to be going to a Ramaza. The big thing we brought up in that Hackney Yard was the fact that the Bender boys SMG line were having a day really against the Libel and Vertex team, with the only exception being Inaba. You need to get somebody else going if you're looking at this from Libel and Vertex, because these rotations can be absolutely detrimental if you don't get good lockdowns in the middle of the map once again from your SMG players. So we'll take a look to see what comes through. It's Bender boys from the right side of your mini-map in the red, Libel and Vertex from the favored side over towards the bottom left-hand spawn, and they're going to be able to get first blood on top of that, giving themselves an opportunity to open up this first hard point in their favor.
So first hill going to Libel and Vertex. We see Jim's mowing. He's able to get up the ladder and find himself at least one kill. He's going to need some support. He actually finds the double. I thought that he would get traded out right there, but no. It's going to be the rest of the Bender boys pouring in to assist him, and they get themselves some initial time on the hard point.
You see Anaba's actually pulled up the M4 for the off-the-break strategy for Libel and Vertex, so they might be missing that gun up close and personal. Sitmientio trying to lock things down from bottom construction, making sure they don't at least lose the rotation for the second hard point spawns. They've done a nice job of locking it down, with the only exception being Sizzle. He finds one, has more floating around him, as everyone from Libel and Vertex seems to more be interested in trying to find Sizzle than looking at the hard point. And with that, the Bender boys have actually broken through the middle of the map, and they've got an opportunity as Sizzle finds a nice shot up top to break into the second hard point. The kills will lead to a spawn flip, and now things get dangerous early for Libel and Vertex as they stare down the smoking barrel of a 32-19 score, but they don't even have an opportunity to look at the second hard point yet.
Yeah, and this is even scarier because we saw in the first hard point that Bender boys was having trouble getting the initial time. Now, not only do they have the initial time, they have the hot hand, they have the 30-second lead, and Libel and Vertex is working off their back foot. Let's see what they do with it.
Trying to push through the back is number 9 of Inaba. Once again, trying to be the hero for Libel and Vertex and just come through. The rest of his teammates flooding from the front. And well, we talked about how Maka Flocka, he can essentially take down a shutdown and all by his lonesome. He's now 7-1, 5 straight, as we're going to be looking to have a very detrimental opening scoreline here. Bender boys are going to be threatening the 100-point mark in our third hard point.
That they are, and we see all of that time, so much of it uncontested, going to Bender boys as they mount a colossal lead off the start of this game. Moving over to point number 3, though, we got the barbershop you see on your mini-map, closest ones to the action. Libel and Vertex as Bender boys, they're still pretty far out, so winning this first wave of engagements should be pretty simple for the side of Vertex. They still need to get somebody on the hill, though.
It's all about what happens in the middle of the cafe at the moment. You've got 6 man blocking things down over here by the BS&D site. Gets absolutely smoked, though, by Jibs Mowing, who responds absolutely off of a gut check reaction. Still now trying to wiggle his way forward. Will be cut out, but Bender boys have an opportunity to hit now from the rug shop side. But just as they're about to threaten the hill itself, it's a clean kill feed for Libel and Vertex. Inaba, who's made the swap from the MP5 apparently over to the M4, looking really solid as he continues to slay. That's 4 in a row, and Libel and Vertex will hold on likely to the back part of this hard point of hill number 3.
You see a lot of team shooting there coming out of the side of Libel and Vertex through the hands of Inaba and Leisha. That's going to put them both 4 and 5 kill streaks respectively. So you got to wonder, are they going to be able to mount this there to get this tie and rotate all the way to the other side of the map for the new hard point? The fight at the moment is going to be between the Bender boys as they get that rotation started.
This is a perfect rotation for Libel and Vertex. You continue to pop up favorably in the kill feed. You've gone from a very tough egg from 3, getting into the initial time at 4. Now you're spawning out still, but you've got numbers to contest, and it's a Nava who's apparently picked up an MP5 off the ground. Him and Gengar in a 2v multiple situation, looking solid. Gengar feeling frisky, wants to take the ego challenge. Why not when you're shooting like that? Good help coming through as Leja will clean up the last contestant, and the first 30 seconds of this hard point will turn up in favor of Libel and Vertex.
Yep, Libel and Vertex finds themselves in instruction and they build themselves a lead. 5 seconds separate these two teams, and Thunder Boys make the effort of their next push. They're still in the defensive positioning of Libel and Vertex, who has the advantageous spawns for this last bit of time. So as they spawn out, look to see these guys make their move toward hardpoint number 5, the bottom right-hand corner that's ruined. And it looks like Bender Boys, they actually don't have a strong positioning on it yet. They're still being disrupted by the early rotation from Libel and Vertex players.
The understanding of the middle of the map of importance from Libel and Vertex has been supreme so far. They've done a really nice job of mostly controlling the majority of time in the cafe as well as in the rug shop. So now as they start to posture for this hit, 1v1 win for Sitmientio from the top side of rug shop over to the cafe, that's going to lead to an opportunity for Libel and Vertex to essentially flood from the front. Here comes the hit, 2 from the side door, 2 from the front. Kills are decent for the contest, but not enough for a full break. Anaba, the last one left alive, has to wait for his teammates, and as soon as they get here to help, he jumps into the hard point. But still, it's Bender Boys who are able to hold on really just again by the skin of their teeth. Nice double up here for Sizzle as he starts to look for the rotation to get back over to the first hard point.
You said it perfectly. By the skin of their teeth, that whole hard point was a dogfight, and it represents the same way in the score. Very close game, only a 10-second lead by Libel and Vertex, but the pressure has not been let up by the side of Bender Boys. They're still fighting for that scrap time, and hard point number 5, we're going to be rotating back over to Bridge for the top of the list.
Break from Bender Boys to make their way through the rug shop. There's only one more player to deal with, the Hitman, who finds himself 2. He's 16 and 11, looking for a third. These shots are tough. He's gonna make his way into the hard point. There's number 3, trying to stay alive. Not enough ammo to make the 4th kill come out as Maka will deal with him. And this is where Bender Boys really found the majority of their time. From P1 to P2, this is where they looked best. And down 10 points, you're hoping for the same, but the numbers are not in your favor. Libel and Vertex once again flooding from the rug shop side. Will get on to contest a little while longer, and the trades are good. Libel and Vertex looking to lock down the last 25 seconds of our first hard point.
So scrappy. The competition is fierce right now. Libel and Vertex are looking to build themselves a much bigger lead off of this bridge hard point than I expected. And as we rotate from P1 to P2, we see the Bender Boys. They're already set up again. We saw the first time that we were in this hard point, they got nearly full 60 seconds of uncontested time. Can they do it again?
Oh, you asked the question, and well, the answer is looking pretty convincingly like a yes so far, Rondez. Good kills coming through the middle of the map. Lord able to follow up as he was on a bit of a spree. Eventually shut down, but this is a good bit of time for the Bender Boys. It's going to force Libel Vertex to now spawn from the BS&D point and full flood from the bottom. And I'm not gonna lie, the ants go marching one by one, and that's been the challenges so far. Bender Boys able to deal with it for the most part off this initial hit. One more opportunity for Libel and Vertex. It's coming once again from the front. They make their way onto the hard point. Jim in a position to lock things down. He'll find 2, and that should be likely the majority of scrap time going the way of the Bender Boys, who have fully reinforced the hill.
Yeah, that was, again, a really easy hold from the side of Bender Boys. Once again, they've shown their dominance on P2, and it feels like this hard point alone is what's keeping them in the game. A full 60 seconds the first time, what feels like 45 to 50 seconds this time. They have themselves in the lead and get to P3.
Middle of the map, a little bit more contested this time, though. The Bender Boys definitely making some good adjustments when it comes to the pace and the tempo. They don't convincingly win the gunfight, but Maka's actually worked his way into the tunnel, and if he can find a way around the back, it's going to make the spawns for Libel and Vertex really interesting. He wins a 1v1 for the hill. His teammates clean up in the front. That is not just a hard point break. That's also a spawn flip. Big moment here for the Bender Boys as they take the lead.
Shift, what did I tell you about Maka? What did I tell you about Maka? This submachine gun player is hot right now. He's keeping his team in the game, as well as Jim's Moming on a 5 streak, as now Bender Boys creates another lead change. They find themselves approaching the 200 mark before Libel and Vertex could.
It's big time Zoolander vibes. That Maka so hot right now. as he's got himself another 3 in a row, 25 and 15, plus 10 in the kill death ratio. And how about this? You talked about the adjustments in the tempo. Look who's already on the rotation for P4. It's Bender Boys in position to contest this additional time while they secure the scrap at the barber shop. Libel and Vertex have to be clean on this rotation. If you can convincingly win these gunfights, you're not out of the running yet, but you absolutely need to get yourself set up in construction. And as the kills come in, they'll be able to do just that.
So we saw last time this hardpoint brought us a whole lot of back and forth. It was very scrappy, but so far we've seen Libel and Vertex starting to pull themselves back into this game. As Maul climbs up the ladder though, that should be a big problem for them as he catches them off guard. Firing on one player in the back, connecting with a second. This high ground advantage is proving to be so troublesome for them. And now, just 20 seconds away from closing out the game as Bender Boys. They have enough time to do it on this hardpoint. They're set up for trophy systems, and Axie is looking to make a difference.
Got to get in from the bottom. Good smoke coverage. You've got enough members to possibly get here, but you just have to win the gunfights. Malji in a corner. That's going to lock things up. Everybody from Libel and Vertex spawning all the way out. No one's going to get here in time. And the Japanese champions of COD, who weren't able to secure enough pro points to get their instant bid into the finals, will be eliminated from the potential of making an AM run.
Rip to your hopes and dreams, Alan. Of course, like, this is, yeah, it's a bad day. I mean, this is a single elimination still, so there is no chance for Libel and Vertex. They are not going to be at the finals, but you never know. Bender Boys might, and it's never a bad time, I think, to become a new fan or have a new favorite team. I personally am kind of a fair weather fan. I'm a big fan of whoever's winning. That's my my favorite team is whoever's in first place. So right now, Bender Boys, my favorite team out of APAC. Yes. Yeah, I know.
It's a way to live life.
I'm very loyal is really what I'm getting at. So I know due to a few technical difficulties, we can't entirely break down the whole match, but you know, at the end of the day, what we saw was Bender Boys coming out very, very well in all of the respawn. So Alan, what do you think made them so dominant? Sorry, for my pun. What made them so dominant in the respawn rounds?
It's one of those things that when you look at the entire demographic and dynamic of the APAC region, you have your Australian and New Zealand teams that really kind of take a chip from what you're seeing in North America and Europe. They study that film, they know what they should be doing, whereas Japanese COD, they like to play much more methodically, and really this one, it was just a difference of speed and tempo. The Libel and Vertex just did not keep up with the Better Boys respawns when it came down to the overall pace and speed that they wanted to play at, and I think that just kind of shows you some of that difference in the demographics of the two regions that are playing. A lot of the Japanese teams that play up against each other, I won't say it's a lot more polite, but a lot more of, we know we're going to 50-50 for these hills. Whoever wins it, wins it. Whereas for the Australians, you kind of saw there for Bender Boys, they realized, hey, we're losing the rotation on tempo and pacing alone. Let's be a little bit quicker as we go from 2 to 3 and then 3 to 4. And that was enough for them to get enough of favor to not just win up the hard point, but take a pretty convincing lead at the very end of this map.
And over time and time again, we really have seen that often it's the teams that are able to make those adjustments like Bender Boys did that are going the distance. Yeah. So kind of armed with this knowledge after how this series went, Rondez, what do you think about Bender Boys' chance to make it all the way through tomorrow's bracket and make it to the finals in a couple weeks?
It's only going to get harder from here, so that's a tough call. But these guys show that they show up to play. You saw the aggression, you saw the pace, you saw just how fast they were playing. Very high engagement games that we saw here. And as long as they can keep that pace up and just keep it a bit more cohesive, I think we should see an exciting weekend from them.
Definitely. Well, it's always exciting seeing games from all these teams that we haven't seen too much from, but that wraps up the play for the EU and APAC regions for today. We are going to head to a quick break, but when we return, we will see the North American couple rounds out of them. Now, I am so excited because North American amateur scene is something that we are a little more familiar with, I think, than a lot of these other teams. So definitely going to be exciting stuff. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and we have been moving right along through the day. We've already played through the last single elimination match for both the EU and the APAC regions, and here we are. We have arrived in North America. Once again, we pulled another little switcheroo and shifted around the casting pairs. It's ironic that I said we shifted them around because I hold shift as the one person who is not present this time. Now we have the dynamic duo of Sean Rogers and Rondez. So Shondez is definitely your official casting
Let's get
name.
it going.
I'm glad you ship it because I might be kind of cringy. I don't care. I love it. So
I'm so upset you just put that out into the world. You really did not need to tell them that
Welcome
Shondez
to the
was on your mind, you know?
No, I think it needed to happen. So Rondez, what do you think of the action so far today?
It's been a great show so far. It's been awesome to see such a diverse competition. Liberal and Vertex coming in from Japan is something that you don't often get to see when you're looking in the COD League, and you know, watching such fierce competitors like that that dominated their region every season this year so far for the Call of Duty League. It's just cool to see them bring the competition to the final stretch where it all gets harder.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, like you said, to see some of those new strats. The whole theme of today really is that we're just seeing a lot of players and a lot of teams that we haven't seen anything out of so far, because even though we've had all these Challengers Cups and these Challengers Home Series, and we've seen a lot out of a lot of different amateurs teams here in the Call of Duty scene. Of course, many of those teams that we were seeing showing up and winning at the previous Challenger Cups have auto-qualified for the finals August 15th and 16th, so we're not seeing them here today. What we're seeing here is the last chance for a lot of these guys to qualify. So Sean, welcome back from your break. I know you weren't casting. I'm doing great, thanks for asking. I know you weren't casting those APAC matches, but what did you think of those APAC matches?
Yeah, you know, it kind of all entails into the same story we've talked about. We said it in pregame, and we said it, you know, in just some discussions this weekend, right? Like, this is a different caliber of teams that we've seen and we will see in the championship qualifiers and the championship bracket later on in August, right? This is a sigh of relief this weekend for a lot of teams now to be here, but to funnel themselves into that mindset of, okay, backs against the wall, even in a double elimination bracket. You're fighting for every tooth and nail you can find. If you don't pull it out this weekend, there's a lot to work on, but I was surprised with how that series went. I have a lot of love for the APAC region, but with how limited their competition can be, with how few teams sometimes there are, you can tell there are instances where, you know, North American teams, European teams, they would make different decisions and make different connections in game than they would in APAC. But I'm just happy all regions are involved. I'm happy we're finally moving in to part of our next series. This is game 2, so we're hopping into the SND, and I'm joined by one of the most handsome men, Fox. It's so great to be with you.
Oh, are you just gonna start this game all gassing me up? Is that what you're doing? I love it. Nathaniel opening up with a double kill though. Pay attention to this man with the submachine gun, because he had an awesome double start off the map so far. In this search and destroy, we see a massive lead in the hand of MDPOK against Revived HQ. Just one player stands alive as the bomb is already down.
One of the more interesting things about specifically this matchup, some of the players I do recognize, for instance, Scruzzer and Toast, they've been teammates for a while. Scruzzer, I've seen him compete in person a couple years ago on LAN. He used to run with Chris Radio, with Outside. He has a lot of LAN experience. These are guys who have been to locals, especially in the New Jersey and tri-state area. They've won a couple. I believe they competed at MES and After Dark down in Florida. So we're seeing some familiar faces come through. So the fact that, you know, these players have retained their prowess throughout these years, the fact that they're continuing to compete, shows you the strength of the amateur scene, and it shows you that everyone wants a little bit of that $500,000. So we'll see how
these are your challengers.
Yeah.
Love to see them come back, just as you said. So now looking into this push onto the A site, a team kill comes in, and that should be very troublesome for the side of MDPOK, because 4 players on the side of Revived HQ are already pushing in with the bomb. Doesn't matter to Nathaniel though, again pushing through another double kill with the submachine gun as he connects to the 3rd kill.
Well, Proxify, you have to regroup with your teammate. Unfortunately, Niz is all the way out. Bye, we'll see you later. Proxify now down to a 1v2. Top blue control, so it's easy for sights, but the bomb is down. Now the long rotation will come in. This should be an easy round, as he has to basically do a 180. Once finding the first pick, he won't be able to do it. Positioning there.
MD PAC pick up round number 2. Game 2, we'll get you guys an update on the series so far. And we'll take a look as once this one closes out, how the Domination might play. But an S&D heavy team, no surprise, they're up 2-0 to start this one off.
Good advantage to have when 2 of the 5 maps in a series are search and destroy. And as they open up with this 2-0 lead, expect to see them remain confident in this game mode. So, looking to the eyes of MDPOK, they're going to be on offense. Looks like the bomb is going to be moving towards the A site, one of the more popular sites in this map, and for good reason. You see that journey you have to take all the way over to the B bomb site? It's not a good time, especially when someone is sitting and lying in wait. Same thing's happening on the A site, though. 3 kills go in favor of Revived HQ. The defense, stronger than ever. And now we're looking to the eyes of Control, the last man standing for this failed offensive push.
Connects with 1. Bomb down. Precarious spot, but possible. Question now is probability. Well, pop dead silence. You have some room to work. Problem is you have to snake through the defense. They've clustered in, they'll take him down. You lose the opening snipe opportunity. He misses the jump up, so that kind of creates a divvy in the site. No one able to push the bomb forward, and they get punched from top apartments. But Fox, I wanted to ask you a question because for our viewers who need to be educated, I'm going to educate you. Fox has been around forever. The dude has been commentating Call of Duty all the way back as far as 2015. We saw him doing it a lot at the pro level. And Fox, I wanted to ask you a specific question. You've seen S&D strats for like 5-6 years now. You've seen some of the best of them. What do you see in terms of similarities that these amateurs are pulling out, especially with how much they've been able to practice with these new amateur leagues? Do you see any parallels between this and what pros have been able to do in years prior?
Yeah, I mean, you see the subtle differences in terms of the changing strategies. Some of them will open up a round, starting off with the sniper, connect with some kills, but once the other team starts to read it, you're able to respond and change your strategy. And that's really the most important part, is the ability to adapt to your opponent. And of course, we see that the best at the professional level.
We'll try to dip out of dodge tag just a little bit, but one player backing up, that's Control. Watching the cross to the other side, B is completely clear. Again, the biggest issue for Revived HQ is that bomb is down in a very precarious spot. They're going to try to grab it if they can, but Nathaniel is watching over. Deadly shots, not able to connect, but a couple of hit markers will make it easier. Mauser again picks up 2. They start dropping quickly, and now it's a 2v3. The bomb should move its way up under arches. You should challenge that, but Nize elects to back on up. They're going to get the bomb down. They have to watch top Control inside of apartments. Speaking of Control, he's up there. He's waiting. Gunned. See you later. 1v3.
Yeah, great spot for Nize to sit right there, and you see Soy. We're gonna call him Soy, right? It's YOS, but Soy backwards. He's gonna take that same position and get shut down the same way. You see this great spot right here. Just so advantageous. You're able to look over the bomb. You're able to stop the only high ground point of contact the opposing team has, and they find 2 kills from it in just a matter of seconds to tie it up 2-2.
And we saw the snipe get pulled out a round prior. They weren't able to get up on top of that scaffolding, so a bit of a failed offensive push, but we'll see if they elect to use that the same here. It looks like at least 2 subs across the board for Scruzza and crew. Scruzza is usually the first man in, so if he's able to find a pick, try to play your life out, maybe that'll happen here. It looks like it's 3 up the middle. That bomb hesitant in the back, but Scruzza up early, gets a couple of shots, but Nize was ready and waiting. First blood for Revived.
Wow, Scruzzer really sprinted straight down the middle of the map. That play got quickly shut down, and you see things are starting to collapse as kills continue to go in favor of Revived HQ. I mean, when you're starting off the map at a man disadvantage, going down the middle map, he wasn't really able to gather any information, and he was just shut down, and you know, they just built on top of that and closed it out.
Yeah, remember when I said this was an S&D heavy team? I think I'd like to change my answer. They're having some interesting plays here, running right through the middle of the map. Usually like to take that one back, but the biggest question again now is finding first blood. There's been a couple of rounds now where they've failed to capitalize in that market, and when that starts happening, well, it doesn't pay dividends down the line. Your bomb carrier will be Infinity. Looks like it's a 4-man hit at least all the way through pools. One player on the outside will be watching the mid-cut. Utility is out. The nades don't connect, but the smoke is there. Gives them some cover. Unfortunately for them, MD PAC is ready and waiting.
Yeah, so this is the same offensive play we've seen coming from the side of Revived HQ since the map started. They send one player off on this long flank, this lurk towards the B site. You see he actually loses the gunfight, the engagement right there against Control, who now has the option to come in and pinch, or at the very least, hold the rotation. 5 versus 4, 5 versus 2 situation. MDPOK has no reason not to close it out here.
You know, it's hard sometimes, man. Like, when you're not able to get onto the site properly as a team and you can't really set up for, you know, the second and third wave of attempts on defense, your biggest issue is finding first blood. So if you don't find first blood, then you start wondering, okay, do we pull out the snipe? If you can't get off with a good snipe pressure, it's essentially just trading kills back and forth on the site. You're using utility like smokes to cut off angles. If it doesn't work, then you're hoping for a best case scenario team makes a mistake. But when you're throwing kind of the same darts at the board time and time again, round after round, they're going to get red. And it's eventually going to lead to MDPOC picking up those reads like they did there. So 3 players for Revived will go over to the A side. It looks like it's a B hit, and they could get a perfect timing if they elect to go Water Street. But instead, they're going to work their way at bottom bar, and 1 player should be up top. He might sniff him out.
Here it is. They can make this happen. They have to be quick. They have to get there before Revived HQ rotates back and they realize what's going on. Nize finds a kill onto Scruzzer. They're still holding strong for this B site push, but they're not being quick enough with it. Nize finds 2 more unanswered.
Took too long to develop. It took way too long. They got caught out in the mid. Bomb now by itself, control in the back. It's a great position to be in. If you had bomb down, picks up 1. Don't challenge him. He'll make you pay for it, but still too many numbers to work with. Can't bunny hop your way out of that one. Soy left alive with the bomb.
It seemed like this round so far, they were really banking on control, getting a good flank in right there. But again, as you said, the play just took too long to develop, and it ended up being just a lone bomb carrier and the rest of his teammates being picked off like sitting ducks in the middle of the map.
Yeah, if you're going to go up mid and you're going to go B side, you got to go fast. You can't wait for things to develop. You have to go as a team. Worst case scenario, you trade out if you can. Maybe bomb gets down in a bad spot. Either way, you have apartments to worry about. Biggest issue there is they just took too long up the middle. You could see the arrows on the main map turn right towards north. They knew that the flank was taking too long, so it has to be a B hit. And at that point, you're just getting punished in the back lines. Not much control can do there. So we'll see if the snipe gets pulled out again. We've harped on it a couple of times, but it does open up things on the map. It looks like both teams are likely not to use it, but control on an island will spot mid-map if anyone elects to go that way. Trophies are out, smokes down. We'll see what happens.
Another A site hit. This time, all 5 players committed towards middle map and the A site. Previously, we've seen that Revived HQ has sent 1 player to lurk. Looks like they're switching things up here again, adapting to the defense of MDPOK. This middle map engagement with these submachine guns, they just can't seem to win them. Scruzzer in a great position with the M4 to put a stop to it.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that the subs are pushed up that far, especially towards trains, where your line of sight is heavily influenced by how well your ARs are doing behind you. With Scruzzer there, it's very, very ballsy to go up that far. Mauser now at 11-4, single-handedly carrying Revived through this game. Nize having something to say about it, with pick up another kill, 9-4 for him. Great shots, but still manages to stay alive, and they're stuck back here in this bedroom area. We'll see if they can work through the side door and get inside boxes. Well, you know when players around, bombs down, gets behind 1, beautiful flank from Nize, that opens up the site. They're gonna get that bomb down.
The raid boss now has the bomb in his hands. He's gonna be the one to plant here for his team. Control looks to be the one in a position to stop it. They should be able to catch him here, but he ducks behind cover just after stopping the plant. Now it's going to be Proxify and Nize left in a 2 versus 1, as they lost their strongest player so far.
Guns 1. Knows the other one's in that same area. Control has time to work with, but not a lot of positioning. Slides out, bad timing. Sometimes it just works out like that. Revive, survive. A very scary encounter with a 1v3. They get the bomb down, and Prox will always make you pay. The sub up close will beat that M4. Can't slide out too early or you're gonna get punished.
That it was in Control. We got to give him credit where credit is due. Those were some awesome engagements right there with the M4. Very quick, precise shots, ducking in and out of cover. He was able to eliminate 2 and 3 opponents before he was finally taken down for the round to end. It's always a tough spot to be in when your defense was turned into an offense.
We'll see if that sub pressure maintains itself at mid-map. Again, another B hit. Hopefully they don't take as long this time. It's going to be 2 players now watching the cross. Proxify is going to be up top. Again, taking a little too long to cross through mid-map. I know they want to watch their corners, but that bomb has to make its way forward. Your lead blockers need to follow in. Toast gets taken down. That's the front line, but Scruzzer evens it out. Nathaniel with an extra net 1 in the kill feed. is they retain bomb. They take down 3 players of Revive. They have an opportunity at B, but Silent has to go big. He's right there. They trap him inside Hazmat. Slowly collapsing, Mauser picks up 1.
Nathaniel way out of the action here, trying to catch flanks, but instead he ends up catching a whole lot of nothing. The rotation comes towards the A site now from MDPOK, probably communicating to the rest of his team, giving them the all clear that no one is home. They get the bomb down. Now 3 versus 2 as they turn their offense into a defense.
And that was just a heads-up play. Get over, rotate that bomb. And at this point, you're looking for Silent to at least get an entry kill. Like, yeah, it's got to be big. Mauser beams him off the heady. 2v2. Yeah. Completely doable.
Bit of support right there from the team shot of Silent, but really just excellent eyes all around from the side of Revived HQ for this retake. 20 seconds left. They have to defuse. It's 7.5 seconds. They could check this. And that they do. They kill him off with the bomb. 10 seconds left. They got to find it and hit the defuse in time. And it's not going to happen as we see MDPOK. They're able to defend the planted bomb. We're still at map point. Revived HQ could close out map number 2 here. Can they hold on strong, Space?
It's going to be scary, man. It's a couple of times when you're wondering about that B hit. It comes in, it doesn't come in. We're looking at, okay, how much time are you going to waste at mid-map? And then we come down to 2v2, 2v3 situations at the end. Team's playing very scrappy, and SND, of course, is only the 2nd game in the series. If you guys are just joining us, we just saw the wrap of the APAC region. We'll jump back to them later out in the day and later out this weekend, but back to North America we go. It's winners round 3. Revived up 1-0 in the series. They take game 1, of course, and they're on match point 5-4. So 1 on an island, I believe that is Proxify all the way out there. Bomb carrier Infinity. It's a slow and hesitant push through mid. Looking for info. Toast on the outside of Arches. He doesn't spot 1. Now the information is given out. They should just push this bomb all the way to B. They know they don't have numbers today, but Silent gets first blood.
That first blood is huge because now that allows them to dictate the pace of this map. They get to decide which bomb site they want to go to. The other team is on edge with that man disadvantage. However, Soy is going to be able to push up and hold that angle, stopping them as soon as they get on site. Infinity and Silent, the last 2 remaining players. Also, the last 2 players with the lowest amount of kills for the likes of Revived HQ. The raid boss is down, so are his minions. MDPOK should be able to close it out here.
I mean, strictly off numbers, this should be a 5-5 going into round 11. Scruzzer does pick up 1 more, so last alive Infinity, he got a lot to work with, picks up 1, and he'll shut him down, so easy pickings. Round 11, game 2. Of course, it's going the distance. That's what amateur Call of Duty is all about. Soil in your final kill cam, and the presence of mind to just always cover arches. Even if you have top apartment control, players like to get a little bit greedy. Cover all your bases and then worry about the runs in the later inning. At this point, round 11, it's anyone's game, Fox. I think this could go either way.
Yeah, but you do see that there's a major difference in the way that these rounds are played out when Mauser is dead. This man currently sitting at 15 kills. They need to shut him down early, but with him baiting his teammates ahead of him, you know, it's really hard to stop those plays from unfolding. So, through the eyes of MDPOK, we got Soy on screen with the M4 overlooking middle map. Looks like the bomb could be making moves towards the B site. You always see in the later stages of the search and destroy, players get a little bit more confident in pushing towards that side of the map. However, they do need to play it safe. So many windows and nooks, crannies, and long lines of sight to play through.
Well, they knew that at least one, and that was Nize, who was up in that window. So if he either backs up or plays that position, they should know he's the island man. He's the scout. So if they rotate to B, they played the trade game, try to get bombed down. But the longer they burn this time, the more opportunities Revived has to spread out on the map and get control of lines of sight. Now they're going to make their play. The bomb should be rotating over towards A. They need an entry kill. It has to be a big one. But the biggest issue is they have no idea where anyone is other than behind this truck, possibly on site.
Yeah, not a lot of information divulged so far from the side of Revived HQ. MDPOK, they're going to push through with what they know. Double kill, that should open things right up. They push their way right onto the site. Trophy systems are coming down. You see they're getting themselves comfy and making themselves right at home as the rotation back towards the B site comes from Revived HQ.
But it's Top Apartments that has control. It takes down the bomb carrier. Bomb still planted. 2v2. Proxify and Nize last alive for Revived. Match point
Go up 2-0 in the series, a massive win from Control. It's 2 at top apartments. Proxify has to challenge, gets 1. He dips away with his life. Bomb still down. The rotation from Control. It's going to come down to timing. It's going to come down to timing.
He's
Beats him down.
The beat down.
Proxify gets the clutch. The defuse 2-0 series lead.
Wow, what an exciting search and destroy. We saw some very methodical gameplay coming from the side of both of these teams, really, to make it all the way to the end there in around 11. I gotta say, the lurking plays from the side of Control, you could just see it all happening. You could see the communication happening on the middle map with that lurker, and I think it was really impressive and a good part of the S&D for them.
You love to see a close game, or I do at least, where it's so back and forth, and then a little bit of a flash of drama there at the end for Revived HQ to take the whole thing. So that was quite a map. Rondez, I want to ask you first, because I think you were the person who specifically called out Mauser and said that, you know, he's really integral to Revived HQ's game, and that MD-POC have to really take him down. So what was it about his performance that was just working so well?
So what we saw for a lot of their pushes was that he would have some player go ahead of him, typically the bomb carrier. It might be the same person that had 1 kill for the first 9 or 10 rounds of that game. Not to his fault, really. They were playing around Mauser. It was them setting him up to hit these massive home runs and, you know, find, what was it, 16 kills in 11 rounds of search and destroy? Crazy performance coming out of him, and a big part of why we saw Revived HQ come out on top. And I also got to give credit to Nize for his positioning.
Well, and then Sean, what do you think of this strategy? Because to me, it doesn't seem super great to have your whole strategy revolve around your one linchpin player. But Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, you know, a lot of the times the weight falls on the person in the back line. So if that's the sniper, he is your keystone. He is the guy who opens up the round. If you have an AR who's going off and he's holding the island position, then your anchor becomes where your focus is at. But I honestly don't think it was a situation of them winning this game 2, right? I look at Scruzzer's team and I say, you guys kind of blew it. There was a couple of opportunities where they had bomb in opposition, was spread out on the field. They could have pushed right through middle map and gone for a B hit. They were a little bit too hesitant for my liking, and I think that hesitation burns time, it burns opportunities, and not only that, but the more time you spend making a play, the more time you give the other side noticing you're spending time making a play. So it's this weird mirror match that they weren't able to capitalize on. I think that they kind of just let this game get away from them.
Well, Revived HQ are now up 2-0. However, if we look at the scores of each of the first 2 maps, they're actually pretty close. So it's not super, you know, it's not a necessarily super dominant victory or head start that they have, because of course we did jump into a match in progress. So the score of the first map, the first hardpoint, was 250 to 227 in favor of Revived HQ. So again, pretty close there. Now, as we head into this domination, we have seen that this can be absolutely a swing map, and it can really just shake things up. So Sean, what are your predictions as we head into this third map?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a close one, Jess. We all know it's gonna be a close one. It's how it's been throughout the majority of these events. The Challenger Series is always close, but these teams play each other down to the wire, and that's because there's so much not only on the line, there's a lot to prove, but there's a certain level of Call of Duty we expect, and with a map like Hackney Yard where you can get absolutely wonky with the spawns, I only know that it's going to come down to the wire. I do not expect a blowout.
Right, so hopping into this next game, look at your kill feed. So much blue. Nize hoping to put a little bit of love in there for his team, but 2 of these flags easily going in favor of MDPOK, and they're looking for a third. Ah, there we go. Neutral. Oh, a little bit of a response from Revived HQ as they hop onto the C flag. I thought we were going to see a triple cap to start things off.
Well, they flip spawns, and I like this response coming out of the gate hot. You want to get off that mentality of being down 0-2 in the series. A trip cap will certainly get you there. That's 3 kills, Control at top bell, locking it down. Proxify had no chance. Nathaniel with a double, lighting up the kill feed as MD-POC continue to fly on in. They found a couple of kills to open this round up. They have a 2 cap as well. See, getting some pressure, and they've spawned back there. I'm surprised they didn't elect to go for a 3 cap, but it looks like they just want to lock down the middle of the map and Control to funnel through Revived right into the B flag.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the B flag, Nathaniel's in a pretty easy position to hold it down and support his teammates at A where he needs to. They have that much map control at the moment, with Revived HQ only sitting on the C flag, so it should be a pretty easy response here as you see Soy taking point. But the pressure continues on the opposite side of the map. Revived HQ coming up off of their spawn, they see that the team is distracted at A site, and they pounce right on the B site, no hesitation, and we'll see how it works out for them.
Because they were so far pushed up to Forklift, Scruzzer spawns there first, and then to follow in, Toast gets that back green alley. So they don't elect to overextend to C, no neutral, but instead they flood into B, they get taken down. It's Revived who holds strong for the moment, so that first wave is cleared out. Now you're wondering, okay, how far do we push up? It's Scruzzer at top L, has to win a couple of gunfights to open up the site. He does it, gets one. Teammates are gonna go top A, see if they can, but it's cut down from mid-map. A beautiful read from Revived, but Scruzzer punishing top L, does just enough to build some time, but those kills don't really fall into the site. They more or less just kind of break tension at mid. Now they have to wonder about this dub cap.
Bit of a crushing blow right there from Scruzzer. An awesome headshot in the re-engagement of that gunfight. Nize with a double kill, triple kill. He's been collecting them this series as he finds himself double positive. First player to break 10 kills in the lobby. Still though, flags are in favor of MDPOK, both the B flag and the A flag, and a bit of a response from the side of Revived HQ as Silent lights up your kill feed.
Those cheeky shots and a lovely bit of thumb work as they're able to take A back. And now they have a split spawn as both home hills are locked down for Revived, but on the other side, it is Toast on C. He'll get the neutral, so they at least get one, get the cap. Now you're fighting for B control. You do have spawns back there as well. Back green locked down. Now you're basically working through middle map. You're working to get those kills pushed as far back as possible into A, and that gunfight is massive. It's a big win on A as they're going to lock down that second flag.
Yep, so A and B going towards Revived HQ. You've seen how things are able to flip and how MDPOK now have to try and fight towards B, fight for this B dom as they swarm through middle map. Players 1 and 4, Infinity and Mauser are in position, so we'll see how they're able to handle the defense.
Nize was lethal. He was lethal in the SND. His AR presence was really a catalyst for the majority of that game, being able to open up the map. And his ability to sit in the back line is something that definitely favors in favor of Revived. English language is hard sometimes. Able to fly on in, that's 2 kills, a neutral on B, but the pressure is there for Revived. On the other side, it's MDPOK holding strong. 3 more kills read in your kill feed. They'll get that B flag back. Now, pressure back on MDPOK to make a stand.
Less than a minute and a half. Take a look at your scoreboard. It is a dogfight right now. Lots of back and forth in this domination. Revived HQ did just to secure their second flag, so they're hoping to close out this first round with a lead as we get into the second half. Switching sides, switching spawns, all of that. Both players get an opportunity. On the side of MDPOK, they got a little bit of work to do. You got players such as Soy, who has 4 caps to his name. However, being 5 and 12, you can kind of see where they're falling behind.
It was Infinity who spawned at the front of Forklift. He made an overextension all the way to C, and he actually gets the neutral, almost the cap as well. Wins the gunfight, so you have 2 flags going into the last 10 seconds. They'll extend this lead, and he won a massive couple of kills. It was such a heads-up play that with how this game has gone thus far, with how these teams have funneled into the B flag and committing those resources, it was so smart to overexert yourself on that C flag. They execute perfectly, and they get a couple of extra points. So you're going into halftime with a 13-point lead. Feeling pretty good right now if you're Revived.
Lots of caps on the side of Revived. 5 caps, 4 caps.
Yeah.
You know, just a lot of objective activity for them, and it shows in the scoreboard as they come in with this lead.
You know, it'd be one thing to go into halftime. You're up by 13. You know, we saw earlier team up by 10. We had discussions about, is it really that good? You have to come out in second side a little bit hotter. Right now, I think they're playing this just fine. I mean, they're catching all of the fastballs that MDPOK are throwing at them. They've been able to hit a couple of singles, but at this point, it's just been team hit after team hit into the B flag. And when you have control of green, you constantly lock down that spawn. It comes down to just winning individual gunfights. Luckily for you, Infinity and Mauser and Nize have been able to do that this entire series, and that's why they hold on to the lead. You see 4 players stacked on your minimap top L. Now they collapse into the flag. Nize is able to distract for a couple. Nathaniel shuts down 2. They're starting to drop. Nize picks up 1 more, and Toast cleans him out. It's absolute chaos on the B flag. Mauser stands strong, and the reinforcements are slowly funneling in.
What are they doing challenging Mauser? This man is not losing MP5 gunfights. It's just not happening in this game. They're sitting inside B-Dom here, looking to take it over, but the side of MDPOK, they're mounting a great defense. Nize shutting it down with another multi-kill, though, and Mauser supporting as well. This should be a flag cap for them as trophy systems come down.
Now, the real question again, and to kind of bring back a little bit of Alan Shift vibes, what is your decision making? You have 3 players make that 4 from your team spawning out for MD POC. You've spawned it back green. Do you overextend to C, or do you continue to play this A-B setup? At this point, you have to go for the neutral. You've been committing resources into B. You've gotten a couple of wipes, but they haven't led to any points on the board. You've lost the flag each and every time. You do get traded out here, but one more will funnel in. And again, it's advantage to revive. 2 ARs inside. Proxify looking to find one more under the bus. Spots him, takes him down. They get the neutral as well, clearing it out. Absolutely frying, but it's left all of MD POC out of position. They have to make a play here.
I thought for sure, as you said, that they would try to go for that overextension towards the C flag, collapse on them from both sides, and just disrupt their setup. But right now, Revive the HQ's been holding strong. C flag goes untouched. B-Dom is where all the heat is at, but they were able to hold on to it.
Peekaboo. Mauser takes him out. Love to see it. 2 players there. They'll get the neutral and the cap. Mauser feeling very confident, sliding, slipping. Will not find a second kill, but the damage has been done. 120, 103, still 1 apiece for either side. Now the battle, of course, will commence onto the B flag. It's a big entry from Silent. He picks up 1, able to stay alive. The utility now comes in, somehow picks up a hit marker through the wall, and everyone now funneling in. You can see it on your minimap, 4 arrows apiece, working their way inside. A team wipe from MD POC. They do it just enough, and they've committed enough resources to not only pick up the flag, but they also have mid-map control, and that spawn is favoring them as well.
Comfortable lead from the side of Revived HQ, but when you got players like Nathaniel sitting at 24 and 16 and being that disruptive with the submachine gun, you have to imagine that this is still anyone's game. As we come to the 2-minute warning, take a look. MDPOK finds themselves with 2 flags. They're losing 1 at the moment. However, they are swarming in from mid to respond.
Again, I'm just surprised no one's elected to overextend. You have top green control, maybe send 1 there, keep an AR in present, and look for the C neutral. You're finally starting to get kills, so the kill feed lighting up. The biggest question again is how much are you willing to commit onto this flag? It's basically been here. You'll take a couple of seconds. We'll take a couple of seconds. We'll give up some bodies in the process. Scruzz are going big at bottom L, looking for more. Not going to happen. He will drop. And this number advantage continues to favor Revived, but the scoreline slowly slipping as they look like they're going to make the comeback. MD POC on the resurgence.
Nate, big Nate, 3 red players around the corner. It's all on you. Big gunfight coming up as he's able to stop 1. Still holding it down for the defense. 3 red arrows coming in. The smoke grenades are supporting them, but they're not even able to get past the first line of defense. Proxify still slips through. He's able to connect with a triple kill, and that was the most unexpected way for that hill to be broken, as Proxify does all the dirty work on his own.
They're committing so much, you have to start thinking about an overextension, try to neutralize A. Revived holding on to a lead by 5 points, but the neutral will not come in. It's all of MD POC. They lock it down. They have mid-map controlled as well. They're worried about the overextension, but it's the gunfights at lower L. That's where our attention currently sits. Nathaniel up at top AC, looking for a player underneath, spots him, bye. Silent out of the equation, 4 kills, 5, 6. It's all needed. MD POC lock it down. They're gonna take the lead.
Control again, maintaining control of this map with the M4. We saw what he was able to do in the search and destroy in terms of his positioning and really just his map presence as an AR player, and we're seeing it again here in Domination. The lead has been switched. MD POC are now in the lead, and it's going to be up to Revived HQ to break it out. 12 seconds remain. They have just enough time to come back, but they have to win these gunfights. Every bullet that comes out now is going to be what decides the map.
That should do it.
That's it.
Yep, 4
It's
points
over.
is all they needed in the last 10 seconds. They do it. MD POC. Wow, what a comeback.
Talk about a close match. Well, MD POC did manage to eke out that win, but honestly, that seemed really tough for them. I mean, good on them, at least for extending the series. They said, hey, we're not going to just sit here and take a 3-0. We're going to actually step up and do something about it.
Yeah.
So the first thing I do want to address is look at Nize. His KD was a 31-19. So, you know, maybe I was a little hasty in criticizing Revived HQ before and saying, hey, you can't have your strategy all center around one player. Well, they didn't, because Mauser, he's playing his game, but not the same way that Nize was during this map. So let's talk about, let's just dive into talking about Nize. Sean, what about his performance did you really like to see here?
You know, as fun as that was to cast and as fun as it was to watch Nize do his thing, I mean, his AR control, just in terms of positioning, was phenomenal in that game. Again, it was a sloppy domination, and both these teams made very crucial mistakes that we'll go into. But one of the things I said prior in this series, and I think it was at the end of game 2, I said that a lot of this challenger stuff is about who's going to make the least amount of mistakes and how much are you willing to give to get to the next level. The biggest issue in that domination was there were stellar performances from individuals, but as a team, both teams failed. There was a couple instances where you needed to overextend and secure a neutral on the home flag, whether it was talking about C with the back green spawn, whether you're talking about holding an AB position, which is basically the power spot in this domination. Neither team did that. They continued to throw resources at that B flag, and after a while, it's just coming down to who's going to kill who more quicker on the flag. And at the end of the day, that's kind of just sloppy domination. You can't make those kind of mistakes playing against better teams. So I guess they're thankful they only have one domination in a series, but it wasn't pretty.
I like that you said that both teams kind of had a goal and they both a little bit failed, and you know, MDPOC failed just a little bit less, I would say. So Rondez, looking at all those mistakes and then looking at the way the end of that map went, what was it about MDPOC, or what was it about maybe Revived HQ that allowed MDPOC to, you know, finally scrape out that advantage at the end?
It was a lot of refusal to overextend, right? A lot of pushing towards that B dom. I think that if you want to look for a key moment as to like what really decided that game in the closing moments, look no further than what Control did, going on that 5 streak.
Yeah.
You know, him finding his first kill was the tail end of his entire team wiping Revived HQ and forcing them out as they were able to grab B dom and make that lead switch in the closing moments.
All right, well, you know, we are going to take it back to a hard point between these two teams very shortly. First, we're going to head to a quick commercial break before we head into map 4. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. We are right in the middle of the NA action. We've already played through the European and APAC regions of play for the day, and here we find ourselves in the North American bracket winners round 2. So we have already seen 3 maps of play between MD Puck and Revived HQ. Currently, Revived HQ are up at a 2-1 victory. So we are going to head into a hard point now, and I am joined by this awesome casting duo who I like to call Sean Dez. And we were just talking about some of the unfortunate mistakes that happened. One of those mistakes was not that casting name. That was a on-purpose flash of brilliance. But let's talk about these two teams.
You ever think about Ron Jess?
I'll take it, man.
Ron Jess, is that what you said?
Yeah, Ron Jess.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a great duo name. Perfect. See? Thank you guys for having my back.
That's what we provide.
In these cheesy names. I really appreciate that. So MD Puck and Revived HQ, kind of a lot of clowning going on. Let's dip back into talking just a little bit about that sloppy domination. Ron Dez, what was going on there?
Oh, well, it was a lot of ignoring the C-Dom flag for the last 5 minutes of the game. As we saw, it was just an all-out war for who can dive on B flag first. And as you can see, it brought us to game 4. So
you aged me, Call of Duty. You amateurs, they aged me like 20 years, man. Quarantine's bad enough. Just go to C flag, okay? Thank you.
You look a day over 16.
I know. Like when we started this event, Sean was 22, and now we're wrapping up, and he's 42. So, but Sean, let's talk about what's going to happen next. Going into map 4, we're going into a hard point. We have seen. We didn't actually observe the first hard point of this series, but we do know it was a pretty close score line still. It was 250 to 227. So what are you hoping to see for this second hard point?
Again, it's going to come down to the same harmony as we've seen thus far in the series. So if you're Scruzzer and company, you need SMG presence and you need JARs to be able to compete with Mauser. Mauser has been on fire. The rest of his team has picked up the slack. That's kind of where I see this one going. Now we're going to St. Petra. So your SMG presence is literally crucial. Like, this is do or die time. I know you're into winners round 2, but you should treat this like a grand final. It's a very close series. You need to push this to a game 5. You need your SMGs to step up, and you need that AR presence, especially when we get to hills like P1 and P4. They need to be able to lock down spawns.
So, hopping right into the game, we see an opening snipe come from Control. We're used to seeing the AR in his hands, a sniper rifle, finding the initial engagement for them as we start our first hard point. And it still doesn't look like it made a huge difference, as the time is still contested right off the bat, and kills go in favor of Revived HQ. Yeah,
we should be seeing a lot of trades just, go down back and forth. It's oftentimes this one is a bit of a scrappy start. And that's no difference, as the spawns will maintain themselves, and 2 in the back now make that 3. Revive, have the back line locked down. It's Toast on the overextension. It's rotating towards top blue. We'll see if he tries to flip it and get that water side. But, moving into this series, again, we're sitting at 2-1. We're in winners round 3, and at this point, if you guys are just joining us, you're wondering, hey, what's going on here? It's Call of Duty, but there's no CDL. Don't worry. This is the Last Chance Qualifiers. So these are the teams who we're starting with 16. We're moving to 8, and the top 8 from each region will qualify into the championship bracket, which will come in August 15th and 16th later this month. So there's a lot on the line here. It's a lot for young amateurs who have never really played on a big stage before, and a lot for them to move themselves into a bracket where they could potentially win their share of $500,000, which, it's not too bad as a weekend's day of work. But we move into our P2 side, and off the start, it's an early hold for Revive.
So, lots of gun engagements going down right now. No one really in an obvious control of the hard point, but there still is a lot of time going in favor of Revive HQ, who finds themselves in a 20-second lead. Control, this hard point flips right over, just like that, to MDPOK, who still has yet to establish a complete control of this hard point. Oh, actually, just as I say that, they continue to spawn further and further out. Revived HQ, they're coming in from that first hard point. And, when you have to run such a long distance, that's how you end up allowing a lead change like this.
And Fox, we've seen our share of hard points throughout the years. We've seen our share of different titles, players who capitalize on specific strengths, those who maybe sometimes struggle, and role changes that have usually been here in years like an AR Anchor, the OBJ support, and sometimes they blend and mesh. But can you speak a little bit just
to maybe people who are newer, right? This is their first time really watching competitive Call of Duty, or players who are still learning. How important is it to have a backline AR anchor, whether it's building scrap time or kills, to have them on the map doing their job properly, and how it sets up your subs for success?
Right. Well, having that AR player that's able to hold those long lines of engagements, he's able to completely cut off the options of the opposing team submachine gun players who are going to try and be aggressive and get right in your face, right? When you're holding an AR, it's more beneficial to you to hold an aim down sight on one lane than it is for an MP5. You see it right here firsthand. POW, Infinity, and Silent. They spend most of their time sprinting if they're not shooting.
And that opens up things for Nathaniel to get 3 inside the feed. Nize works his way in, but it's only 18 seconds. Now we're looking at our minimap, especially the top of the key. It's 3 players hovering towards mid. I believe 1 is Toast, followed by, yes, Nathaniel, who does get cut down. On the outside, Soy by himself. And they're going to have to worry about backing on up. They do have close spawns, but pool control is coming in next. Tie game, make it a +1 as we move in to our P4 hill. And off the start, again, MD in there first, but let's see if they can hold the front line.
Full haul, but keep an eye on Mauser. 2 and 10 at the moment. He still has an advantageous spawn alongside Infinity to maybe flank and hit this hard point from behind. They're going to get cut off, though. The remaining MDPOK players were able to wrap back and cut it off before it started. Infinity still alive from this previous wave of engagements, but the last line of defense is all that they needed to cut that short.
Well, it's chaos for a moment as things start to settle down and get a bit quieter. But 1 on the outside, it is Infinity. He loses the gunfight. 3 remain, 24 seconds and counting. It has been all of MD They hold it down. They get the majority of the time. Under arches comes Infinity. He's able to break his way on in, but it's Mauser on our screen, continuing to watch that back B push, setting up for P5. He has it locked down. The line of sight's there. Luckily for the car, he gets 1 more, but he will get cut down in the process, not until his teammates respawn. Live at bar, 1 is there. It's Silent, joined by Nathaniel. 1 is usually up top, waiting for reinforcements. Here they come from the back. Loses the gunfight as Nize picks up 1. Does get cut down. We'll see him back on respawn in 2 or so seconds, but early control time again to revive, and it's a bloodbath inside before the break comes in from MD Pop.
Yeah, big bloodbath. And look at how much of this is due to the hands of Control. Sitting at a 7 streak at the moment. Nearly 60 seconds in the hard point as his team finds themselves up by 40 seconds. And he's not done. The rest of his team, Nathaniel, still slaying around the hard point with that triple kill. He's just sitting pretty, playing the objective. He's not afraid of the competition. And it shows. 60 seconds separate these guys at the moment.
And it was like, what, 13, 12 kills in a row in your kill feed. Finally, it gets broken up, but now we're looking at our P1 rotation on our second set of hills. Who's going to set up first? Well, it looked like they were giving up the last couple of seconds for revive. They try to fight a couple of extra fights at bar. They get 1 or 2 kills to show for it, but they give up some positioning. Back inside of boxes, it's Toast and Scruzzer locking it down. 1 still remains. Can they hunt him down? They know his position. He's snuffed out. And they cut him down to get the early time.
We're back to shipping, looking through the eyes of Toast, who's on a 6 streak with the MP5. Tagged up by a grenade, you gotta imagine that makes him fear for this next engagement as all of his teammates fall around him. He's shut down as well, and Revive the HQ should be able to take control of that, but MDPOK spawning up so close, the next wave of engagements are already underway, and Revive the HQ is holding pretty strong.
And I said in the start of this game, your subs have to go big. If you're MD Poc, you need a presence up front. Nathaniel's 20 and 13, 22 seconds to his name. Control a minute 30 in the hill. That AR presence is allowing Nathaniel to get inside. We saw him go on a couple of sprees earlier, but it's all clicking now for MD Poc. The biggest question again is retaining spawns. Money Hill coming up next. We're going to move to bottom restaurant. We'll see how they're able to lock it down.
So, as we move over towards the cafe, take a look at the MDPOK players surrounding both sides of the hard point. Revive the HQ spawning out towards middle map. Regardless of this, kills are going in favor because of POW, Infinity, and Mauser, King Mauser, finding a double kill as well for this break. It'll all amount to nothing if they're not able to push through and upset those spawns, though. As you can see, they can keep getting these kills, but MD Poc, they're going to win this war of attrition. Keep spawning up. Keep filling the kill feed with all blue as they spawn farther and farther out. And this 60-second lead is just getting scarier and scarier.
You know, I'm never one to say that causation implies correlation or vice versa, but Mauser is 10 and 20, and he's running an MP5. So your presence at AR, that confidence is gone. Now you're expecting him to get up and close and break things open in the hill.
I would be damned if I said that I don't think that's what the reason is for this lead change. 192 to 109. MDPOC have shut down the primary AR for Revived. Nize is sitting at dead even. Neutral across the board. It's Control starting to get a little bit hot. 18 and 7 on a 3, a minute 30 in the hill. He's worked the back lines time and time again. They can't get him out of this power position. Oh, it's going to be so bad. They finally shut him down. But again, Riverside Control, it's MDPOC on the rotation.
Yeah, when you're this far into a hard point and several of your players are only just breaking the 10 kill point in the game, you have to be worried about where the rest of this map is going, right? They have the initial time, but we've seen time and time again how easily MDPOC is able to just push through and take over. So we're looking through the eyes of Soy, who catches one player from behind. Nize as well is responding with 3 kills of his own. So now it's going to be up to the final 2 submachine gun players. This is a crucial engagement coming up. And it looks like he's just opting to wait for his team support. He's afraid of Nize.
Well, I love this. Just they're thriving in the hills. I mean, how many times have we seen them win 2, 3, 4 gunfights inside the hill? So that defend, it creates opportunity, right? You're getting free time, you're getting free positioning, your players can push out, and now it's all the focus on pools. Mauser, teammates in support, the long rotation over. It's going to cost him about the opening 10 or so seconds, but now is no time for caution. Proxify with a beam takes out one. Teammates in there for support. They lock down the early time, but they have to continue to pick up the kills on the fly. Scruzzer will maintain control of top blue. And it looks like eventually we'll get a flood on in. Here it comes, the bottom of your minimap. It's 4 blue arrows inside. The trades are there, but no one able to find a break just yet.
Yep, we're in pool hall right now. Ample time to come back as 60 seconds still separate these 2 teams in this hard point. But as we've seen, MDPOC, they're just holding steady, right? A lot of this back and forth still ends up going their way in the end. And as you can see, they're able to get some hill time and force Revived HQ out once again. The rotation should be coming in soon as one final engagement goes down on the previous hard point. And with Toast being outnumbered, you should expect that to go in favor of Revived HQ. So this is a good position to be in coming into the new hard point.
You have Mauser sitting at double negative. You have Control at 21 and 13. And now again, it's just locking down bar. How can they do it? You can win it here if you're MDPOC. You can send this to a game 5. The contest is in. It's Scruzzer on a 5. Scruzzer
he knows
on a
he wants
6.
to go to game 5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're sending this one to game 5. Of course, we're going the distance, Fox. I mean, we knew this. We knew we were going the distance. Absolutely.
Especially with the way the Control has been playing. I mean, he had when the score was just hitting that 200-point mark, he had 7 deaths. And, you know, just in a few minutes, he got a couple of deaths to end up doubling that. But it's really just a massive lead that they started out in this game that's been carrying them through it. So with hardpoint Control being in favor of Revived HQ on the restaurant, we should expect to see this rotation come in here soon, and hopefully they can follow up on it.
Yeah, well, I love the fact that they picked up this much time, but now you got to go. Now you need Infinity to hit the long flank. You need everyone else to set up for arches because you're not only worried about P1, you're worried about P2 coming off of this spawn. So it's about getting the kills in succession, leading that into a positive result. You're able to bring this game back to the brink just a bit, but they can still win it on either hill. You need to get inside and find the kills appropriately. Mauser can't get it done. 18 and 29 for him. Has a couple of seconds in the hill, but other than that, it isn't enough. It's been all blue in the kill feed. They are locking this one down. Scruzzer, Control, MDPOC will take it to game 5.
Oh, I love to see this. You saw how MDPOC very almost did not make it out of that domination. And imagine if they had. Imagine if they had just let Revived HQ have their 3-0 that Revived obviously wanted. And God, if you're sitting on the side of Revive, you gotta be panicking, biting your nails right now, just thinking, what do we do next? So one thing I want to call out is, Rondez, I think you were the one who called this out, said that during that hard point, MDPOC reached a point where they finally shut down Revive's primary AR. So can you talk about kind of why they couldn't do that sooner?
I think I was mentioning that they were able to shut down Mauser, who was a crucial part of the success of Revived HQ thus far in this series. But as you saw throughout that game, it took him maybe like 6 or 7 minutes to even pass the 10 kill point in the game, right? His other teammates weren't too far ahead of him either. So it's a really tough matchup when you have people like Control going double positive the entire game and shutting your whole system down with the AR. Tough spot to be in.
Definitely a tough spot to be in. And Sean, for you, were there any standout players or standout plays that you want to draw attention to?
Honestly, in that game, not really. I mean, it was a team effort right across the board. Scruzzer found a couple of key gunfights, especially that final 4-piece at the end, which opened up bar control. The flips they were coming out were phenomenal. They were able to maintain spawns, but again, I think that sometimes it is a bit negative, and it harps back to that question I asked Fox. I said, hey, how important is an AR anchor? Because how does that break things open? We saw Control do it off the start for Nathaniel. Control got like 3-4 kills in a row that allowed Nathaniel to get in the hill and get comfortable. And when he's feeling comfortable winning gunfights, you earn time. On the other side, Mauser had no presence on the map. He was running a sub for some questionable reason. And look what happened. They never had control of a back spawn. They never had control of a rotation. It's cyclical like that. It just can be like that.
Right, and you mentioned the damage that Control was doing. I'd hate to have to be the player that has to come up with an answer to performances like that. It's much easier sitting where we're at right now, just watching it all go down.
Well, looks like we are ready to head into map 5, the final tiebreaker. We are going to find out after this map who is going to take this series. As a reminder, folks, this is a single elimination bracket that we're currently working our way through. So after this game, after this map in particular, one of these teams will be probably a little disappointed, and the other one's dreams will live on. They might be headed to the finals. So casters, predictions?
Oh, I don't know.
That's tough.
Fox,
I think both teams are going home.
Help me, Fox. I don't know.
I think both teams are going home. That's my expert prediction.
You know, LA, look, as long as there's social distancing, and an L is the W in my book, okay? Everyone stay healthy, wear a mask, wash your hands, and we'll be able to see you guys on land hopefully next year. So, yeah, dude, again, I think this is going to come down to just the decision making. We saw this map earlier. It was Shift and I. We watched Piccadilly and how ARs had a field day. You don't have a sub presence here. So again, you're relying on Mauser to go big. You're relying on people at MD to continue to have a good showing. Control is going to be one of those guys. The names are currently flipped on our scoreboards, but we'll keep you updated throughout the game. But again, Fox, I think it comes down to the AR presence. I think subs had that much of an impact on this map.
Yeah, and with the way that players like Control have been shooting, it's going to be a tough battle to fight in this search and destroy here. But again, this is the decider. Single elimination. This is your last chance. No more mistakes. We're in game 5, baby.
In a map like Piccadilly, where we saw Scruzzer on St. Petro get very aggressive up mid-tracks. You can't do that with a sub, and you can't really do it here either with how these lanes and lines of sight work. So the sniper is going to be pretty deadly on either side if they're able to make it connect, but it's a quick plant down. Infinity will get it off in time before Revive can get set up, but he gets away with his life somehow. Knows the player's around. Beautiful timing. Soy, will see you later. Toast is there for the trade. Infinity with another big gunfight to win. They have numbers advantage at the moment on site, but they have to worry about those ARs in the back.
Our Infinity sitting just by the tents near the fountain. He's juggling this corner, looking for them to sprint into it, and they do just that. Easy double kill. The patience pays off. And when they're able to close it out, MD Pac wins the second round. We're all knotted up at 1-1 in game 5.
Infinity just picked up 4 kills in the round, and not only that, he picked up 4 kills around the site after planting. So staying alive, getting the bomb down, and finding ways to just bait yourself out of position, get kills. It's so frustrating for a defense who knows where you are but can't get around the area. And we sit currently tied. 2 maps apiece into our game 5. The sniper connected the first time from Control. We'll see if he's able to do it again. Infinity has stepped up massive for the squad, but we'll see what they're able to do.
So Soy watching the cross there. Not sure that he spotted anyone, but still playing it for information as Scruzzer finds a double kill for his team. He's taken down shortly after that. So with that information, that he should be able to tell Soy where to go with the bomb from there. And it looks like their team is opting to hover around B site, get it all down. They got a sniper for protection, and Control is in a great spot with it.
Such a big gunfight. If Control actually lands it, it opens up opportunities, but his teammate falls. Now you're down to a 2v3. They know where he's at. He gets the shot off in time, but he gets taken out in the process. Trades, bomb down. 1v2. Nathaniel last alive. He's on the fuse.
Check that bomb eventually. Ooh, that's a tough one.
That's textbook standard, great S&D. Protect the bomb diffuser and get it off in time.
For sure. Mauser knew exactly where I needed to stand, and the most dangerous angle right there was being played by a Revived HQ player. But you see, He's not fooled. Easy defense. Takes his head off his shoulders.
And we needed Mauser to step up. If you're a fan of this team, you're a fan of Revive, if you're a fan of Mauser in general, you needed him to step up. Very lackluster game 4, but he looks like he's more comfortable into this game 5.
If you're a fan of good competitive Call of Duty, you
man.
want to see Mauser step it up. Look at what he's been doing in this series so far. We're in game 5. We might as well go the distance, make it another round 11. Moving towards the B bomb site, the A bomb site, excuse me. It's going to be MDPOC as they open up with a first blood. This should be a pretty easy plant as they have a massive advantage in the first opening moments of this map.
Oh, poor Nathaniel's by himself. Nowhere to go. Does pick up 1 in the process, so goodbye, Silent. Only player there was Proxify. He has to back on up. And what was a precarious spot now actually works out in his favor. He has lines of sight at mid-map, able to rotate back to his teammate. Horrible stun there. It's okay, Toast. It happens to the best of us. Nathaniel picks up Mauser. They have location. They just don't have the angle. 2v2.
Toast has Nize in his sights, killless up until this point, keeping it that way, as Proxify is now the last man standing against Toast and Nathaniel. The bomb is going down. Nathaniel's going to catch Proxify, and that's going to be it. The end of the round as Revive HQ takes it and ties it up again at 2-2. Lots of back and forth so far here, Space.
Of course it is. It's game 5. It has to go this way. We didn't get to see the first hardpoint. We knew the second S&D was a bit of a blowout, some questionable decisions. The domination was wild and weird, and then our hardpoint again was a bit exciting, but this one, it's going to go round 11, man. It's going to go round 11. We're going to see a sniper battle. I'm going to scream, probably cry a little bit. You're going to yell at me. It's going to be great.
You're going to scream and cry? Is that what you're going to do
At
here?
the same time.
Incredible. Looking at the opening push here, players seem to be favoring the B side of the map. If they're able to execute this quickly, they could outnumber and overwhelm the sides of MDPOC, but that blown up car right there is going to put a big roadblock in their plans. Speaking of roadblock,
yeah.
Scruzzer is hovering around buses here, but he has nowhere to go. He is just waiting for information. There it is. Easy kill. Nize shut down again.
Scrubs are getting chased from behind, not able to survive, but it's okay. You have 3 players moving up with the bomb, have it locked down, and one of the best parts of this B site is that it's so close quarters. There's so many different angles you could be at. Shuts them down, 3v1, bomb down. A lot to do, not a lot of time. Goodbye, Proxify. It was all of Scruzzer with the opening break.
We are up 3-2 if you're a Revived HQ fan. Taking a look at the opposing team, though. Nize sitting at 0-5. For a game that's so close and so competitive and back and forth, you have to wonder how much of a difference he would make if he was able to open up with a kill for these guys.
So the teams are still flipped, so Revived HQ are still down by a round, and it's been really just the opening break from Scruzzer. I mean, one of the things that I've noticed from this guy, I've watched him for years, I've seen him in person compete. Communication has been one of his strongest assets, but also individual prowess, the gunfight capabilities he has, winning and staying alive. His ability to do that opens up rounds like this. Scruzzer with another, Scruzzer with 2. It's chaos.
Yeah, lots of back and forth. Headshots flying around. Everyone's losing their head today at the moment. Heads will roll as Proxify finds another kill for his team. 2 versus 3 situation. Mauser, Proxify, close to one another, but they still have Scruzzer just hugging this corner, waiting for him to turn it.
I guess the only hard part right now is that Bomb is in essentially no man's land. You have Proxify around it. Scruzzer knows where it is. It's just about getting 1 kill and collapsing as a team. You can trade this out, no problem, but there's still 2 up. They grab it. They're going to work their way towards B. 1 player's there. I think that's Control on the backside. And he should pick this up. Control.
Looking to play a bit patient here. Looks like he might be caught, though. Between a rock and a hard place. That hard place is 2 opposing players as they tag him up and shut him down. Toast looking for the trade, but they're not giving it to him that easily. He loses the gunfight as Mauser finds a double kill, and now it's going to be Proxify and Mauser as the last 2 standing against Scruzzer, who was holding such an advantageous position, but it ended up hurting them in the end as we're all tied up 3-3.
What do we say? What did we say? We said the ARs are going to be crucial, man. It's going to come down to Mauser. It has to. The ARs are everything on this map. And
yeah, and he's awake now. You woke up the beast.
I'm glad. It's about damn time. Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the show. We are tied up 3-3 in Game 5. If you're just tuning in, we're about halfway through this search and destroy. Looks like it's going to go the distance. We're in Game 5 of an elimination match in our Call of Duty Challengers Cup.
It's not Halloween yet, but Nize does play James Bond pretty well right now. So we'll see if he's actually able to pick up a kill here. Scruzzer again pushed so far up. Doesn't win the gunfight. Nize finds his first. No more goose egg. Love to see it. Bomb at A site. Doesn't get it down. Infinity is there again. Nathaniel will trade it out. 3v4.
Nathaniel was coming in for the trade there. He was not able to collect Nize's tags as well, but taking down Pow Infinity gives him the positioning here around Fountain. So good spot to be in with the AR. He's able to control the entire A site. If they want to get to that bomb site, they have to answer to him.
Oh. Gotta be a little bit quicker.
30 seconds left in the round. Control getting a bit frantic, trying to open up an angle here. But you see the stellar positioning from the opposing team. The guys in blue on MDPOC, making things a little bit more difficult.
I love this play. I mean, you really have no other option to get the bomb down. Try to just play an awkward situation. The smoke comes out. It somehow wants to re-challenge this. Okay, Mauser picks up the kill. Control now finds one. He gets cut down on the bomb. That's all dead. And MDPOC pick up round number 7. They're going to go up 4-3 in this Game 5. I love the idea to get the bomb down, you know, basically as quickly as possible, knowing you have no situation where you can escape. Unfortunately, they couldn't execute to a round win, but again, the retake just a little too strong.
7 rounds into the search and destroy, and we see Mauser sitting pretty with 11 kills. We saw similar from him in the first search and destroy. As he remains consistent, he continues to be a crucial part of his team's success in this game mode. So as we switch sides again, we'll have to see just how Revived HQ is able to respond to it.
11-4 for Mauser. On the other side, 1-5 for Soy. Everyone else essentially sharing the credit. That bomb's going down immediately on the A site. It's Scruzzer who actually shuts it down in the process. Soy picks up his first of the round.
Good kill from Proxify there.
Yeah, massive.
3 versus 4 situation now as they're moving over towards the B site. Nize creeping ever so closely to it with the support of Silent. Again, he's in a great vantage point here around buses. Once you're able to hug one of those cars with your AR, you're in a great spot. No submachine guns to challenge him here, so he feels comfortable charging through. Finding the flank onto Fountain. A big kill from Nize there. As again, he's commanding such a crucial part of the map right now from where he's standing.
Well, they shut him down in the process, so Proxify last alive, Proxify dead. MDPOC tied up 4-4. Back and forth we go. Of course, this one's going round 11.
Yeah, this has really been an intense fight from both sides.
It's been, you take a round, I'll take a round, you take a round, I'll take a round. It's literally
exactly
been that. Yeah.
Couple slumps here and there from the players, but I think we've seen everyone get their shine at some point throughout this series.
You know, we saw the sniper early, Fox. I don't believe we've seen it since, other than I think Control was using it at that bottom ticket area where he was looking towards top office. But other than that, it's been relatively quiet from long. So everyone just kind of electing to play these gunfights wall to wall rather than going for an early pick. Scruzzer's been the main guy up front. Soy trying to move his way towards B. I like the idea, but it read perfectly by Revived.
Yeah, and those 2 players sitting on B are going to ring the alarm as soon as Soy gets out of place. He's hoping to see one of them poke out and make a mistake here, but it doesn't look like Silent is going to give it to him. Towards the middle of the map. Not a whole lot of action down either, but we do have Scruzzer pushed up on buses alongside Toast for support.
There's Control. Gets the first pick. I mean, if they can take out Mauser, the collapse will come in onto the site. They're going to get the bomb down and play through library, no questions asked.
Oh, for sure. The trophy systems are already down. They're making themselves at home. Soy with the bomb in hand. He's putting in the nuclear launch codes, and they should be in a good spot to defend it here with the man advantage.
Well, the bomb did get planted. It gets taken out. Nize takes one, misses the shot. Control. Oh, my God. How did he hit that? Somehow makes it land, but it's still just a 1v3, so it was flashy. It doesn't do a whole lot. Thank you, Flinch. Got very
Slick,
excited.
take
That's
that.
it.
Go in for the defuse, and we now have MD Pop. Well, they're gonna get there. They're getting there. But we're gonna go into our one of our last few rounds here, map point in the search and destroy, as MD Pop find themselves at the 5th.
That was exciting for like 3 seconds, and then it just went right to the wrong side of the road. It's all good. It happens. But hey, match point, game 5. Right now, Revived HQ are on series point. One more round, and they'll take this one. MD Pac need a bit of a stronger showing in this round to send this to a round 11. Please do it.
No car explosion kills this
no one
round. We've
likes that
seen
car.
2 or 3 of those so far this game. The
Again.
trophy systems come down as it looks like Mauser is looking to mount a quick and an aggressive positioning towards Fountain. The bomb goes down right away, and Nize finds a first blood. Nize finds another.
He started off 0-6. He's 7-7, but 2 responds quickly. It's MD Pac who try to even things up. Toast with great positioning. They're flooding in. They get all the kills. Mauser left alive. He's got to try to find the diffuser if he can. Teammate should be there. He's still alive somehow. Picks up 1, but he's not there in time. And we're going to a round 11. Of course. Bring it.
Round 11, baby. This is where it's all decided and where it all happens. Both of these teams have been in a slugfest going back and forth for every map in the series, and it all amounts to this: single elimination, your last chance, no more mistakes. The sniper play has been coming back into effect, and we've seen it catching people off guard. Let's watch it all unfold, Space.
I'm just surprised Nize has come back from 0-6 to be 7-8. That's probably one of the reasons why they're currently in a round 11, but it's a 3-man hit up mid. That bomb's going to be moving towards B if it can. It's the first pick that's going to be so crucial, but 1 pushed up. That's Scruzzer again. Look how far up he is. He picks up Infinity. That's a big kill. Trades it out with Nize. Bomb moving its way towards B. Toast in a bad spot, surrounded by 2, stays alive.
Look at your mini-map. Look at your mini-map.
stuck.
MD Pac, they have complete control of buses. All these players of Revived HQ committed towards the B site, and now they're stuck there. They have to go for it.
They literally can't go anywhere, Fox. They have to get the bomb down, or they have to get the kill. You'd like them to open up the round a little bit more by finding a pick, but the biggest question is no one's going to move. Revived HQ refused to give up any positioning. There's no reason to.
Look at Nize creeping up. Player number 8 creeping around for Control. Control's holding that angle so solidly, though. He just can't let anybody get by. Toast makes an attempt to sneak out, and it looks like he might have been successful in Subway. But no, he gets shut down by Mauser, and again, it looks like this push onto the B bomb site might be hurting them. The bomb does come down. It's time for a retake.
It's 4v3. Nathaniel's so weak. Control picks up his trade. Silent takes out Soy. 2v3. This should be all she wrote if they're able to close it out, but Nathaniel's still alive somehow. Proxify taken down. Last alive Control, not able to do it. They'll get the defuse. And Revived HQ survive in round 11, and they will continue on in the bracket this weekend. Unfortunately for MD Pac, their run comes here in the single elimination bracket, but man, it was a good round 11, man, I'll tell you that.
It sure was. Revived HQ closed it out in a big way there towards the end. Again, and in case we saw Revived HQ bring us to an exciting finish in that Game 5 round 11.
Definitely an exciting finish. And to Spaceman's point, yeah, this is a single elimination bracket still. So goodbye, MD Pac. Just kind of tuck yourself into bed because you are finished with COD for the weekend. But, or excuse me, good night to Revive HQ because MD Pac have won. Now, that was just such a close game, and MD Pac came in with the reverse sweep. What does it say that they were able to adjust and make that reverse sweep?
I think that we saw players like Mauser come back to life and put his foot on the gas, right? I think that really turned things around. Nize was a bit disruptive after he started off the game kill list for so long.
Yeah.
And really, it was just an intense search and destroy. I mean, what do you think, Space?
Yeah, look, I mean, when it comes to round 11, you're basically playing a game of inches, let alone decisions. So at this point, you kind of have to look at Nize as stepping up and kind of being the catalyst for their run at the end. He starts off 0-6, ends the game at, well, like 7-8. So hats off to him for being able to turn it around. But a lot of it came down to positioning. I mean, Scruzzer's ability to be aggressive off the start can be useful, but it also is a double-edged sword because then he's stuck out in position. Maybe he doesn't have the best shot at the moment. Maybe his MP5 can't compete with the M4 of the other team. So you're wondering, okay, is it just a trade for trade, or do we lose a player in the process? It's really just hats off to what MDPAC were able to put on the table, right? Like their M4s stayed in position. They didn't give up any line of sight they weren't comfortable with. And in that final round, they didn't budge. They let the bomb get moved up. They made key gunfights win. And not only that, they found kills. It was just a really good play all around. And I'm just impressed with what I saw.
So the competition is only going to get steeper from here, and this was already such a close matchup. So, Rondez, what do you think MDPAC's odds are going forward in that case?
I really like the explosiveness that I saw out of some of their players. I think they definitely have great chances coming up throughout the rest of this weekend. Luckily for them, they don't have to deal with teams like Atlanta FaZe Academy, so I think that's a bit of a blessing at the moment, or at least just so far. But I think it's just going to be it's going to be a tough weekend. It's only going to get harder from here, and really got to take it day by day. Tough prediction to make.
And then, Sean, just to touch back on the idea of having a double elimination versus a single elimination, especially when things are this close, because it's always nice to have that backup of knowing, oh, we can just drop down to the lower bracket. So with that said, how do you look at a single elimination match like this when it is so close? Like, is there potentially, maybe it was just a few mistakes and this isn't really true to how these two teams would actually, should have been performing?
Yeah, I think it's a mix of that, Jess. I think that having a single elimination oftentimes can be better than double elim, because double elim you can tend to slack a bit. And we're not saying that amateur players are known to slack, but there is a little bit of pressure alleviated when you have something to fall back on. Single elim, you're putting all of your best comms forward. And with a lot of these teams who make mistakes that are okay to make because they're still learning, they're still getting, in the professional groove, when you come up later in the bracket, it's the same with everything. You're going to play better teams. And in a team like Atlanta FaZe, if you happen to come across them, they will not make the same mistakes. Like, they just will not with how they've been put through the ringer this season. So single elim usually brings out the better of teams. And I've been surprised what we've seen thus far, but I think you just have to treat everything the same. You're playing with your backs against the wall every series. There's a lot on the line. Give your best foot forward and just hope you come out on top.
All right, well, we are making our way right on through the day. We have seen the EU region of play, we have seen the APAC region of play, and now we are halfway through our NA matches. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, we will get set for our final series of the day, round 4, here at the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers, presented by PS4. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohart, and here is what you missed so far. We have played through the European region of play. We played through the APAC region of play, and we played through one round of the North American play. So if you are just tuning in, the last matchup we saw was MDPOC taking a 3-2 over Revive HQ. It was a reverse sweep, as we like to call it. And coming up next, we are going to see the Atlanta FaZe Academy versus Kilobyte. And here to help me out with these matches, we're going to shift things around once again, and I can actually say that this time because we are bringing back my man's I Hold Shift, and he is going to be casting alongside Spaceman. So Alan, welcome back. How was your break?
It was wonderful. I had myself a roast beef sandwich, a couple of salt and vinegar chips. It was wonderful. Just got me over the hump, get to refuel that energy and get ready to close out the day.
That is fantastic to hear because salt and vinegar is a T1 chip, so I'm really glad that you've chosen that snack. So FaZe Academy, lots to talk about here, and I'm so excited to see them play. This is one of the matches that I have been waiting for all day long because Atlanta FaZe Academy, as we've mentioned, they played through, they technically already qualified for the Challenger Finals, and then they had made a roster change after the Toronto home series, which was the roster lock. So Sean, can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so Atlanta FaZe has been one of the best teams in North America this season. I mean, we saw it each and every week. They looked very good. They were smoking some of the top AMs. They started getting things together, and then they have Sibilance on the squad, right? He's one of the most talked about players in the circuit. He's certainly one of the most prospected players to go possibly up Pro League. He's very talented. So they come in to the last weekend. There's some drama, and they elect to go a different route. Sibilance takes a back seat. They bring in a different player. They end up going pretty well into that event, and they say, you know what? Yeah, we kind of want Sibilance back. So they take him back, and because they took him back after the event had ended, they now have to play through the LCQ. So Atlanta FaZe had like the #1 spot in our seeds, but because they made a team change at the end of the event last week, they now have to play through the LCQ. So it's a whole whirlwind of random, weird Call of Duty, but yeah, it's a big storyline.
It's still so interesting to hear about, though. So then Alan, for you, what does this do? Like, it's obviously a very confident move that FaZe are saying, well, we can go straight to the finals with this current roster, or we can, put in Sibilance, who we, really want back, and play through an entire Last Chance qualifier. So what do you think their odds are?
I'll answer that really simply. Before all of these series of kind of unfortunate circumstances arose, Atlanta FaZe Academy were my pick to win North America this year. But since Sibilance has kind of been, surrounded by a little bit of controversial drama, and then you put Paul in, and now never mind, we're back to Sib. There's a lot of second guessing going on. Wait, okay, Sib is going to try to pull out a little bit of a cheeky strat. This is a hard point, by the way. He pulls out the AX-50 looking for an opening snipe top side of this Z stair inside construction. Does not pay out, but interesting, a little of innovation coming out near the end of the season.
If there's a time to do it, man, just do it here. It's the LCQ. Why not shake things up? Welcome back, Sibilance. Nice to see you. I hope you're having fun. Venom opens things up with a team kill, but off the start, control over to FaZe. And coming into this game, I mean, you and I talked about it. I know Jess as well. We said before this one kicked off, this is going to be either a very hot series or it's going to be a bit rough. Look, Atlanta FaZe are the favorites, no doubt, but the team change does bring into question some of the leadership capabilities of this Atlanta FaZe roster. Alan, what are you thinking on that end?
It's just one of those things that it does put that little bit of lingering doubt maybe in your head. And, it's funny because Paul was the player that was filling in, and he's kind of been that fill-in guy for a number of different rosters this year. And still, though, he seems to be able to carry teams to the top 8. But I think at the end of the day, the Atlanta FaZe Academy team is looking at this roster saying, what's our best chance to win? They don't really necessarily care if we have to give up the #1 seed. What is our best chance to win? And Sim, I think, is just memeing right now. I mean,
2-2
he's still using the AX-50. He's under to make a statement that I don't have to use a regular weapon to win this game, although they do find themselves down pretty heavy, looking to break from the backside of this second hardpoint, and it's not going all that well. So when does playtime turn into a little bit more of seriousness? Because at the moment, Atlanta FaZe Academy are looking at a pretty big deficit.
I mean, I don't know if it's a good thing or not that he's 4-2. Of course, some with the sub, but he's doing better than Pox on the other end. We haven't talked a lot about Kilobyte, but I mean, there's so much story behind this FaZe roster. This is a questionable setup, but look, if it works for Sib, why not it could be a bit of a meme, but hey, man, it's the LCQ. There's a lot on the line, but we expect this team to be able to close it out if they need to, and it helps when everyone's getting involved. 6-4 for Jimbo. Journey's having a very slow start to this game. Somehow they have 32 points.
Yeah, the former Heretics player that I think took a lot of the CWL by storm last year with his impressive performance up front, up close, having a little bit of a tough time getting things going. Well, we say that. There's 2 for him. Jimbo trying to work with him to break this third hard point from the front. It'll come up a bit short. So now Venom by himself, 1v question mark situation as he's not able to fully read the spawns were in the back. And well, Atlanta FaZe Academy will get a couple of trades, but they're still looking down a 30 to almost 40 point deficit at the moment, going over from our 3rd to potentially 4th hill here in the next 30.
Well, they got blessed with a bit of that P5 spawn, so they're able to flood on in. They do get the close as well. That's a bit questionable. Now you're working to break on out. You do have a bit of time to give, but with 20 or so seconds, they could probably bring this game back within 10. Don't want to give up too much at mid-map, as Kilobyte knows this. They're going to rotate out early and elect to probably give up the remainder or so seconds. And they've locked down a couple of big kills. That's Lur up top and Steps. He takes out 2. And Journey's left alive, excuse me, with Sib in the feed and Sib in the hill. Still has the sniper out, why not? But, you know, with all said and done, Alan, I mean, only down by about 5 points. It's pretty good if you're Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, I'm in a little bit of a pickle here, commentary-wise,
Enjoy this one, pal.
because Sib is literally just doing whatever he wants at this point in time. You could tell the Atlanta FaZe Academy team extremely confident in this matchup, as they should be. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit I've tracked probably close to about 400 players in the Challenger scene, and I can't name or recognize a single player from the Kilobyte Gaming squad. So, I mean, going into this one on paper, this should be a major mismatch, and obviously Sib is showcasing some of that by way of just kind of trolling around with the AX50 here in this, what is essentially a play-in for who makes it not just the Sunday, but into that double elimination bracket.
Well, Box picks up his first kill, makes it 2, so he'll have 18 seconds to his name, almost a minute for Medro. But other than that, it's been all relatively FaZe. I mean, they found themselves in the kill feed. Only one in the hill for now is Journey. It's sitting at basically double negative, but getting himself back in the mix of things. And as we hit rotation, FaZe should be there first. But instead, they're just kind of playing in the back line. I mean, it looks like they're very hesitant to get themselves involved because they're playing the break game. Luckily for them, it's worked thus far, but we'll see how long that actually happens.
Kilobyte Gaming still staying in the conversation. Good opening time here on the 5th hard point. And honestly, you know, you take a look at what Kilobyte Gaming, how they're playing the map. They're playing the map correctly. You've got a couple of members that are playing through mid-cafe, so even though we don't necessarily recognize a lot of these names, they obviously have put some good work into understanding the best way to approach this Ramaza hardpoint. They're doing well. 30 seconds worth of time here on our 5th hardpoint. Carrying the hill by themselves, though, will not be able to read where exactly the Atlanta FaZe Academy team was hitting from, and with that will be a break for this scrap. So the first rotation of hills will come up in favor of the Atlanta FaZe Academy, and now it's on to Kilobyte Gaming. Can you zone away the Atlanta FaZe squad from getting to this first hard point and maybe turn this bridge hill into a bit of a money hill?
Well, it's Venom who's up top. He's really the key factor here, and he wins the gunfight. That opens things up. Now they have to worry about him, and if your pressure is applied there, it opens the back door. You can flood on in. A couple of kills. Sib picks up 1. Venom and him will combine for 2. But hill time again. Kilobyte Gaming finding themselves involved on P1. Our second set of rotations. Sib has yet to put this away, but I guess it's worked. He's 10 and 11. Not able to pick up the kill, but I mean, we haven't talked a lot about Kilobyte, and it's not because they've been playing the map wrong. It's just because FaZe's been playing kind of weird, and everyone else is doing their job.
You know, one of the players, every time I get a chance to watch over this FaZe Academy squad, that I feel like just gets neglected every time this roster gets brought up is Venom. Yeah. He's 18 and 13. He is an absolute SND superstar for this squad. He's done so much good stuff to help this AF Academy team get better at search and destroy in total. He's actually having a really great respawn so far. 160 to 113 the score. 12 seconds worth of scrap time. Gravity on the rotation will lock down the middle lane past this back. What it will be spawns eventually for whoever wins the back gunfights, of which it looks like Atlanta FaZe Academy has done just that. So as they get to the 170 mark, now it's just about trying to break in for the early time for P2.
One of the things about Vet that kind of stuck out earlier, especially last year, was not only his just pure raw gut skill, right? Like we saw it last year in Black Ops 4, his ability to always find good kills, but
it was always kind of a question about, can he fall in lane? Can he find a way to work in cohesion with the team? I think that this Atlanta FaZe team, or like the Academy, I should say, is kind of his best home this far. It really allows him to shine. He can find kills on the fly, but you have enough leaders in Jimbo and Gravity who have been here time and time again to bring him under their wing and really kind of mold him into a better player.
Yeah, Tom is one of the best ARs in the North American Challenger scene, without a doubt. When you talk about main ARs currently existing in the Challenger scene, two that come to mind are out of Team War. You look at Dave, he's been incredible, and Gravity's been extremely consistent all year long, which is could be a little bit difficult to do. I mean, we've seen the meta change kind of influence how the AR gun is really used, which is why, you know, you often see a second AR being brought up with a Corvus barrel, which is what we're actually seeing from Kari's point of view here. But it's made essentially those main AR players change how they're playing, where, yeah, we at the beginning of the year saw kind of slow main anchor style gameplay, but you've been forced to get more aggressive, and I think that Tom Gravity has really done some of the best job when it comes to idolizing that change and being able to take it in stride.
Well, he's been able to match the pace as well. I mean, this guy's been on the team for a while. This Atlanta's FaZe team has had a relatively interesting core group of guys who have stuck it out through thick and thin. The meta changes regardless. Jimbo and Gravity and Venom have been through the gauntlet. They've been here before. And with that said, it's 220 to 137, a very quiet but surprising lead thus far. This game seems like it's been going on for both a year and just quite a little bit, as they've been able to rack up a ton of time. Gravity trying to work his way in will get shut down. Sib, of course, why not? Work way in with the sniper. It all works out. Journey does pick up the kill. Journey's been the majority of this time. 214 and counting. Very slow game, but the objective work's been great.
Indeed the case. They'll be just short of the 240 point mark as we rotate over to the construction hard point. Pac's doing a nice job locking things down up top. He's found a couple of kills off screen. That's going to be good to help this rotation stay safe for the side of Kilobyte Gaming. There's another one, actually. 3 in a row for Pax, this time down low. And, well, as soon as he thought that Kilobyte Gaming was zoning the hill out correctly, they actually lose sight of the backside spawn. So Atlanta FaZe Academy will say thank you very much. We'll take the proximal spawns, and now we'll reinforce nice and quickly. This will be the game. Nobody's going to be able to touch in time. And Atlanta FaZe Academy quite literally styling on map number 1 to the tune of a 250 to 157.
It was a good showing. Really, it was a good showing from Kilobyte, but it's FaZe. I mean, you gotta bring it all. You gotta bring it all.
So while I don't think there's anything that's surprising about the fact that FaZe Academy won and they did it pretty handily, was there anything at all, Alan, we'll start with you, is there anything at all that did surprise you during that first map?
Oh, I mean, the sniper rifle out of Civ. That's obviously point number 1. I mean, if you have been following along with this Atlanta FaZe Academy team, I know there's probably a bunch of mixed reactions about what has unfolded over the last couple of weeks, but this team has been, I would say, the pinnacle of what North American Challengers has looked like. Yeah. They've won 4 events. They've come in runner-up position a couple of times beyond that, and they rarely don't see the top 8 in full. They're usually there when it comes to either the home series or the Challengers Cups on Sundays in that double elimination bracket that does unfold. And obviously, when it comes to the LCQ, you're expecting them to be able to walk through this without much problem whatsoever. It was funny, I was talking to Spaceman before we started, and I was like, I wouldn't be surprised to see matchups like this if we watch Atlanta FaZe Academy where Civ drops 60 kills. I guess we're taking the other side of it, where he's just going to have a little bit of fun and just play with the sniper rifle, because why not?
Yeah, and then Sean, what did you think about that? Because I know you, Alan, and you had both been making comments about, oh, Sib is kind of doing whatever he wants.
He's clowning.
And
yeah.
he is clowning, and it seems like they were just kind of trying some stuff out. So yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, aside from just the obvious, I think really the only takeaway I could really like pull all the straws out for is Journey having a slow game. But even then, it was never anything where I'm like, okay, this is a different Journey that we've seen, and this is going to cost FaZe. I mean, he has a slow game, but he had 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the hill. Yeah. So everyone else is producing. Gravity is fine. Jimbo's picking up 2 and 3 pieces left and right. FaZe are clearly the best team in North America. So this LCQ is probably practice to get sibilance back in the mix of things. But yeah, he does his thing. They meme a little bit. It's cute. But I mean, props to the opposition for being able to hang in it for a little bit. But it was never, I never sat here and was like, oh my God, FaZe is on the ropes. I was like, okay, it's just going to take like 2 or 3 L's until they pull the lead. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I mean, even when we saw Kilobyte go up, I think 70 points right away, and FaZe was sitting there with not too much scrap time. Yeah. Like, yeah, you guys did not seem too concerned. At no point were you like, oh no, it's a nail biter. Like, what could happen? Oh, I'm just not sure. So then with regards to that, let's talk, Alan, about a few things from Kilobyte that you did like, maybe any signs of life or anything that they could have accomplished if they had not been up against such a tough opponent.
I mean, through that first rotation, you saw that Kilobyte Gaming, they're not clueless when it comes to like what the rotations need to look like if you're going to do them successfully. They're zoning the map correctly. They're playing the middle between 2 and 3 and 3 and 4. They're playing the map correctly. They're just being outgunned. I mean, the only strategy the Atlanta FaZe Academy needs to bring into this matchup is what I like to call the "we're just better" strat, where you just kind of run at them and you just get the kills and you just win off of the slaying prowess alone. As now we get a more traditional setting for the AX50 to come out, but Sib decides he still wants to bring it in aggressive fashion. He might not even get the chance as all the ARs for the Atlanta FaZe Academy squad pop off for the first opening kills, and it's just down to Kuza for a 1v4.
You know, teams, if you're listening and you ever do get a chance to take advantage of Shift's coaching academy, which I highly suggest you do, he does phenomenal work. Sometimes he might just look at you and say, get better. And that's it. Like, you might have just bought a package and he's just, just get your gun up, dummy. And look, if that's the case, that's the case. But yeah, sometimes, man, it's just hard to break this kind of stuff down. It's not like they were doing anything wrong in game. They just were not slaying the same way FaZe was. And that can actually be a positive shift. I mean, you can have times where you're playing the game properly, but you're just not out killing. It sounds negative, but if you're playing the right way, you can work on gun skill. You can work on that. But I mean, it's just, you're playing FaZe, man. Like, you're playing the best team in the bracket. It's hard.
Look, especially in what are now 5v5 Call of Duty, like since Black Ops 4, the better individual talent does not necessarily mean that you are always going to win against a team that is less talented than you are. If you're playing the game as a more collective unit, you're going to have a good chance at winning. I mean, that was Gen G's strategy all last year, was we just need to team shot better than every other squad in the league. Granted, they were also individually insane, but that was a key strategy that Joey Nubsy talked about a lot. And that's another thing that maybe doesn't have as much impact in this game because there's no stim shot, it's just 100 HP. But the same mantra stays true where it comes to, if you can play the game as a collective 5, you're playing correctly, you're picking up trades, you're getting good team shots in, you're going to have a chance to battle up against teams like Atlanta FaZe and maybe bring them down to the ropes a little bit more. Jimbo has slid through a little bit more incognito through the middle of the map to pick up not 1, but 2. And now it's just down to Kari for a 1v3 situation. He'll find the first and stay alive. Plenty of time to work with, but he's going to get red dot push. Jimbo with the dead silence right in front of him.
It's terrifying. Jimbo just went all the way through, picked up the kill. Yeah, there's not much you can do. When Jimbo is feeling it, he's able to flow with the game. He roams around green, picks up 2. No problem, chin all the way back here. Picks up the final kill. And again, that's where FaZe's confidence comes in. This team will take gunfight after gunfight because they've proven to themselves and to audiences like us that they can win it. So I guess really, if we have to give a nugget of information specifically for Kilobyte, from my end, it would basically be slow the game down. Like, these rounds have gone by very quickly. The hard point was cool for a minute, and then it wasn't. I want to know what you're thinking, Alan. I mean, what do you think they're going to have to do?
The best way to deal with a team that's showing you no respect is wait for them to push into your face, and hopefully you find a couple of trades. Jimbo mid-map, man. It's just such a staple of the Atlanta FaZe Academy team. They love the middle of this Gunrunner map. A little bit of a hit marker there for Sib. I'm not sure if he just caught a pinky toe or if he caught part of the pull in front of it, but Jimbo will clean up his work and some assists through, bomb down. Medro 1v3. He's going to be pushed on by Sib, who's looking for maybe a highlight reel style clip as he's just going in with no scope whatsoever. Will be cut down. Medro for a second, staying alive. Gravity having a tough time as his legs aren't able to get him all the way up the top, but he's been figured out. Medro not going to be able to turn around for a snap on, and Atlanta FaZe Academy go up 3-0.
You know, a lot like the normal Atlanta FaZe team, this Academy team plays at a pace that's very similar to pro teams. And you could probably chalk that up to having access to a coach like Crowder, who emphasizes quick decision-making and fast guns. You could also just put that up to the fact that these are four or five of the best players right now in North America, and they have that style inherently with them. It was never a question about adapting to a faster gameplay style. They've always had it, but you kind of reap what you sow, and having access to resources such as Crowder as a head coach and the Atlanta FaZe group, that's what you get, and it just shows in their gameplay.
Opening trade. Gravity, though, has found his way into the front of the turbine, which will make the B site very difficult to grab. Sib able to find a quick scope on Akuza behind, not able to get the follow-up. But this is the bomb carrier. Very inconspicuous spot to be. Takes a pretty decent gunfight, but unfortunately does not account for Gravity behind him, who's able to get his trade. So 1v1. Kari, who did not have the greatest respawn in the world, is doing well in the search and destroy thus far, and Tom has absolutely no idea where Kari could have gone. Dead Silence pushed through, and, well, this timing is going to be everything.
Oh, God. He heard him. He heard the door open, but he turns around. Oh, you tried to get a little cheeky, didn't you? You tried to get a little cheeky. It happens. He heard the door open, hit the long flank. It was beautifully read. Just, you know, sometimes just don't go for the meme. Go for the kill. It happened.
Yeah, that's Gravity knowing that he's on camera when he's trying to go for that execute.
It's true. Oh, man.
3-1 the tally so far. It's just one of those things, and we can't take, I don't think we can take like full value away from Atlanta FaZe Academy as far as, you know, what are they showing us right now, but keep your eye on Jimbo in the middle of the map. That is a staple of this Atlanta FaZe Academy offense. He's number 2. Here he comes. Same spot you always see. His teammates throws him a smoke. He does a little bit of parkour, gets right in front of bathrooms. He misses a player who walks right by him, but his team has found his way into the middle of the map, and this is a big controlling point that Atlanta FaZe Academy usually always try to dictate the tempo from. This time it doesn't work out, though, as all 5 will fall quickly.
Oof. Well, that was a good response. Well done, Kilobyte. I mean, Jimbo falls. It was an awkward gunfight, but right after that, Siblins picks up a kill. Everyone else trades it out. Positioning works out. I feel like there's not much to say. I mean, it was literally just a bunch of trades that happened to FaZe being too aggressive, and all of a sudden Kilobyte have the round win. They get gifted one earlier, now 3-2. But again, yeah, just harping to your point, yeah, there's no way that FaZe is going to show not only us but anyone the majority of their strats this weekend. If they can breeze through this, they will. If they can't, they'll get a little bit cheeky, but other than that, they're probably going to save the majority of their stuff for the chance bracket.
They're barely throwing utility out. I mean, they're throwing nades when they know players are caught, like right there with Kuza. They're throwing smokes, but that's about it. Typically speaking, you know, when you watch the top side of the North American Challengers, you know, in Search and Destroy, it's a lot of, okay, let's wait to make sure we've got Dead Silence on at least these members. Let's make sure we're stun checking this area before we push it. This is simply them running at, you know, this Kilobyte squad and just hoping they win the gunfights, or trusting, I guess is the better adjective, trusting that they're going to win their gunfights. And for Kilobyte, at least you've done well to keep it close, but like he had mentioned from before, it's really difficult to battle up against a team who's just running at you like this, especially if we're not winning our ones. So for Kilobyte, I think, again, you need to try to find a way to force the slowdown. You know, if there's smoke coming through, hit it with nades, hit it with stuns, make sure nobody from Atlanta FaZe Academy is pushing through, and hopefully you can get a couple of team shots in to give yourselves a numbers advantage. And so far, I mean, again, you take a look at the KD ratio. If you were just to ignore the scoreboard and the style of how it's gone, you've got really only a couple players that are negative barely. I mean, everyone's playing well for Kilobyte.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, like, okay, everyone's contributing. Nothing too crazy, but just misses barely. 2 snipers for FaZe, so the confidence has never been a question. Ernie picks up 1, okay 2. Nade will trade him out. Cheeky shot, but won't connect. Gravity in the back line, but rotated through. It was Kari, 5 and 4. And now they split the defense. Bomb still at the back spawn. I believe Venom is actually going for the hunt. He should be able to run into him relatively quickly. And he will pick up the kill. 2v1. Lure, last alive, had a great showing in Hardpoint, but so much ground to cover and so much to do.
Gravity with a little pirouette as he plants the bomb. Does get taken down, though, immediately afterwards. Doesn't make a difference. The trade is instantly there. 5-2 we go. Atlanta FaZe Academy. No worries in the Hardpoint. No worries here. And, well, we talked about Venom and his prowess on SND. Of course, we're not really seeing a full idolization of that statement, but he's definitely a player that if you're looking to root for this Atlanta FaZe Academy team going into tomorrow, if we have a chance to watch them more, he's a player to keep an eye on in the Search and Destroy, as he's been a major X factor for AFA really throughout this entire Challengers year.
You having fun, chat? We're having fun. We're having a good time. We're just, you know, just sitting back, relaxing, watching Atlanta FaZe do their thing. Kilobyte's putting up a hell of a show, but Jimbo opens things up on Lure, so one of your best players so far we've seen in this matchup is taken down. Bomb carrier Pox, 5 and 7. It's a front-heavy push and a hold at Forest as the tree line they'll use to their advantage. Gravity on top crates, pushes down, gets taken out. Venom connects, Sib as well. 4v2. That should be it. They're going to close this one out, bearing a miracle from Kilobyte.
You know, the other thing, if we're getting really nitpicky, if you're someone out there that's wondering, you know, why exactly, well, hold on a second. Sib is going to do a little poke, stab to finish off the round. What I was about to say is you're also seeing just kind of a lack of general total awareness from Kilobyte Gaming, where you saw like that gunfight for Kuza. He gets an angle on the outer crate, and he doesn't immediately change his focus. You're rarely going to get double chow from the same angle, and that's just kind of another understanding thing, you know, being a differential between these two squads.
So another unsurprising round, I would say, in terms of Atlanta FaZe Academy's victory. But let's, let me put it to you guys this way. Is it worth talking about those 2 rounds in a row that they did not take during that SND? Alan, what do you think?
No. We're not going to see the true Atlanta FaZe Academy until they're at finals. That's really the best way of kind of putting it. If they're going to do their job, they're going to get through. This is all just kind of a slight bit of consequence to making that roster change after Toronto comes in. We're going to say the same thing about Six Gear if we see them tomorrow. There realistically is not a contender in this North American LCQ pool that is going to give them a major workout. There will be some teams that'll do well. They'll have a couple of great moments, I think, honestly, and maybe some of them will come and search and destroy because teams like Six Gear and Atlanta FaZe Academy, they know they're going to be on camera, they're going to be on stream. They know all of their amateur counterparts that are waiting for them in the finals are probably trying to take away as much as they possibly can, and they don't want to give them any of that ground. So I think that this is going to be just part 1 of the cruise control for qualification for Atlanta FaZe Academy.
Definitely a lot of good points you bring up. Sean, do you have anything to add? Honestly, is there anything that you even want to say about that map?
I mean, look, as our job, it's our job to be objective and to realize, like, hey, we know what amateur Call of Duty can be. We know it can be extremely close, but sometimes there are teams who we expect dominance from. And this is another situation of that. I guess the one silver lining here is, honestly, for Kilobyte, it's not you're playing bad. Like, you're other than like a questionable peak at the end of the S&D, you're not playing bad Call of Duty. You're
not at all.
You're just getting outplayed by a much better team that I'm sure they know as well. So I guess that's kind of the silver lining. If I'm them and I know that our backs are against the rope, we're not playing bad Call of Duty by any stretch of the imagination. We're just completely outclassed. Sometimes that's okay. So I mean, heads up to them, right?
Well, and I gotta hope that they're looking at it the same way you are, and also looking at it as what can we learn here, you know? And of course, I never want to just write off any team, but when you're looking at kind of a David versus Goliath situation here, and you're the I don't know, it's just really hard to make any determination, and I don't think though that Kilobyte should beat themselves up for anything that's going on. I think they should look at it as a learning opportunity and just see what they can take away from this series. But, you know, again, we're not calling it yet. We still have more maps to get through. It has only been 2 maps. Atlanta FaZe Academy are up 2-0 in this series versus Kilobyte. You're headed to a quick break. When we return, we will find out what is going to happen if Kilobyte can extend the series to a map 4, or if Atlanta FaZe Academy are going to take it in a clean 3-0. Let's find out after this. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohard, and if you are just joining us, we are 2 maps into a series between Atlanta FaZe Academy and Kilobyte. So Atlanta FaZe Academy are up 2-0. They are absolutely bowling over their competition, which is not really too surprising. And one of the storylines we've been talking about so far is that Atlanta FaZe Academy played in Toronto, and then, which was of course the roster lock period for challengers here, and then they made a roster change after that roster lock, ensuring that they do have to play through the last chance qualifiers here again to make it back to the finals. As we've been discussing, probably shouldn't be any problem with that, but here we are headed into a domination, and I'm not going to ask you guys, my casters here, of course, we have with me our Spaceman and I Hold Shift, and I'm not going to ask them who we think is going to win. I'm not going to ask them if they think that Atlanta FaZe Academy are going to have an easy time of this domination, but instead, Sean, let's start with you.
Yep.
In an ideal world, what would you want to see? What kind of strats and stuff would you want to see Kilobyte pull off to maybe, you know, stand up a little bit against these Titans?
Oh, it's going to be tough. You know, I think at this point, your best bet going into a domination is, I'm going to do it. I'm going to say it. Don't listen to me when I said overextend to C flag back in Hackney Yard. Right now, I think you need to fight team fights. You need to get aggressive. That's kind of been the one thing that I think they haven't been able to do is fight straight up with Atlanta FaZe. And on a map like St. Petro, where your ARs are going to be responsible for holding down long lines of sight as always, and your SMGs are going to be crucial on B flag, and especially when taking over neutrals on homes, you need a strong SMG presence. You need that frontline guy. I don't think that Kilobyte has it, but now's as good a time as any. Pull out the subs, get crazy with it, get inside of Atlanta FaZe's head, get in their face, make them work for these flag caps. I think they can do it, but it's going to be so rough.
I was just about to say that of all of the 3 maps that we have for domination, the last one I was hoping for Kilobyte was Petro.
I tried to save it. I tried.
Yeah, the reason why is it's just so hard to flip this map. If you're not winning gunfights, you're not going to flip the map around. It's just not possible. You will get a couple of moments like right now where Kuza actually spawns behind A little bit rogue, if you will, so he could potentially make an influential play to try to neutralize, but instead is going to opt to play the middle of the map, which again is the correct call. Help your teammates in mid, try to get this B flag. Also beyond that, make sure you don't get flipped yourselves. Number 4 on your minimap is Journey. He's already working all the way around, and even though you're finding good kills in the middle of the map for Kilobyte, you are still spawning out back to the A flag, which is not what you want.
Well, they have A lockdown as well, and then they're going to be losing C, so they'll take that split, but Gravity in the back, I thought he was going to get cut down for a second on the cross, but a little bit hesitant as a player comes over. It's Kari in the back, takes down 2, so a massive win, but the rest of Atlanta FaZe Academy still spawning there. Goodbye, Journey. A bit of an impressive gunfight win. They get the spawns as well, so now you're looking for a team fight on B. But you have to, again, continue to fight FaZe up front, get in their face with these fights, and take down wave after wave if you want to have a chance.
And as this 50-50 continues to develop in the middle of the map, keep your eye on number 3. It's Jimbo. He's going to try to make a play over to A. And the only thing that is really missing right now for Atlanta FaZe Academy is, do you read that Medro is also making a cheeky plea on his own right as he's making his way behind the C flag?
I thought
so again, Kilobyte Gaming, they're spawning up in some weird spots and they're playing it correctly. Whether they're going to go for A or they're going to ignore it, or from Metro's point of view, you spawn a little bit closer to C. You're going to try to make a solo play. It's going to alleviate some pressure in the middle of the map, and it gives you a realistic chance to have some pressure on the B flag. They're playing the map correctly. It's just that you take a look at the KD ratios, and the only one that's really kind of having a game right now is Kari at 9-3.
Yeah, and a lot of these gunfights that have happened in front of B have favored FaZe. I mean, they've been able to break in, they gain control, they get cleared out, but no one follows through for Kilobyte, and B flag is left to FaZe's control. They might be able to actually get the neutral here, just so close to it. A couple more ticks will close it out. Journey with a couple of cheeky shots, and it's Sid with the sniper again, so you have to worry about that, because we know what he can do. Journey now feeling very, very comfortable. And he's going to roam around, and a 2-cap will continue to fall through for Atlanta FaZe Academy as they are building this lead.
Everything has reset, and more than that, stabilized, as Jimbo is going to give us some P90 love here in this map, apparently. trying to make use of it outside Ambi, not going to find the kill. So again, when I say everything is reset and stabilized, there are two goals on the map that you have to keep an eye on. For Kilobyte Gaming, it's how do you push across the proverbial 50-yard line and start to make an influential play happen at B. They're winning some good gunfights. They're in a position to maybe get the neutral, but can't quite close it out. On the opposite side for the Atlanta FaZe Academy, you're trying to get into the bottom side of this restaurant, or even better if you can get top blue like Journey is, because he can watch every single rotation off the spawn, and then as soon as he finds a couple of good kills, he can start to make a play towards A. So good textbook gameplay coming out really for both teams. The big difference is just the slaying area right now, as Atlanta FaZe Academy are just not losing gunfights.
And here's what happens. Journey starts distracting the masses. He stays alive. Reinforcements come in. You start splitting apart Kilobyte. All of the words jumbled together, and you get stuff like this. A 3-cap where B is neutral. Pox does get the lucky spawn, so they'll get a home flag to lock down. But it's stuff like that where FaZe make the gunfight so difficult that you start wondering, where are they coming from next? Where do your resources start getting allocated towards? And now you get left in a position where you're spread out as a team. You're trying to make a cohesive push. You lose the gunfight out towards Hazmat. Venom picks it up. Now they locate all of Kilobyte towards back C, and you can gain control of mid-map if you're FaZe.
Dangerous position coming forward, though. Kilobyte Gaming have a handful of kills. They're already neutralizing A. They've got members that can stack B, and you force the Atlanta FaZe Academy to spawn on the bottom side of the apartment complex, which is where you want them to spawn if you're going to get a triple cap and trap them up from ever getting a flag. So this is a great moment here for Kilobyte Gaming. Again, they're doing everything they're supposed to do. The problem is you're just not winning your ones, and that will lead to an exit of the spawn trap for AF Academy, and now they're on their way to not just taking the A flag, but they do have the B flag neutral, potentially looking for an AB setup to finish off this half.
Well, you have Kilobyte coming from bottom arches, and you have Atlanta FaZe from back cafe. They do get the pool spawn just out. So I like what they're doing. They're putting numbers on B, and they're fighting it straight up, right? Like, they're taking these gunfights. The biggest issue, again, was just trying to locate all of FaZe, because when these gunfights start going down and Atlanta's able to locate 2, 3, 4 kills and stay alive on the flag, get the neutral, it works out in their favor. But another massive pickup from Kari. I believe that was 3, now it's on a 6 spree. So they have almost a trick cap again. Credit to where credit is due, Alan. I mean, they're doing it. They're just down by a bit.
Yeah.
That's
about
kind of the only
20-point differential. After getting a couple of nice triple cap moments, you're able to reduce that deficit that was being built up. And again, just for those of you that might be joining us here late, you're probably wondering, why are we seeing snipers and P90s? This Atlanta FaZe Academy team is the best team in North American Challengers by pro points overall, but like we had kind of kept hitting on, this is a forced LCQ playthrough because they decided to go for a roster change. But for all intents and purposes, this is about as mismatched as we could possibly see. But that said, I mean, it's one of those things that I'm not as interested in, kind of telling the Atlanta FaZe Academy story as I am to learn about this Kilobyte Gaming squad. And we've seen great moments throughout. Honestly, I'm not even just kind of throwing them, a little bit of sugar, but they've played the map correctly. It's just they're not winning the individual gunfights, which is tough.
I know you'll appreciate this reference. It reminds me of going back a little bit, maybe back to, what was it, 2016, when like an amateur team like Bittersweet would come out of the open bracket and play Envy first round, and they had to like find some way to do something. They get close in the hard point, and then they get smoked and everything else. So that's kind of what I just see here. The FAMAS pulled out. Why not? Gravity giving us a show. 3 in the kill feed, all of FaZe. They have a 2-cap as well, losing B for the moment, but we expect them to take it back as Gravity's feeling quite comfortable with the 3 burst.
Kilobyte able to stick with the A flag setup, have not fully captured the B flag, but they've done well to at least keep it neutral. Just a 16-point gap. Could be made up relatively quickly if you could just find a couple of kills. Unfortunate team kill comes out, though, as Kuza, you thought for a second with him finding 2 and Medro a 3rd, that would have been enough to get them across into the B flag. But just a touch short on numbers as Gravity's trying to zone off the reinforcements. Not able to fully cap yet either is Kilobyte Gaming on this middle flag. Gravity from behind, not able to lock down the shots, but gets a second opportunity. He makes good on that chance. And that will be a clean kill feed for the Atlanta FaZe Academy as they find 7 in a row.
It's, there's times where I find myself in this game just thinking to myself, Kilobyte's putting up a good presence, and Atlanta FaZe are doing, their best to kind of slow the quells that may or may not rise from Kilobyte. But it never seems like Atlanta is 100% in the game. It always just kind of seems like, they're doing the motions, they're going through it, and they maintain the lead. Like, they haven't been pushed to the limit. We didn't expect them to, but it's kind of scary, man. When they're able to just kind of coast like this and they hold a lead such as it is, they do everything right, and Kilobyte, to their credit, are trying their best. They're playing everything correctly. They just, man, it just seems like they cannot catch a break when it comes to holding a lead.
Yeah, it's just the mismatch, I think, is really kind of the biggest thing when it comes to the individual talent. Collectively, though, again, you take a look at the KD ratios, you really can't pick apart anybody too much for Kilobyte Gaming. Sure, Pox isn't having the greatest of game, but he's found 4 captures, so he's still moving around the map, and he's still helping his team get the presence that they need. Trades could be a little bit better if you really want to get nitpicky, but I mean, overall, for Kilobyte Gaming, I really do mean that this is a squad that has showcased that they've got a lot of good experience. They know exactly what they need to be doing, and they're going through the correct steps to make sure that they're giving themselves the best chance possible. It's just tough when you're playing up against 5 players, all of which you can make arguments for them to at least be a substitute on some of the CDL rosters that are out there. It's just one of those things that the veteranship and experience and his overall individual talent is just too much to overcome.
Yeah, and again, to the credit of Kilobyte, like, it's very easy for teams who are underestimated to make a lot of mistakes against, I guess you could call Atlanta FaZe Academy somewhat of amateur veterans at this point. They haven't made many mistakes, right? Like, it's never been a discussion of, oh, well, clearly they're an amateur team and they are clearly not up to the caliber that Atlanta FaZe Academy is, and that's why they're so low in the seeds. But dude, it's impressive nonetheless. It could be a 3-0 win for Atlanta FaZe Academy, but I will take away from this that this Kilobyte team, they have their heads on their shoulders right. They clearly know what they're doing. It's just going to take more practice.
Yep, right there with you. Could not have summarized it better myself. They're responding in weird situations. They're coming together. They're collectively making a good decision, and they're hitting the map correctly. This is all good stuff. I really don't have anything I don't have any big gripes about how they've played throughout this entire series. As a collective 5-man, as far as, you know, how you look at it from the overhead, you're moving the pieces in the right spot. It's just sometimes it feels like you're playing with 5 pawns versus 5 queens when you're going up against the Atlanta FaZe Academy and Kilobyte in this proverbial chess match. So it's just tough. 55 seconds left to play. 144 to 113. This one mathematically impossible to come back into for Kilobyte Gaming, so they will unfortunately be knocked out of the LCQ in 0-3 fashion.
Hey man, there are worse ways to play the best team in the game. So if you want to take away anything from this, if they ever do see this replay, just listen to us. We've seen a lot of amateur Call of Duty. I mean, I'm talking a lot, thousands of hours. We've seen a lot of matches, a lot of competitors throughout the years. This is clearly a team that knows what they're doing. It's just going to take more practice and playing against people at their caliber.
Oh, absolutely.
But this was by no means a bad showing. You just got outclassed. That's probably one of the best ways to lose in Call of Duty, just getting outclassed.
You take away a lot, you know. I think that if you were to go back and rewatch this, if you're any of the 5 players from Kilobyte Gaming, you know, again, just to hit it one more final point before I beat a dead horse, you played at least the 2 respawns correctly. You made the right decisions when your backs are up against the wall. The best thing you can take away is, okay, we need to just put some more individual work in, get individually better, and if we can continue to kind of improve going from this game into the next and continue to look at the maps we have looked at Modern Warfare at the tail end of the season, you should feel pretty positive about your path as you're trying to move through the Challenger scene maybe next year.
Well, there it is. The official 3-0 from Atlanta FaZe Academy. Not surprising, still satisfying. So, Alan, you had made a comment along the lines of, I'm not here to see what Atlanta FaZe Academy does, I'm here to learn about Kilobyte. So what did you learn about Kilobyte during that series?
Yeah, I think, you know, when I wrapped it up, this is exactly what I'm looking for. You know, I'm always excited to learn more about new teams and new players, and I'll remember all 5 of these guys. The way that they just play the Atlanta FaZe Academy, they get swept, sure, but you played 3 close games for the most part. I mean, outside of the Gunrunner got a little bit out of hand, mostly because Atlanta FaZe Academy were running at them. You played the Hardpoint right, you played the Domination right. These are 5 guys that if you can continue to individually just progress your game and come back with the same mind that you just approached the end of this Modern Warfare season, approaching the Domination, approaching the Hardpoint, going into our next title, I think these guys could potentially put together something special next year. Next year very well could be their year, and I'm not just kind of throwing that out idly. I really do mean that. They played the map well.
It'll definitely be interesting to see for sure.
Yeah.
Now, Sean, my question for you is, we had talked about how we're not going to see any big strats from FaZe. Like, they're not going to give anything away before Sunday, because here today, they don't really need to try too hard. Going into the finals, that's maybe when they actually need to step it up a little bit. So I guess looking ahead to Championship Sunday, what kind of strats are you hoping to see out of FaZe? Like, do you think we're going to see anything that they haven't busted out before?
I don't think we'll see anything that they haven't utilized before. Again, I think there's a lot of, and this comes more so with how we categorize giving away strats. There can be kind of a misconception between giving away strats and playing wrong. And I think that divide usually blends over more often than not. And what we mean by saying giving away strats is not that they're going to, show us all their cards and people will be able to read it and be like, okay, we know what they're going to do in SCD. We know how they play hardpoint if they're given a specific spawn. We basically mean they're not going to take the game at 100%. They're going to usually go in. Comms won't be as hot as if it were like a championship bracket run. They're going to take it very slowly, very calmly, and they know what they need to do to get it done. It's not like they're giving away too much info. They're just not going at 100%. And a lot of times that's where the best teams kind of coast through. And I think that's what we're going to see here. Tomorrow, I don't think we're really going to see too much craziness. I think we'll see what we saw today. Just an Atlanta FaZe team that's very confident, going to coast through their games and do well.
Well, we are actually going to get a chance to hear from one of the players on the Atlanta FaZe Academy, but first we're going to head to a quick break. FaZe has wrapped that up nicely and put a bow on it with that nice 3-0, and when we return to the Call of Duty Challengers League Last Chance Qualifier presented by PS4, we will have the chance to hear from Tom Gravity and an instant reaction presented by PlayStation. Welcome back. It is time for your PlayStation Instant Reaction, your Instant Reaction brought to you by PlayStation. Same concept, different branding. So my name is Jess Grohard, and as we are coming off of that 3-0 from the Atlanta FaZe Academy that they gave to Kilobyte, we are going to be talking to Tom Gravity from Atlanta FaZe Academy. Tom, thank you so much for being here with me. Good, how are you?
No problem. I'm doing
Good.
well.
So good, glad to hear it. So I wanted to ask about some of the roster changes you guys made. You're back, you have, or not you're back, but you have Sibilance back. So how are you feeling about your current roster?
Confidence obviously through the roof. I mean, we've been pretty fire like all year with this roster, so it just feels good to get that chemistry back and just get back to work with the teammate we've had all year.
And you guys are looking fire as well, so I'm glad to hear that you're feeling very confident. And, you know, the casters have been talking about this. It's no surprise that you were the favorite outcome there and in general, kind of the favorite outcome for this whole weekend. So you guys had already qualified, and then you are now playing back through the Last Chance Qualifiers. So how do you look at this experience? Like, is this just practice for you, chance to try out new strats, or what is the Last Chance Qualifier to you?
To be honest, it like for me and my team, it's just something to get by. Like we already know that we should be qualified for champs at this point, so it's really just something that we just need to get through.
So then with that said, you know, it's probably pretty obvious how you're feeling about tomorrow and your chances and everything. You know, do you have any parting words for us or any thoughts as you head into tomorrow?
I mean, I'm rolling out my bed tomorrow. I'm gonna shoot my gun a little bit and qualify. I think if somebody has anything else to say about that, I mean, I think it's gonna happen. So.
I love to hear the confidence. Shoot my gun a little bit and qualify, you know, qualify easily. That is fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time. That is all the questions I have for you. For those watching at home, once again, this was your Instant Reaction brought to you by PlayStation. We're going to head to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have one more series for you tonight, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. I'm your host, Jess Brohart, and we've seen a lot of action today. If you're just tuning in, the last matchup we just saw was Atlanta FaZe Academy dominating the competition in a 3-0 versus Kilobyte, a relatively unknown team that we did learn quite a lot about. Now we have one more series for you here today, which will be J4L Org versus Instinct Gaming. And here to help me with that matchup are your two casters. We are bringing back Fox, and then we've got Shift, or I'm so sorry, I don't even remember which one shifted out and shifted back in, but how are you both doing?
I'm doing great, Jess. You okay over there?
You know, I'm doing great. I have brain problems because it's been a very long day, and I'm just so happy to be working with you both as well as Spaceman. So sometimes I kind of get confused about who is about to be pairing up with me versus who already just did. So
that's good. I'm just checking in on you, making sure you're good. It just didn't sound all right.
Appreciate the concern. So Alan, I know that you know a ton about a lot of different amateur teams, even the ones that the rest of us haven't seen a lot out of. So can you tell me anything about J4L Org or Instinct Gaming?
Yeah, plenty on J4L. Equip is kind of the leader of this organization, but this team, and he's been affiliated with J4L really ever since Black Ops 4, I think, came around, if not before that. He had a big hiatus. We didn't really get to see much of Equip really whatsoever in the Challenger scene. And then, of course, Jesse made that lovely announcement about the LCQ and amateur finals, and I'm sure he looked at that with pretty piqued interest and said, okay, it's time to get to work. And he's picked up a handful of guys that are really, really talented. Morty is one of the guys he'll be playing with. I'm really excited to see him play. He's taken my attention in a lot of abbreviated search and destroy tournaments. He's also done very well in a couple of more online TO orgs and stuff like that, kind of put together leagues. Those two in specific, I'm very excited to see for J4L.
Thank you so much. It was very, a lot of knowledge you just dropped there. Not surprising at all. Now, Rondez, what are your, after that or after anything else that you might already know about these two teams, what are your hopes and expectations heading into this matchup?
I think that was really good insight on the background in J4L. It shows that they've been playing together in other tournaments. They're coming here with experience, and that's a big advantage coming into the LCQ versus, some of the other ragtag teams you might experience.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, this is still our single elimination portion. So it is a kind of a sudden death situation here. And I'm just glad that we're able to see so many of these new teams and learn so much more about them. So guys, have so much fun casting this match. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Jess. Ramaz will be another hard point for us to take a look at here, Rondez. And, for J4L, yeah, there's a couple of good players there to be keeping an eye on. But watch out for Otto. He's one of those guys that has been kind of lingering around the middle of the pack when it comes to challengers. He's played with a couple of really notable names, hasn't really found the favor when it comes to placements overall, but another guy to kind of keep an eye on as we go forward. And how about that? He finds first blood for his team. Reform will find a follow-up, and that'll be good for Instinct Gaming to get maybe some initial time here on the bridge hardpoint.
Oh, for sure, and we're seeing a good setup from them already. Equip trying to respond. We already saw him toss out that the trophy system for a bit of defense there, but not much ended up coming from it as we're still playing a pretty close game off the start here.
Will be a breakthrough for J4L. Their next goal is to try to break through construction and find a way to the backside of the second hard point in the next 30 seconds. Grim in a tough spot and will be stunned up, taken down. Taz is able to at least clear off any extra pressure towards the initial hard point. So J4L looking at potentially 40 seconds plus, unless you've got Javalaza from behind to maybe pinch up the hill. Morty's trying to hang on, will not be able to. The trade for Equip, not quite there yet, but he does clean things up. So it might not be near the 40-second mark, but still a significant amount of time. And you've got Cypher, who tried to make a play for P2. A lot of early pressure for J4L.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you went into it yourself. This is something we could expect from them with their experience. An awesome start to the game. Look at that kill feed, all blue, as we're going into this new hard point. They do get the initial time as they're able to force the enemy players out at just the last moment.
Got a 5-2 start for Taz. He's going to be responsible for the front door. The full flood going to be likely coming through this smoke. Here comes the hit. Knife is out. Taz is able to find one. The trades will keep the contest alive. It's going to be down to Cypher to Equip to hang on. Java now the last player left in the hill. Is he able to exist for long enough for the reinforcements? The answer will be no. 30 seconds. One more potential hit, but the kills are great. The timing of the Semtex, the spam through the smoke, perfect. And it looks like J4L will not be broken here in the electronic shop as they reach past the 60-second mark.
Yeah, good hold right there. 50-second lead. I mean, you got to be feeling good, especially if your name's Mike Cypher on a 4 streak with
tied for the most hill time on his team. You know, just excellent contribution so far.
Instinct Gaming zoning off the middle of the map. Reform, big role for him to fill as he was actually naded from beyond. Does get taken down. A little bit of ring around the rosy for a couple members of the cafe, but it's Jay Farrell who once again find the kills. That puts him in the high ground, which is exactly where you want, especially if you're a Star Wars fan. I'm sure that line rings very familiarly in your head, but still, Instinct Gaming spawning in the back will be able to kind of watch this push come from the front side. The problem is Jay Farrell, too much gun presence. They're able to break on through.
In Barbershop here, you see Instinct Gaming still has the spawns in the back there. They're able to win this war of attrition. The enemy team, J4L, spawn further and further out with every kill. Reform is able to find that double kill. Auto follows it up with a kill of his own. They have, as you said, high ground and just stellar positioning here for the hard point.
So even though they don't get a full break, the big question mark for Instinct Gaming is how do you exit when you're going up against a bunch of ARs that are quite literally looking down on you? So 14 seconds to fight for. Scrap time should be good for Instinct Gaming, but one more member in Taz has actually slipped in. It's going to allow an opportunity for Equip to maybe contest a little bit more of this scrap time, but they're realizing that's not their initial goal. They really want the initial time on the construction hard point, so just zone off the middle of the map. Don't let Instinct Gaming exit successfully, and let's grab 40 seconds plus on this next hard point.
Yeah, moving over to construction, you see J4 already positioned for it. They're going to be fighting off bridge and towards the middle of the map there. With most of these kills going in favor of J4L, they've got to be in a pretty good position to maintain the hard point until Auto comes through and makes a big difference along Thoradantula. They're able to find a lot of kills inside a hard point and clear it out pretty quickly.
Morty able to find himself a double, cleared off the pest, which was Auto initially, which will force Instinct Gaming away from the hill. Now they'll have to make a decision. Are we going to try to hit this one more time and potentially give up the rotation? Or are we going to concede this last 20 seconds and just play for the initial time? They'll do a little bit of both, an abbreviated hit just to see if some magic can happen, but not going to really find much besides a couple of seconds of contest time. But the good news is they are in position to get an initial setup on this fifth hard point.
Yeah, moving over to Ruins, we've got one player from J4L just waiting around the corner. Of course, he gets taken down by Java there as they're set up. So now coming off of the rotation, they have to break through the Instinct Gaming setup. Java still hugging a good corner here. He's just kind of got to play the timing with player 6 just above him. That's going to be Grim, who slips by.
Well, you see the spawns for Instinct Gaming will be right outside this Godheady, so everything from J4L will likely be coming from the back, and Instinct Gaming has read this. Good position for them. If they can soak up the better part of this last 30 seconds, they'll be within spitting distance of a tie. But the problem is the gunfights do not convincingly go their way initially. They are able to kind of reinforce quickly and get back in to help the numbers. That will be enough to convincingly turn this hard point back into their favor. But now with 20 seconds left, the scrap 20, you're hoping that you can not only secure it, but you also have to keep your eye on the mini-map. The rotation from Cafe up to Rug Shop is an important one for them to lock down, and Durantula, he will be able to make sure they're emphatically taking that rotation in stride, and now an opportunity for Instinct Gaming to once again 50-50 for the bridge hardpoint as we go to our second rotation of hills.
Yeah, you want to get 50-50. You know, coming into the second round of hardpoints down by half a hill is never a good feeling, especially when we saw just how the control over construction flipped and how erratically that flipped. So coming into this hard point, we see J4L taking the lead, 30 seconds ahead, and this is a pretty strong positioning for them. They continue to force Instinct Gaming further and further back in their spawns, and they've just got a great chunk of the initial time here.
Auto has to make a play. He's on the backside. With the MP5 could clear out some construction, but doesn't expect Morty to be holding the close corner. And with Morty finding that pick, it looks like the numbers will still stand strong for Jay Farrell. One more hit for Instinct Gaming coming through Rug Shop, trying to win the better part of the last 20 seconds of this hardpoint hill. Durantula up top will find what is essentially the last kill that's needed for a contest, but Taz, he's going to give it one more good college try, and apparently this is a course that he's passing as he finds a double. Not enough to fully influence the scrap time, but at least he holds off the rotation from Instinct getting into the back.
Yeah, getting back to the scrap time here, going in favor of Instinct Gaming. We're going to be making a rotation over to Electronic Shop. J4L Org is going to have some players coming at them from construction, as well as a few pinching in from mid. So it's going to make things difficult for Mike Cypher here as he gets taken down from both angles, and now it's going to be Equipped. He's heavily outnumbered. Can he make it through, though, with a big double kill to start things off? Oh, he's finally shut down, but it was that was a really well-coordinated play.
Really good stuff to try to hold off for as long as possible, but the numbers become a touch too overwhelming. So 30 seconds to fight for. Jay Farrell starting to posture, stack up right outside the front door of this electronic shop. Mike Cypher, he finds one. He wanted to challenge a second, actually. A secondary smoke will come through, and he does find the second kill. Equip up close and personal. The pitch is beautiful. Equip for 2. The break is good. And on the opposite side, Morty deals with one pesky Instinct Gaming member who is trying to influence the spawns for P3. This could get ugly quick, as we'll be looking at a 180 to 133, and we're still not really decisive as far as who's going to take the initial time on P3.
Yeah, P3 is going to be an absolute bloodbath shift. I mean, you saw it right there. Quip was making such a big difference on the hard point for J4L. As we watch all of this unfold, I got to expect him to be a big part of this action as well. Instinct Gaming still spawning down bottom. You mentioned spawning where Instinct Gaming is right now. They're going to be looking up at their opponent right now. How do you expect that to play out in this hill?
Oh, the spawns are going to be the big thing here, and you see J4L, they know that with 40 seconds to fight for. They want the backside, but they're still not able to supplant Instinct Gaming from the hill or the spawns. So now it's going to be down to what do you do from here? 30 seconds left. Instinct Gaming is convincingly going to take the back part of this scrap time, at least so you feel. And with Durantula already on the rotation top, if he can win this gunfight versus Morty, he pretty much all but secures the rotation from 3 to 4 safely. But Morty does find 1 plus an extra beyond, and now he's in a really dangerous position, top of the ladder room. So things will become narrow, as Instinct Gaming will bring it within right around 15 points. But as you see on your minimap, bottom left-hand side, all of the blue arrows are already ready to go for construction.
Yep. Moving over to construction, J4L finds the initial time. Looks like they're going to get a bit of uncontested time as the rest of Instinct Gaming is spawning up very far. Reform all the way near P5. He's going to have to make a long trip over, and by that time, his teammates have already died twice right now. So, very easy hold from the side of J4L as they wipe them twice and force them to spawn out.
Grim now the next person up. Possibly have to respond to any contestants from Instinct Gaming. They're trying to set up a bit of a pinch. A couple from the back, a couple from the front. A couple members do actually work their way on without getting fragged out. Cypher will find 2. Grim just holding in a corner, almost takes down a teammate, but he turns it into a favorable double kill. A 5-for-1 trade. That'll do nicely. Jay Farrell now above 220 points. They've actually forced Instinct Gaming to spawn behind them at P4 for a time. So now it's actually a 50-50 battle for who's going to get to the next hard point. It's going to be a 2-on-2 on your minimap on the bottom right-hand side, but as Instinct Gaming will fully spawn up right on top of what will be this 5th hardpoint, they'll have the numbers to once again set themselves up for what needs to be a perfect hardpoint from them.
They very much do have the numbers with player 5 all the way out towards bridge. The best opportunity for J4L is go for a pinch right here. So far, we're seeing a lot of individual gun engagements, and Instinct Gaming is holding pretty strong. Grim, though, making a difference in the back. That could be huge if he's able to survive. He's disrupting the spawns of Instinct Gaming, but he needs to get into the hardpoint and help with the objective as soon as he can. Take a look at the scoreboard. Just 20 seconds away is J4L for winning this game.
Still need to get in, though. This is a lot of very good time for Instinct Gaming. Could put the pressure on, going into what very well could be a 3rd rotation of Hills. Morty from the side, able to get a nice pinch up. Beautiful hit from J4L, multifaceted, multi-dimensional, and it might be all they need to secure things. They've got a little bit of a cushion, about a second or 2 from hardpoint clock to what they need on the score, 245. One player has to touch, and Java gets there, but not for long enough, dealing with it from the top side of the heady. J4L draw first blood in the score, 250-207.
Great first map. And if you looked at some of those KDs, which we will actually see again in just a moment, I really like what I see from some of the players that you guys were calling out, in particular Equip. Let's see, he finished with a 31-22. That's not bad at all. Morty even 33-19. That is not so bad either. So I guess let's talk about their kind of team chemistry at first, because as Alan and Rondez, you had both touched on the fact that this squad has been squatting up for a while, even before they kind of decided to formalize it into an org, I guess you would say. And so how much of an advantage did that maybe give them over Instinct Gaming? Rondez, we can start with you.
You know, still in the early stages of watching this team, but you can see the gears turning. You can see them working together and coordinating these plays. That little bit of hesitation you see on the mini map is usually them setting up some kind of pinch or something. So, I mean, I gotta say, of course, it's working in their favor. I think it's still too early to call it all, though.
And then Alan, same kind of question. Do you think these guys have, a distinct chemistry advantage?
It's kind of hard to say. I mean, I can't necessarily specifically say that these two groups of 5 that we're watching between Instinct and J4L have been the 5 for the last couple of weeks. I know, though, for a fact that once that LCQ announcement came out, Equip said, I need to start putting together a squad. This guy barely missed out on champs last year with J4L. They finished, I think, top 32 at the amateur finals after a year of finishing top 32 or top 24. They were right on the precipice of being able to almost make it to COD champs last year. So, Equip is a competitive guy. He's going to come back when the competition suits him, and he's put together a good squad here. Morty's been a guy that I think has done very well throughout this year, a number of top 32 finishes throughout the Challengers scene since it's been online, and I think he's put together a really solid 5, to be fair.
Yeah, I think you're not wrong about that. And just to know, for those of you watching at home, we actually experienced a little bit of a technical glitch during map 2, so we do not have that map for you. We're unable to watch that, but we do know that J4L took that SND. So we are going to hop right into map 3, the Domination, another respawn coming at us. And as it stands, J4L now is up 2-0 against Instinct Gaming. Alan, what do we need to see from Instinct Gaming here in the Domination in order for them to not get 3-0'd?
My biggest thing when it comes to Petra with 2 evenly matched teams is you always want to be influencing 2 flags at once. Whether you have one and you're putting influence on a second, or if you have 2 and you think you're about to get out-rotated, start to make pressure happen on that third. If you can essentially force J4L to be on the back foot, you've got a good spot to potentially give them a workout here. So you're going to see Java pushing right through the smoke from the A side of the map. He's going to take 2, and these are massive kills, not only because he starts to influence the C flag. You thought for a second he might get a spawn flip, but Equip just barely able to hang on for J4L. It's a late capture of their home flag, but they're happy to not be flipped out.
That they are, and we see the lead going in favor of Instinct Gaming right off the bat, but J4L is pushing right in for that map control, and Equip coming through with the quick M4 double kill. They now have control of middle map, so with the split up spawns coming from Instinct Gaming, they should be able to take them apart and do it again, right?
You would think that, but you gotta get through Equip, man. He's already 5-1. He played hero, he's put on the Superman cape, and he's gotten some information that Tarantula is making his way through the back. A CB hold for J4L, but the scariest thing about it is look how many red arrows have already pushed past that proverbial 50-yard line to get into the restaurant or potentially start to influence the A flag. This is exactly what you want to see if you're a J4L fan. And on the opposite side for Instinct Gaming, get these trades, get your building back, and start to make a play for B.
Looks like the attempt for B is coming in as Grim hopping through the window, puts a stop to it right off the bat. Now he's behind enemy lines and he finds a second kill. He's able to stay alive in a pretty solid power position right here. This is a complete cutoff of middle map for Instinct Gaming, and they know that. You see them wrapping towards the bottom portion to try and overextend towards the C domination flag. We'll have to see how it works out for him. Taz looks to be on the defense.
It's a split spawn situation for J4L. A couple members spawning behind C, while a couple more actually spawned over by the hotel at A. This is the recipe for a potential triple cap to come through. Instinct Gaming is now spawning bottom middle of your mini-map. The A flag's been neutral. Cypher's gonna get the call from his teammates. Hey, go ahead and just capture that thing if you feel like you can. He's in a bit of trouble though and will be overwhelmed eventually, but this has been a very solid time of 2 with the neutral for J4L. Instinct Gaming is gonna have to hit the hard reset button here, get the A flag back, and start to very, very, very mildly work your way across the middle of the map. You have to do so carefully as Equip now is starting to make an influential play for a potential neutral at the A flag.
Always an influential player is Equip in this series so far. He's able to beam through the head of Tarantula. Big kill for him right there. Take a look at his positioning around the A domination flag. All his teams are up. They should be able to add this one to their collection. And that's going to be a triple cap. Instinct Gaming spawning all separated out towards the bottom portion of the map, and Equip is looking to tear through the remainder of them.
8-4 for Equip. This guy played at the Call of Duty launch weekend open, finished top 64, and then we didn't hear a peep from him again until the New York Open home series just a couple of weeks ago. Talk about the ability to walk right into the competitive challenger scene and be able to contest against some, again, pretty decent players. Otto's a solid player to keep an eye on. I think he's got a lot of potential as an individual SMG player. Doesn't help when his teammates are killing him, but regardless, to kind of speak onto the prowess of Equip, to not play all year long since the opening weekend, and then to be able to put up this kind of a performance, even though it is just the LCQ, you're going to be feeling really confident about it as J4L, staring down the final 90 seconds of this first half, is enjoying about a 50-point lead.
Yeah, you got to be comfortable here for sure, especially when you have teammates falling off of 5 streaks. Morty still going on his at the moment. Oh, just as I say it, taken down though. This lead, it's going nowhere. However, if you take a look at it, 50 seconds ahead, the submachine gun players aren't going to stop anytime soon. Grim's double positive. I mean, things are just looking great in the kill feed, in the scoreboard for J4L right now.
Best thing you can do for Instinct Gaming these final 60 seconds is find a way to get this B flag into your favor. But once again, J4L just allowed to push past the blue courtyard, make a play over towards 8. Java saves the day by finding 2. Now there's numbers for Instinct Gaming. This would be the time. Move across the map, get a play over towards the B flag, but you can see a couple members are still worried about the back, maybe not necessarily counting their numbers correctly. And now finally, as they find a 5-man feed, they'll start to make play towards B. And you've also got Otto, who's trying to sneak around for the C flag. Morty, though, is keen to it, will deal with him. And as soon as he confirms that the C flag is safe, you'll see a couple of teammates start to make an influential play to once again flip the A flag. And now we're in the danger zone of potentially seeing J4L close out the last 20 seconds with a triple cap.
Danger zone indeed. That 60-second lead's looking mighty fine. There's a bit of a push, a bit of a response here coming from Reformers. He's trying to cap the C flag, but again, you know, these plays are just being shut down time and time again by the side of J4L. Or this is tough 5 minutes of down.
Tough 5 minutes for sure from the side of Instinct Gaming, but for J4L, how impressive has this been? Ignore what you see on your overlay there. I believe the names were backwards when we loaded in, but our little Band-Aid fix looks good. So yeah, it is J4L with the 112 to 40-ish points that we saw for Instinct Gaming. But this has been really good play overall. J4L is pushing their advantage in the middle of the map from the A side to, or pardon, for the C side to get into that A flag for a handful of neutrals. I mean, this is very strong understanding. It helps when you're out slaying for sure, but you still, if you look at just the macro of how the game's being played, for all of you avid COD fans out there, they're playing Domination almost textbook perfect. Yeah,
looking really good. Looking really good. So, opening play here. We got some players coming towards middle map between Mike Cypher looking down the window with an M4. However, he's ends up getting caught off guard by Durantula from long range. B-Dom is going to go in favor of Instinct Gaming, and J4L is now off their back foot coming from A, while they're also getting pinched in their spawn. So, a bit of disruption here, a bit of a flank and a flip going on for the side of in favor of Instinct Gaming.
Oh, I love this play call for Cypher. He realizes he's got 4 players that are still alive between B and C. He's in a position to flank around River and again try to set up this spawn trap for what very well could be a triple cap situation again for J4L. This time, though, Instinct Gaming will not be put into the cages. They break loose with a Fury. They win the middle of the map. And beyond that, look at all the numbers. Look at those blue arrows, bottom of your minimap. They're all starting to make a play over towards the C flag. This is the correct decision, and it looks it's just going to have to be down to J4L to respond to this. Cypher on the flank. There's number 1. He's got help for the second. One more around the corner. He's able to lie away from the septic. That'll do well. 3 straight for Mike Cypher, and J4L retake the C flag.
Yeah, huge sub plays coming from this muscle of a submachine gun player. 4 streak Mike Cypher, and he's still in position. They continue to hold a commanding lead, and he's playing whatever part of the map he wants to at this point. Instinct Gaming struggling at the moment. It's Reform, triple negative. It's just a really tough gunfight out there for the submachine guns.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you, Rondez. I was expecting this game to be pretty close, mostly because I just didn't know what to expect from players like Equip, who, again, we haven't seen since the beginning of the year back in January. Well, we've gotten our answer pretty convincingly that this J4L squad is here to play.
What a statement.
And the big thing, again, huge statement. If this is to get into the double elimination bracket tomorrow, you still have to finish top 8. But getting into the top 16 with a win here, pending, of course, they close out these back 3 minutes successfully, which looks like they're doing a pretty solid job to suggest that they'll do that. This squad is looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, as you said, they can pretty confidently fold this one up here, but they're looking pretty strong. As you said, Mike Cypher and Morty just in this map have been highlights, but I think everyone's gotten their shine so far in this series from J4L.
Well, it will be an influential play to beat. Otto's going to stick on this. He's going to get stacked with a couple of teammates, and an instant flip comes out. Equip, though, is able to immediately find 2 kills. It won't be enough for J4L to re-hit this B flag. They're going to need the numbers to come off the respawn, and, well, it's Mike Cypher, 20 and 11. Trying to clear bottom restaurant, almost gets a chance to Otto, but he responds just to the nick of time before things got too dicey. Morty realizing there could be a play at C, as his spawn was a little bit weird for his liking, rather. And as he comes back forward, he finds one. There's number 2. Gonna now take the position right up top of the restaurant to make sure this B flag is gonna be in a favorable position for Jay Farrell off the respawn. And how about this? He's actually gonna push an advantage a little bit further forward with under 2 minutes to play and a 90-point gap. He knows that all that Jay Farrell need to win this game is 1 flag, so why not be a pest?
Yeah, for sure. It's a tough game to win when you can't cap flags, and Morty looking to pour it on. I mean, really, it's been a great day of matches in the tournament so far today. We still got one more day, of course, coming up on Sunday. Make sure you find your way here. But what are some of the standout players that you've seen on stream today so far?
In this one specifically, I was not expecting Equip to pick up the sticks in the challenger scene specifically and do this well. He's played very, very well. Mike Cypher has absolutely stolen my attention, a player I haven't had a chance to watch over all that often, but this is about what I expected from Morty. He's playing very well. Grim has also had a very good year, kind of going through a lot of those Twitter tournaments and leagues and things like that. And for him to be 23-19 with 4 caps is great news. Beyond that, though, I mean, when we look forward to tomorrow, now that this game is mathematically impossible, the big question is who's going to have to play up against the Atlanta FaZe Academy and 6 Gear squads going into tomorrow, because those two should pretty easily lock in their qualifying spots, but they will definitely be sending some pretty solid teams down to the losers bracket. You know, it's the unfortunate thing for a couple of these squads that were hoping that they were going to get an even matchup across the board going into the final 16 squads, but now that you've got some big giants in the mix like AF Academy and 6 Gear, you might find yourself in the losers bracket early, and your resiliency is going to be tested if you can find a way to get to that top 8.
Absolutely. We have an awesome weekend of matches ahead of us. As you said, the FaZe Academy is going to be one of the standouts. If you missed it, we did have Gravity on earlier for a wonderful interview alongside Jess. Make sure you check that out to hear from one of the juggernauts of our event this weekend. And yeah, that's going to be it. And close it out. J4L 3-0.
Wow. Clean 3-0 for J4L. After the way that first map went, that can't be too surprised. But let me just start with asking you guys, first of all, well, we have to also call out Javalaza, I think, on the side of Instinct Gaming. He was just playing out of his mind, and it wasn't quite enough, though. But let me just start here. What is each of your takeaways from that map and that series as a whole? Alan, you go first.
I'll be the first one to say that I'm actually a big fan of the J4L org. I like their approach to kind of growing new players into the scene. They did it a lot through Black Ops 4. They had what I would consider to be a very successful year as an organization. Equip has been a mainstay streamer for them. And to see him come out of the woodwork, not having played since Minnesota, and put on this kind of a performance with a solid 4-man roster around him, I'm candidly very excited about this J4L team. They look really, really good in those 2 maps that we gave at the scene.
And then Rondez, what do you think? What is your takeaway from that series?
I think it was just a really exciting showing from those guys. I really enjoyed watching Equip the most out of the players in this lobby. We did hear a bit from Sean about his history and how he made this sort of awesome comeback for the LCQ, and that's just a great storyline to go into for our finals.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes when you have such a clean 3-0 like this, especially when they're teams we don't know a ton about, sometimes there's not too much to say, but we have seen plenty of teams emerge victorious today. That does conclude our matches for the day, so let's take a look once more at the teams that have already qualified for the finals, the teams that auto-qualified. Of course, this is not news to you. No teams have qualified today. I do want to clarify. Some teams were eliminated today. We are now whittled our way down to the top 16 going into tomorrow. But once again, here are the 24 teams from North America that have already qualified for the finals. And next up is the EU bracket, or excuse me, not bracket, but the EU region. Once again, these 24 teams, not news to you, these 24 teams have already auto-qualified based on challengers' points. And once again, I do like to bring attention to team number 8 there. That is not a typo, that is not a production fail. That is actually the name of the team. So I'm definitely going to be very curious come finals just to look at them and see how they're
mysterious.
doing. So mysterious. And then finally the APAC region. Once again, these are the 12 teams that have already auto-qualified that we are not going to be seeing here today. Gentlemen, any thoughts that you would like to point out about these teams or any of the other teams that did already qualify?
I mean, the arthritis athletes really hits a special spot in my heart. I mean, Jess, me and you are old when it comes down to it, and I can already feel that in my wrist. No, I'm excited to see what APAC has to offer for us, you know, not just when we get to finals, but even in the LCQ. Who are the teams that no one's really been looking out for that could potentially surprise some of these squads? It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow.
Definitely. Well, speaking of tomorrow, let's look at the schedule for what time we're going to expect to see. And just once again, just to let you guys know, you know, today there were eliminations, but nobody has qualified. Tomorrow is when we will find out the final 8 teams from EU, 8 teams from NA, and 4 teams from APAC that will make it to the finals August 15th and 16th. So you can see right on your screen what time you can watch each of those matches. So now, Rondez, Alan, final thoughts for the day before we close out the stream.
Thank you for joining me, Alan and Jess and everybody watching. It was a good show, great weekend so far. We got more competition coming up for you tomorrow, and enjoy the Call of Duty League Challenger season. This is what we got, and it's been great so far.
Yeah, for me, I mean, this is just the beginning of what's going to be an incredible month of August for all of these teams. I can't wait to see who qualifies. I just want to know who my top 32 are from North America and Europe, and who the top 24, or probably the top 16 will be from APAC. We're in the final stretch. The whole year comes down to this. I could not be more excited about these squads.
Same. I'm so excited. Well, we have about 15 hours to go before we're going to find out exactly, or excuse me, more than 15 hours. 15 hours until matches resume tomorrow. So do not go anywhere, or if you do, be sure to come back. We'll be broadcasting all day long tomorrow for the Call of Duty Challengers Last Chance Qualifiers presented by PS4. We'll see you tomorrow.